Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world. And welcome back to TopstepTV. Happy Monday, everybody. October 13th, 2025. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today. Starting with this opening call, I am Coach Jay. To the far right, we got JD, John Doherty, and in the middle, Hogue is out on vacation this week. Much needed, well-deserved vacation. But we got Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, Vinny Lamborghini. Coach Vince, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Wonderful, Jay. How are you?
Doing great. JD, how we doing over there?
Excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Vince. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. Looking forward to getting going this week. It should be another mover this week. We got a lot of information coming out. We'll talk about that in a few minutes, but yeah, can't wait to get into it. We're looking at this opening range breakout in gold right now. We got the poll up in the chat. What's it say, Coach Jay? What are we taking?
We are 130 votes right now. We are looking at 66% going to the 5-minute opening range in gold. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up in about 20 seconds here. We poll the chat every morning. Are we taking a 1-minute or 5-minute opening range? Right now, 66% of the vote going to the 5-minute. Gold did make a new all-time high overnight. 41.0430 is that all-time high. We're trading a little bit off of that right now. 40.9750. Current trade in gold with a 63% long tilt. And we are close. Gold is open right now, so it looks like we are going to be taking that 5-minute. If you're wondering what trade, we're long above the high of the 5-minute opening range, short below the low of it, ideally holding on to that trade all day. We got someone in the chat saying metals are moonwalking all over these all-time highs. We got silver, platinum, copper, gold, everything is pushing all-time highs, and we see it in gold here as well. 65% going to that 5-minute, JD, so we'll cue that one up.
Sounds good. You know, Jay, I think I'm going to start scaling down just a little bit on these trades right now, just because the track record so far this month is not that great for these opening range breakouts. So far, let me pull up our P&L for the month so far. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 trading days, that's 16 trades we've taken so far for these opening range breakouts in crude and gold combined, and we're down right around $1,250 after 8 trading days. So I'm going to scale back until these start showing, until I start feeling a little more confident in them. I'm
Nice.
not very confident in these trades right now. They're not running for us at the moment. So we'll scale down on some size until we start hitting some.
Sounds good, JD. Sounds good. 40.98 last trade over here in gold. We are going to wait about 3.5 minutes for this 5-minute range to close. Coach Vince, real quick, if we get tagged into this trade here, would you prefer a long or a short in gold?
Well, right now I like the long side. I mean, we just had a little bit of a bull flag kind of thing on a short time frame chart. I like the long side right now. I like the long side.
Yeah, same here. It is
Matter of
hard to
fact,
be short gold for a long time.
it is
1 minute
very
range
hard.
did just trigger a long. JD, before we get into this trade, we got about 3 minutes here. Anything on the economic calendar we need to worry about? I think this is trading day number 8 of the government shutdown. We know we are going to start getting some data soon. We saw the BLS say they're going to release CPI data next week on the 24th. But anything on the economic calendar?
Yes. I see some chatter in the chat already. Yes, today is a holiday here in the United States. It's Columbus Day, so banks are closed, the bond markets are closed, but the stock market remains open. So we will be trading futures on equity indexes today. Also happening today, there's a tentative monthly OPEC report due out. Was due out at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. I didn't get an update on whether that was released or not, but I'll let you guys know. We've also got a Fed speaker, Paulson, speaking at 11:55 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, we got a whole slew of big bank earnings. We've got BlackRock, J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, all with their Q3 earnings coming out tomorrow. We've also got a whole bunch of talking Feds. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is scheduled to speak at 11:20 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We will be piping that in for you also. There's another handful of talking Feds peppered in throughout the day. Wednesday, more bank earnings, more talking Feds. On the talking Fed front, we've got Abbott, Miran, Waller, Beige Book, more big bank earnings, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. So big week of earnings, big week of talking Feds. Thursday, we got retail sales, crude inventories. Those will be our movers. Then on Friday, housing starts and permits, and of course, the Baker Hughes rig count. A couple of my calendar shows CPI and PPI reports tentatively for this week. No confirmation yet on what days those might be released, if they are going to be released at all. But as always, we will keep one eye on the ditch for you. And as we get more information from the Fed about release of those reports, we will let you know when and where they'll be released, or just when.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. So make sure you are tuned into TopstepTV. We're going to give you by the second market updates. If you were watching on Friday during that sell-off, the team was getting ready to start talking about the weather, and all of a sudden Andre goes, "Whoa, what's that?" And we get a 1,000-point sell-off in the Nasdaq. So make sure you are tuned into TopstepTV. We are going to be updating you as the markets update. We got 30 seconds here on this 5-minute opening range trade in gold. I have a low of 40.96 half and a high right now of 41.0170 in the minis. Seeing the same thing there, JD, in the micros?
Yes, I got a high in the micros of 41.0170 and a low of 40.9640.
All right, so one tick off on the low here. Again, 64% long tilt in gold, 41.0430, new all-time high made in the overnight session just about an hour ago. We do have the 1 minute triggering a long, 5-minute range is closed now. Again, we are looking to get long above the high, short below the low, and we will let you know how that trade plays out. Looks like we might get triggered into a long here soon, JD. I don't hate.
I just try to enter an order. Hang on a second. 41.0170. I'm going to work a stop to enter. Stop is not showing up. Hang on a second. I'm going to refresh my platform here.
All good. Good. 5-minute did just trigger a long. McLovin says, we know how it plays out majority of the time, Jay. And then we said it, right? So you have to make adjustments, right? As traders, we have a process that sometimes that process is going to work really well. And then other times that process is going to go through a little bit of a losing streak. But knowing when to adjust the parameters, we heard JD say, we're going to size down on these trades a little bit, just until they start working. There have been months where we had really great opening range trades. Nothing's going to work all the time, but we got gold right now trading 4101.20. 5 minute did just trigger a long. Let us know if you can get in there, JD. Before we get in there, Hogue is out this week, but that does not mean that we don't have any homework. So let's run through that checklist real quick if we can. I'll do my best with this. We'll get into some news and then we'll get into the charts. Topstep daily checklist. Pre-market research. That's what we're getting ready to do right now. Going over the news, going over the charts with myself and Coach Vince. Identifying some levels. Our morning checklist is, do you have your pen at your desk? I could not find this pen this morning. Felt like I was out of sync. Make sure your mindset is ready though. But I did get a workout this morning, so my mind is clear, ready to take some good trades. I know when and where I want to enter and exit trades for this opening range trade, long above the high, short below the low. And then post-market, join me and Coach Paul every day for At the Buzzer to review what happened in the trading day. And to prep us for tomorrow. So make sure you go through that Topstep daily checklist each and every day to make sure you are prepped for your trading day. Thank you for that, production team. All right. Were we able to get in there, JD?
You should be long.
Nope, we're having a minor issue on the platform right now. I was getting an error message when I tried to execute a trade. I'm reaching out to our risk management team right now to get this rectified.
There you go.
Ooh.
It was just a minute.
Oh, good.
I'm 15 ticks right now on it.
Did trigger along here. 4104.30 is that all-time high in gold. We're trading about $1 off of that right now. Let's see if we get a push. Tilt still holding pretty strong here, 61% long. While we wait to see back from the risk team, JD, you want to get into some of the news? We are still in that government shutdown.
Yes, we sure are. Let's cue up that first video. The federal government shutdown is snarling air travel as the FAA reports staffing shortages in air traffic control towers. And there's some other issues snowballing due to this government shutdown, entering our third week of the shutdown. What else is going on with this? Let's run it.
Let's save some for the next people, okay?
Katie Frazier is with her young son, grabbing food for their family of 6.
So tuna's really easy for us.
But this isn't a grocery store. It's a food bank for military families in Virginia. As the government shutdown that started October 1st drags on, many military personnel will soon go without a paycheck, leaving many, like Frazier, unsure how they're going to feed their families.
We're a one-income family.
She says her husband gets paid every 2 weeks.
If we don't get paid after that, it can start to become a real stressful situation, a real struggle. So, hang on.
Roughly 1.4 million federal employees have been furloughed or are working without pay. The Trump administration started layoffs on Friday and warning more will come.
It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days.
The Trump administration says they will allocate funds to continue paying troops. The shutdown is also causing staff shortages at major airports across the country. Air traffic controllers and transportation security agents are considered essential employees and are required to show up for work. But they're not getting paid.
People call out because they physically cannot come to work because they don't have the financial means to continue to go to work.
The Federal Aviation Administration says 12 facilities that guide planes were short-staffed Friday. The industry trade group Airlines for America saying, quote, it is safe to fly, but ATC staffing shortages strain the system and cause flights to be spaced out, slowing down everything. In some cases, flights may be delayed or even canceled. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Jen Sullivan is not an AI voice. We've already talked about this. Jen Sullivan is a person who exists in real time. Still unable to execute orders on my platform right now, so we're working on to get that rectified. I've reached out to our risk team. Maybe we'll get into this trade in a few more minutes. That 5-minute opening range breakout to the upside is looking good right now. So
it sure
we'll
is.
still be able to get into this.
Yes, it is. Thanks for that news. The real effects of the government shutdown, families not getting paid, that is a real thing. So hopefully that comes to a resolution sooner than later. I think we are at 11 actual days and 8 trading days, or 12 actual days and 8 trading days. We will see if we get to a resolution there. Last trading gold here, 41.0340. Coach Vince, what do you say we get into these gold charts? Let's take a look. Where do we think gold is going? Also, I see in the chat, I saw a comment in the chat saying, hey, you know what? My Topstep daily levels are not showing up on the gold charts. They are in the shop right now. Topstep daily levels are in the shop getting the tires changed. But we got you. There is a link pinned to the top of the chat for Topstep daily levels. You can get all of those there. If you're wondering where Hoag's weekly kickoff high is for gold, it is at 4,200. 4,200 in gold. Weekly kickoff low is at 3,870. And you can get all of the levels there pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels, new all-time high here in gold, 41.0560. Coach Vince, let's get into these charts before it runs away from us. All
right,
starting with the daily in gold here. A market that is just continuing to make all-time highs. We had an interesting day last Thursday where we saw a pretty big sell-off in gold. High to low, that range was 120 points. And we started to ask the question, hey, is this a change in structure? We did have a 3-bar reversal. That was the highest volume candle that we had on the daily all year in gold. So it had the potential to break structure, but here we are again, right back to this is a buy the dip market. The range of that candle, again, this was last Thursday, was 40.7790 at the high, 39.5790 at the low. We can see on Friday we held that low, traded above 50% of it, and so far in this session, that 50%, right around 40.17, is the low for the session. We looked below it during the Globex Open. But this has been a one-directional move since that open. Gold up right now 2.54% on the day already. Again, making a new all-time high. Coach Vince, what are you seeing on this daily chart in gold? When are we hitting 5,000? And how do we trade this market making new all-time highs?
I mean, we're up here in clean air, Coach Jay. We're at 41. What are we at? 0220 right now. Already, the daily bar is 93 tick, $93, 900 ticks, right? Wide. It already it's a bigger range in the last, 3 days from last week, last 5 days. It's already bigger than that. This market is strong. I've been looking at the open interest and following that. We had a build-in open interest of about 6,200 contracts on Friday, but it was on low volume, which was kind of interesting. We were up $27 on the day. But we have a huge gap this morning. The only thing here is if the longs get spooked, right? We put in another all-time high. If the longs get spooked, we might have another severe pullback, right? I mean, we've been seeing these $100 pullbacks, like, they take the elevator. What is it? The stairs up, elevator down. So let's see what happens up here. I mean, but overall, I'm bullish on gold. Nothing really we could say negative about gold. This is the market of 2025 for sure.
Absolutely. Definitely the MVP of 2025, maybe even 2024, if we go back and really look at it. Like Coach Finch was saying that
the daily right now.
Say it again.
Forget stocks, guys. Freaking commodities are exciting.
Forget the stocks. Metals are the show right now. I see in the chat also silver above $50. Silver is up 5.91% right now. That is a new all-time high in silver. Spot silver making an all-time high last week. And then the futures trading above 50 for the first time in a very long time. Like Coach Vince was saying, though, the daily ATR is increasing in gold. Right now, I have it at $65. We're already above that for this overnight session, right? We're about $96 high to low range today so far. So the question is, if I'm trading this, is there still more room above? Of course, we can see an outlier day. We're already at an outlier day, but do we see $100 move to the upside in gold? We have been seeing these sharp pullbacks, so I'm kind of cautious of buying above here, above this 4,100, just because of the price action that we've seen. But that does not mean I want to short gold for a very long time. It just has not been the cleanest of trades. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Again, 30-minute chart, we can see right off the open, I'm going to clean up some of these moving averages here, but I have 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart right off the open. That's the low of the session pretty much. We kind of took off from there and have not looked back. If we look at overnight inventory, obviously it's to the long side, not just with price, volume as well. I got a VWAP at 40.77, which did leave that that VWAP did leave that first 30-minute range, and is almost above the prior all-time high. Right, prior all-time high in gold was 40.81 even. We got volume trading above here, so this is a real move, right? There is actual buying behind this. Coach Vince just talked about the build and open interest of 6,200 contracts on an up day on Friday. So this market is continuing to attract new buyers. What I would be looking at right now is what is the response that we get at VWAP, and I'm also going to map out this 30-minute candle right here, which was 12 a.m. Central Time. That range is 40.72 up to 40.92. Just kind of want to see how the market responds to this range here. If we get a pullback into the 80s, that prior all-time high, if we come and use that as a support, I would imagine that VWAP is up above those 80s at that point. If we do get that pullback, that may be a spot to limit some risk. But we'll see here. I think it's going to be a very interesting day in all of the markets that we trade. But do we attract enough buying above 4,100? I know one buyer who won't buy above there right now, Coach Vince, and that's me. But this is it's a tough market to be short. So I'm looking for pullbacks to buy.
Yeah,
How are you seeing this 30-minute chart?
If we get some steam behind this move here, I can see us making a trip up to about 41.30. That'll put us at some pretty good range extension here. So 41.30 is going to be my target for longs. If you are long the market, I'd like to see us hold above the 40. So the high from October the 9th is around 40.78, and then October 8th. So right in that area. So I would like to see the market hold above 40.80s, somewhere in that area. If we could hold above that 40.80 mark, I do like a run up to 41.30. But we're in clean air, right? There's nothing to the left to look at. So I'm just doing it based on a pure measurement here. It's very hard to look at a market that's making all-time highs because it's uncharted territory. So the only thing I do is look at some, measure some range extensions, and that's pretty much it for targets. But I would like to see us hold above that 40.80. If we don't hold 40.80, then I can see us pulling back to potentially 40.38s, maybe down to 4,000s at some point. So, just be careful, right? Traders out there, these markets are very lofty. There's not a lot of froth in the top of all the markets. And just make sure you have a stop in whatever it is, right? Because these things could turn on a dime. Look what happened the other day, $120 pullback in gold. It was vicious. Just be very, very careful out there.
Yeah, and those moves seem to happen quick, right? Though that $120 sell-off that we had, it was an hour and a half, and we are major sell-off. So yeah, be paying attention to the volume for sure, right? If you start to see that volume pick up to the downside, maybe not a move that you want to fade. I know we've been saying it's a buy the dip market, but sometimes that dip is it's a lot bigger than we measure for, and it's been about $100 in gold once we do sell off. So we will see what that brings today. All right. Anything else you got on gold?
JD could attest to this. Back in the day, JD, right? A $6 move in gold 15, 20 years ago was a big move. Here we are, $120 moves in 2 hours, right? So you can measure that and just imagine the volatility that we're dealing with here. It's real.
It is absolutely. Have a stop in for sure. All right, that is what we got on gold. Again, anything we say here is just to provide context for the markets, not a suggestion to take a trade in either direction. But whatever you do, make sure you do have a stop in. Before we get to the S&P charts, JD, we got some news about what happened over the weekend.
Yes, before we get into that, though, guys, I want to ask your opinion. We've got an interesting scenario playing out in gold right now. So we missed the opening range breakout trade. There was a minor platform issue that has been rectified. I'm able to place orders on the platform once again. But is this a case? So far, it's looking like a good no trade in gold. There's a good chance if we had that trade on, we might have been ticked out on the downside for a stop. Could this be a case for our stop is a better entry on this trade this morning? What do you guys think?
Where would you have had the stop, JD? Somewhere
it's subjective. It's subjective at this point. The low of the opening range, the 5-minute opening range, is 40.9640. We printed a low of 40.96. Would we have gotten stopped out? I mean, obviously, never. You don't know unless you put the trade.
You don't
on.
know, right?
But four ticks away from the low. We might have been a little wider. We might not have been. I'm just going to go ahead and say we would have gotten stopped out. We're trading on the lows again right now. So likely this is going to be another push here. If we didn't get stopped out the first time, I bet we get stopped out this time. But
yeah,
what do you think? Is this a case for our
my concern is we just put in the all-time high in the regular trading hours. So, we did what we needed to do, put in the high print. Are we going to sell off? Right. So maybe it's good just to sit on that one, JD.
You got it. So no trade. Looks like a good trade so far in gold this morning to start the week. I'm not upset about it at all. Just curious what your opinions were on that.
I do like the house buying at 80s.
Yeah,
if we get down there. Yeah, I think kind of like I like what Vince said there, right? We traded above that 4,100, and we're just not seeing the follow through right away. We might need to go attract some more buyers lower before we do get that. And yeah, I think those 80s might be a good spot there. But we shall see. We shall see.
All right, I will keep an eye on the 80s. Good no trade. Yeah. So on Friday, back to the news story. On Friday, here's what happened that forced that dump in stocks. President Donald Trump said he will impose an additional 100% tariff on Chinese exports to the United States. It's on top of the existing 30% tariffs already in effect. Here's what happened on Friday. Let's roll it. In a Truth Social post on Friday, President Trump said the tariffs will take effect November 1st or sooner. The president also said the U.S. will impose export controls on any and all critical software. President Trump's actions are in response to China ramping up export controls and critical rare earth minerals, which are needed to produce many electronics. The action is a massive escalation after months of trade truce between the U.S. and China. Trump is scheduled to meet with Chinese leaders later this month. The president said the meeting has not been canceled, even though earlier Friday he said he no longer sees a reason to meet. So now we know, after all of that on Friday, wiping out all those gains and pretty much everything, gold, stocks, just huge moves on Friday. Turns out everything was just a big misunderstanding. What happened? No, that's not what I meant to say. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that,
Right. It's like reading the preview of a text message from your significant other and not reading the entire message and then reacting from there.
Yeah, right.
Get the full context of what they were saying. Apparently, the export controls in China were not intended to be a ban. It's kind of what we saw over the weekend. And then we have some comments from the president saying, hey, you know what? I don't want to trade war with China. There was just, he didn't say misunderstanding. It was just, I forgot exactly what he said there, but we walked it back a little bit, right? So those 100% tariffs, we'll see if that actually happens. I think November 9th is the date that we're looking at as far as a trade deal for China. And we saw the markets respond to it. After the close on Friday, I don't know if anyone was watching, but when those 100% tariffs were announced, we got about another 1% sell-off in the NASDAQ after the close, which was a pretty aggressive move. We kind of already recovered most of that. Interesting times.
Yes, we have. But I guess chalk it up to everybody gets a day, huh? Sorry if we wiped anybody out of the market,
Right.
My bad. Sorry, guys. All right, back to business.
Interesting times we live in here. Interesting times we live in. All right, let's take a look.
Some interesting stuff we're going to go over in the ES and NQ shortly. So I'm excited to get there and talk about this one.
Let's talk about it, Vince. I got a daily in the S&P pulled up here, and we are trading at 66.74 currently. We had that major sell-off. This was over 250 points in the S&P, about 265 points to the downside. Daily ATR on that day was 69 points. So just to give you kind of a idea of how aggressive this move was, we hadn't seen a 2% down day in the S&P since April. So it was 6 months, and then we get 4% in a day. Really aggressive sell-off. Took us through the 20 moving average, through the 50 moving average on the daily. Took out about 3 weeks of price action, and we're right back to the middle of it right now. What do you make of this this daily chart in the S&P, Coach Vince?
Well, it just goes to show the traders in here who don't like to use stops. We wiped out 22 trading days in one trading day. Okay.
Yep.
And that's a massive move, right? However, last week I think I was on here with Hogue. We talked about how some of the institutional money was kind of sitting on the sidelines a little bit. And if you look at the open interest, new shorts came into the market on Friday. We had a build in open interest of almost 27,000 contracts to the short side. So money came piling into short side on Friday. All right. So that means that, in my opinion, money was on the sideline. A lot of the retail traders are getting long at the highs, and they got buried and smoked on Friday. And that's a lot of pain. I mean, a 2% move, it's a big move. I mean, we took out 3 weeks of trading in one day. So anybody who was holding positions, from the end of September, mid-September, right now their account was right back to zero. And now we're kind of retraced the move about 50% of the way. So, people get, once you get a big move like that, what happens to traders' mindsets, right? Oh, man, let me turn around and sell it. Now it's going back up. So people get whipsawed in these moves. So you got to be very, very careful. The Trump tariff, and they're saying it was a misunderstanding, right? You said it sounds like my text messages. I'm a terrible texter, so I might text somebody and I'm like, oh my God, what did I just send you? So maybe I was texting the messages. I don't know. But yeah, this move was massive. Hopefully, our traders didn't get hurt Friday on this move. This was vicious. Hopefully you're on the right side of it. If you were, you did very well, right? So hopefully luck on your side. But let's see. Right now we're about 50% of that daily candle, Coach Jay, and I know you like to measure those candles in volume. So what are you seeing here? Based on where we are, we're right in the middle.
So that volume again was top 10 for highest volume days in the S&P. I know, Coach Vince, you track open interest. If I'm seeing this correctly, I have a build in open interest plus 26,000 in the S&P. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Right, which
to the
means
downside.
that
that's new money coming into the short side.
Mm-hmm. New money coming in short, which makes sense, right? If we're hearing, hey, 100% tariffs in for China, our biggest trade partner. Yeah, I want to short this market. Now the question is, with that build in open interest, and we're walking back some of these statements, do we now have a bunch of trap shorts that is going to fuel this move to new all-time highs again? All-time high in the S&P, 68.12 quarter. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Right now, we are below the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is this white line on my chart here. Of course, Friday sell-off brought us down there. But like Coach Vince was saying, we are sitting right at 50% of the range from Friday. We did open up with a pretty large gap up. So if we look at percentages right now, the S&P is up 1.2% on the day. Today is going to be an interesting trading day, though, because we have this huge gap up and a decent range in the overnight session. High to low, this range so far for the overnight session is 74 points. We talked about the daily ATR. It's right around 75 points right now. So I'm curious to see how much directional price action we get on a day like today, where we've already had so much movement. If we look at overnight inventory, it is pretty much flat. We are trading right around in that same 30-minute candle that we opened. VWAP hasn't left that candle. We're going to take a look at this in the NASDAQ as well, but we've already spent all of the daily ATR. So, do we see a range day here? The upper extreme of this range, 6,700s. We didn't start to accept price inside some of this high volume. Kind of like to look to the left. Coach Vince, you probably call these some single prints up here. This range, 66.84 at the lows, 67.58 at the highs. If we're going to rotate through this sell side imbalance, and make new all-time highs. I'm looking at the market's response to this 10 a.m. Central Time candle. If we start to accept price in this range with volume moving with it as well, then I'm looking for a rotation back up to 50%, 67.21, and then maybe some continuation 67.58. But a lot of these levels that I think we're looking at are going to maybe have to play out throughout the entire week, and maybe not today. Today, it's early in the week. It's Monday. We already have a gap up. How are you seeing this 30-minute chart, Coach Vince?
Yes, on the 30. What I'm showing here is we had a triple distribution trend day on Friday. All right, so the initial balance, boy, people trading these range extensions are getting paid right now, right? The volatility in these markets, it's been unbelievable. And if you're trading range extensions, 2025 has been a year for range extensions. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not a range bound market for sure. So we broke out at 67.84 on Friday. And we took a trip down pretty swiftly, right? We traded all the way through the value area from the previous session on Thursday, and we just ripped to the downside. And we left a whole bunch of single print areas. I call them cheap value gaps, wide range bar gap, whatever you want to call it, fair value gap. And there's a lot of single prints above the market, which is excess, right? At the end of the day, that's what we call excess. And we left the day with the late spike. So the base of the late spike is sitting at 66.1850, right? That is my line in the sand. Right now, we're rejecting the late spike, which says that, hey, we're rejecting the downside push and we're possibly in a reversal mode, right? So we're going to see if we can hold the base of the late spike at 66.1850. If we do that, I am going to be looking for longs today. If we get below the base of the late spike, 66.1850, and we start to get acceptance below that, I might start looking for shorts. But right now we have a point of control sitting at 66.59 quarter. We're trading at 71.5 right now. So we are in the middle of value from Friday. I'm going to probably be patient here, but up at value high is 67.2075. I might be looking for shorts up there, up against that excess, like you were saying, Coach Shay. There's excess above there up to 67.43. So if I'm going to look for a cheap short, I don't know how cheap it is because of the size of the range, but that would be an area I'll probably be looking for short. Yeah, this range is big. I'll probably be looking for shorts up against that 67.40-ish area, somewhere above 29.30. And then maybe again up at like 75 if we get there. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I want to ask you a question,
see,
Coach.
yeah.
I want to ask you a question because we have traders say it all the time. You can answer yes or no. If you want to go more in depth in it, you can. Does this gap need to fill?
It doesn't have to fill, right? At some point, it probably will be. It doesn't have to be today. And when we have these gaps, okay, these gaps act as invisible excess, okay, kind of like a buying tail or a selling tail. So at this point, that's a buying tail, right? So that is going to be a support zone for right now until it can trade through the gap. At some point, it will probably clean it up, but it doesn't mean it has to be today. So if you think we're just going to go close that gap today, you might be wrong, okay? So just be careful out there. But eventually, it'll probably clean up. The markets like to seek balance at some point. And that's considered the gap imbalance. So
awesome stuff.
But it does not have to happen the next day. It does not.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. That is our context for the S&P, looking at that base of the late spike, 66.18.5. And then Coach Vince is looking up near the 67.20s for some opportunity up there as well. Really do like that price
Before
up there.
we move to the next one, Coach, let me just say this. The S&Ps, there's a ton of unfinished downside business, okay? So if we get smoking to the downside again, all right, we push this market and the market is spooked. I mean, we have levels of 66, 65, 69, 65.36, 65.02. Like these are all areas that need to be cleaned up at some point. So just keep that in the back of your mind. We have about 3 levels that need to be cleaned up at some point. So just stay on alert.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. Make sure, chat, you are taking notes. Coach Vince's levels are usually pretty spot on. Before we get into crude oil, we got a poll up in the chat. Crude oil opens up in about 4 minutes. We are going to be taking the opening range, or looking at the opening range trade in crude oil. Let us know in the chat, what are your votes? We got 96 votes right now, 52% going to the 1 minute, 53% now going to the 1 minute. It keeps changing with every vote. 47% to the 5 minute. Right now, we are seeing a 66% short tilt in crude oil, trading 59.45. So get your votes in there. JD, any news we want to hit before we get into the crude charts?
Yes, just a couple things real quick. First, that gold trade, safe to say we would definitely be stopped out of it now. And it's kind of looking like that might have been the better entry on that trade at the moment. Still no trade in gold. We ripped right after a minor liquidity grab, and we're sort of back towards the middle of the opening range now. So I'll keep an eye on gold today. But let's get into crude. Oh, real quick. First, let's see what happened overnight. Markets in Asia closed lower overnight. We had the Hang Seng Index down 1.52%, the Nikkei down 1.1%, and the Shanghai Composite down 0.19%. Stocks in Europe trading a little mixed this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.3%, the FTSE down 0.06%, and the French CAC up 0.19%. The U.S. dollar index up marginally, 99.262 last on the U.S. dollar index. VIX, SIBO Volatility Index, down about 5.5% to 2045. VIX still above 20 at the moment. 2047 last print on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note is resting comfortably at 4.059%. All right. Pharmaceutical prices. Let's get into this one. This is another announcement made by President Trump on Friday. AstraZeneca is lowering prices across the board. What are they doing? Let's listen.
Lowering prices.
I'd like to hear that word.
AstraZeneca, the largest pharmaceutical manufacturer in the United Kingdom, is committing to offer Americans major discounts on their vast catalog of prescription drugs, one of the great companies, by the way, and a most favored nation's pricing clause. So most favored nation is you're going to pay whatever the lowest price anywhere in the world is. That's what you're going to be paying.
Nice.
I could go for that. That's a good deal.
Price match.
All right, we are still at
drug prices, peace in Israel. Oh, let's see.
That 1 minute is still in the lead for crude oil right now. We still got about 90 seconds, just over a minute, until crude oil officially opens. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude. Ding, ding, ding. 1 minute away. And the 1 minute opening range breakout is in the lead by about 2%. 180 votes recorded so far. You got one more minute. You're real tight.
I don't think we never see it this close, right? Votes are still coming in here. 189 votes. 1 minute taking the lead. Again, crude oil. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, why that poll is up in the chat. Crude oil opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central. We will be taking the 1 minute or 5 minute opening range trade, depending on how the chat votes. Long above the high, short below the low. 30 seconds here to get your votes in. 200 votes now. 1 minute is in the lead, JD.
Running away with it.
15 seconds here. I think it's going to do it.
We're taking the 1 minute.
And close the polls.
Close the poll. 1 minute it is. Crude oil is open for business.
All right. Let's do it.
Let's take a look. We'll wait until we get triggered into this trade. We'll take a look at the crude oil charts. 242 votes. It actually just went 50-50, but we closed the poll before that. That was probably the tightest vote we've seen in this poll since we started doing it. Crude oil right now trading 59.36. 72% short tilt in crude. Got 30 seconds into this 1 minute opening range here. I got a low of 59.33, a high of 59.41. Pretty tight opening range on this 1 minute.
Off by a tick on the low, 59.32 low in the micro. So I'll put our stop to enter below that. I'll put our stop to enter 59.30 on the micro.
All right.
And I'm playing with 3 lots. High 59.41. Stop to enter 59.43. And we just got in 59.43. Did the mini trigger a short, guys? Or the mini?
Nope. Yes. Yeah, mini's just triggered along.
Okay, cool. So house count long 3 micro crude from 59.43. We're going to take not a lot of risk on this trade. 59.09 CYA, and that'll give us about $100 worth of risk on this trade.
All right.
Thank you for that, JD. I see some comments in the chat. We are going to get to the NASDAQ charts in just a minute here. We do got some headlines. OpenAI and Broadcom plan custom data center chips for 2026. So more investment into AI. Broadcom and OpenAI plan custom data center chips for 2026. So if you're looking at that spike in the NASDAQ, that's what that was. Also, Apple to start iPhone Air pre-order in China October 17th. So that is what we were seeing in the NASDAQ. We're going to go over these crude oil charts real quick. And house count is long on this opening range breakout trade. Coach Vince, let's run through crude. On the daily, what I'm seeing is some sell pressure, some real sell pressure here. We started to extend that range to the downside. Crude has been in a range for about 3 months, maybe a little bit longer than that. But we're starting to extend it to the downside. We hear fundamentally, the president looking for crude oil prices below $55. Supply increases. We're just seeing some heavy selling coming into this market right now. On the daily, what I'm looking at, Friday's range, pretty nice range here, 58.20s at the low, 61.67 up at the highs in crude oil. And right now, again, these 50% levels continue to offer some opportunity. That's right around $60 is the near the high of the range so far for today. If we are looking to the downside, there is a ton of room down here in crude if we do really get to start selling. I'm looking at $56 as the initial, what I'd be looking at as support. But then below that, we're talking about, we did trade in that $50 range earlier this year with this contract rollover. Crude is in rollover right now. Feels like crude is always in rollover. But what are you seeing on the daily in crude, Coach Vince?
On the daily, it was an interesting Friday, Coach Jay. We had a build of 52,500 contracts in open interest to the downside. Massive amount of shorts coming into this market. All right. New shorts coming into the market. We had a $2.61 move Friday, pushed through that $60 barrel level. And, I would like to see it sustain below that. However, we are up against some support zones, right? Crude oil's been in a range for 2.5 years, almost 3 years here, in between this $52, say, and, $78, $80 a barrel. So we've just been sitting in there. And, we're going to have to find our way here. But a lot of money came into the short side on Friday. So the 4 days prior to that, we had increasing volume in crude oil, and we had reductions in open interest for 4 days, right? So we lost about 25,000 in open interest from October 6th through the 9th, right? But then we added 52,000. So a lot of those shorts, they came out of the market, then they re-entered the market, and they drove this market down. And, but there's been a lot of building of crude oil shorts over the past month, about a month or so. So we had a massive amount of build in open interest around the $62 a barrel level. And then a lot more came in at this $58 barrel. Now it's new money coming in. So we're going to have to see, if those guys got what they wanted and they liquidate, right, we could get a nice reversal trade. But, does this mean like they want to push the market lower, right? So we're going to have to see. And only time will tell. So we don't know what's going to happen, but a lot of money is coming and pushing this market down. So
absolutely. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart, we are under that 200 moving average on the 30-minute. That's all the way up at 61.38 currently. Take a look at overnight inventory. Pretty much flat right now. The first 30-minute opening range from last night, 58.90, 59 evens at the low. At the high, we got 59.83. So far, we got about $1.20 range in crude oil. Right now, we're sitting right in the middle of that range. VWAP above price right now, 59.70s. We did have that huge sell-off on Friday. Again, we're trading, we kind of rejected right at 50% of that range. It's a market that's under some heavy sell pressure. You just heard Coach Vince say there are some new shorts coming into this market. Right now, crude did open up with a gap, kind of like everything opened with a gap. So crude is showing us that it's up about 1% right now. But I'm curious, where is settlement in crude oil here? 58.90 was settle. So we would trade back into that gap if we were to get down to settlement here. What are you seeing? Anything interesting on this 30-minute chart, Coach Vince?
On the 30, so boy, I'll tell you, Friday, there was a beautiful failed upside auction. If you look at the initial balance on Friday, we took out the initial balance high. We checked a volume point of control sitting at 60.48. And at that point, the market returned back into range and just sold off. Now, a couple things here, Coach A. We do have a gap from Thursday to Friday, which, it's unfilled gap. We have a naked point of control sitting at 60.60. However, we do have that failed upside auction, which is going to be, for me, it's going to be a resistance zone. So if we get up around the 60.30 level, I'm probably going to look to short it, and see if that whole gap area and that excess tail can hold the short side. We do have a week low printed at 58.70. Markets tend to not like to leave weak lows. Doesn't mean it's going to be taken out today. Doesn't mean, but eventually we are going to go and check that weak low at 58.70 and take it out. I don't know when, but it will happen at some point. 58.97 is a point of control from yesterday. We have volume point of control sitting at 58.92, and we have the initial balance low sitting at around 59.57. We're trading just below the initial balance low from Friday. Overnight high is 60.17. Are we going to go and check the overnight high? Potentially. But as long as we stay below this 59.60 level, I think I'm leaning on the short side to try to take out this weak low at 58.70s. 58.71, 58.70. Take that out. Trying to think here. There's not much for me to look at on the left unless I go back on a longer time frame. So let me look at the daily again here. Like you said, this $58 level is probably going to be a little bit of support there. 56 to 58, we might find some buyers come back in here. There might be some support sitting around there. But we'll see. I mean, ultimately, I would like to see us take out the week low from Friday at 58.70.
Got you. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince.
We do have a 61.25 would be the upside target to fill the gap from Thursday to Friday.
Nice. 61.25. We have the house count long right now, 59.43s. JD, before we get into the NASDAQ charts, I think we got some more news. And JD, your call on gold, man. JD, you say it all the time. Trust your gut. We got gold making new all-time highs. And next time, anytime JD says anything, I'm just agreeing with it from here on out. You heard it here first, chat. JD says it. I agree. Just do it, JD.
Do it.
Even a broken clock's right a couple times a day, right? Twice a day, as they say. All right.
Yeah, and if you're wrong, JD, I'll be wrong with you.
Appreciate it, guys. All right, what's going on in the news? SpaceX, possible new launch for SpaceX Starship rocket test flight today. Another flight test for the SpaceX Starship could launch as soon as this evening. If conditions are good, the launch window will open at 6:15 p.m. Central Time. This is the 11th flight test of the Super Heavy booster that includes flight experiments, stress testing its heat shield, and demonstrating maneuvers on the final approach. The booster will launch with 24 Raptor engines, and different engine configurations will be tested in various phases of the flight. Starship is the largest rocket system ever constructed. But parts of the vehicle have failed dramatically in 6 of its 10 last flights so far. So tonight could be a key experiment with the launch of these rockets. That's an impressive picture right there. To the moon. Nice. He put the rocket ship up. I love it, Jay.
Yep. We got gold making new all-time highs again. 4107.20, new all-time high in gold. 61%, 63% long till now in gold here. Again, all of the metals. I'm looking at this quote board. Silver, the top three on the quote board right now: silver, copper, platinum. We go top five, micro Ethereum, and then gold. Those are our top five on the quote board right now. But we know we got to give the people what they want. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ chart on the daily to start here. We had that major
sell NASDAQ after gold is making such a move, huh? Come on.
Creatures of habit, Vince. Creatures of habit, right? You know, you cannot convince a NASDAQ trader to trade anything else. And that is what the people like. We had that 1,200 point move, 1,200 point move in the NASDAQ on Friday, of course, on the escalation of the trade war between the US and China. And maybe we're seeing as quickly a de-escalation of that. We talked about that already in the S&P. Again, that range on Friday, we had a high 25,388, a low of 24,158. Biggest move we've seen in the NASDAQ since April. And we're trading right back above 50% of it as well. 50%, 24,772. Everything we talk about here is a zone. We're trading right at that daily 20 moving average, Coach Vince, 24,860. We did trade down to the 50 moving average for the first time in a long time on Friday. That's all the way down at 24,287. What are you seeing here on the daily chart, Coach Vince?
On the daily, again, we had a NASDAQ took out 16 trading days to the upside in one day. Right. So we were trading bullish for over 2 weeks, and one day wiped out the entire 2 weeks of trading. And now we're sitting right back in the middle of the daily bar from Friday. So, you know, a lot of whipsaw action. People got long, you know, got smoked, then they got short on the bar going down, and now they're right back in the middle. So everybody's kind of, not everybody, but a lot of people are getting that whipsaw action going on, you know, trying to chase the market up and down. That's why you got to remain patient, right? These markets are masters of seduction. They try to get us to trade. That's their job, right? The market's job is to facilitate trade. But this bar here, you know, we came and tested this high from back on August 13th, right? So we had like a swing high on the daily. If you look at the swing high on the daily on August 13th, Coach A, and then it had a nice little pullback, and then it had like a bull flag breakout after that point. So this market did come down. We tested the high of August 13th, and you know, we kind of closed inside of it, but we immediately rejected it on the overnight. We opened up, I guess, with, you know, we opened up pretty bullish here off the Globex.
Yeah, we did.
So we're going to see. Today's going to be an interesting trading day here.
Absolutely. Looking at the daily ATR in the NASDAQ before Friday, it was at 274 points. Of course, when you have a 1,200 point range day, that is going to increase your daily ATR. So right now it's at 372 points. We are not even anywhere near where we were, you know, March, April, where that daily ATR got up to 881 points. But definitely some increased volatility here. So, you know, the same position size that you were trading with before Friday, you know, may be a little bit more volatile for your accounts if we see that daily ATR hold here. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, we are under that 200 moving average on the 30-minute. That's all the way up at 25,125, sitting right above 50% of the sell-off from yesterday, trading 24,851 right now. What I would be looking at here is initially we had the sell-off, the initial sell-off candle, right? Hey, you know, we are basically increasing the trade war with China. 50% of that candle is sitting right at 25,000. So how I'm looking at today is we have the gap up. You know, we had the Globex open gap up. If I attach a VWAP to that, VWAP is starting to, this volume is starting to accept price back inside of this range, right? 24,805 is that low. We know there's going to be a ton of volume that comes in for the New York session. If that volume continues to the upside, 25,000 is going to be the target. We're 150 points away. And if we know the NASDAQ, that could happen in 3 minutes if it wanted to. You know, with us, you know, the scary news that we had kind of being not so scary now. I'm looking for opportunities to maybe buy this market again. This is a buy the dip market. We bought the major dip off of that news. Pretty much the low tick of the day is the opening print, and we didn't trade any lower than that. So we talked about it, Coach Vince. You have what was the open interest you had in the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ, I have, we lost about 2,300 in open interest. So not a huge amount of open interest being lost, but we did almost double the volume on Friday from Thursday. So Thursday's volume was sitting about 501,000. We had 936,000 in volume on Friday, so almost doubled the amount of volume coming into the market.
Gotcha.
A reduction of about 2,300. Is that what you have on yours?
Yep. Yeah, about the same, about 2,300. So maybe some long liquidation, not attracting new shorts into this market. Gotcha. What are you seeing on this 30-minute chart, Coach Vince?
On the 30, we have a triple distribution trend day. Similar situation here. We had, the initial bounce low was around 25,294-ish, call it. And boy, what range extension you got there. If you guys short that initial bounce breakout, you got paid. We took out 16 trading days of 16 trading days here, and we have value high sitting at 24,972. All right, so we have 24,972 is value high. 25,000 is about the 50% pullback on the candle on the daily. There's single prints sitting from 906 up to 25,126. Excuse me. So, we have a huge excess tail up there. And then we have another excess tail above that from 294 to 25,195. So those are going to be the gap and balance areas on this trend day that we had on Friday. But overnight high sitting at 24,945.75. Overnight low 24,542. We have a late spike sitting at 24,512. So we have rejected the base of the late spike so far. Okay, so if we get anywhere near that level, I'm using the bottom of that candle there, Coach Jay. So if you look at a 30-minute bar, you'll see we have excess at the low, right? So up against that 24,512 area, if we cannot accept below it, I'm probably going to look for longs. All right, so I'm using that as a rejection of the base of the late spike at the moment. And the intraday low is, the overnight low is 24,542. So sometimes we can come down and sweep that overnight low, maybe test that zone. Maybe I'm going to take a long down there. So I'm not sure yet. We're going to have to see how this market opens and trades. But there's a potential for repair today as well. So we have a potential repair zone from 24,676 up to 25,340. So if we have an inside day today, because we had a really big downside move yet on Friday, there is potential for repair day, which will put this market trading in a range of 25,337 to about 24,685. So we may just hang out in that range and repair that, because it was a very emotional move there. So we're going to see what happens.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. Before we get into fast markets, just quote some prices real quick here. 24,858 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold did just make another all-time high, trading 4106.20 right now. S&P 6678.50, and crude oil trading 59.60. House account is long micro crude oil from 59.43. JD, I see the team filling in, getting in their seats. Let's go through the schedule. Who do we got trading on TopstepTV with us today, JD?
We got a jam-packed day for you guys here on TopstepTV. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, and Coach Dakota will be joined by Muhammad. The four of them are going to trade it up for a couple of hours. Then Jack and I will be coming back for the morning recap at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll recap the trades that we took here in the opening call and the trades that we took in Fast Markets. So if you think you missed anything, you didn't, because we're going to go over everything again just a little bit later. 11:15, Trade with Topstep. We got Coach Jay coming in with Dan S. and Dolby time. Jack and Ben will be here for the shoulder tap at 12 o'clock Central Time. Jack and Ben, risk manager men, they're going to roast and toast a couple traders, and we'll see what's going on with some of our live funded traders then too. Group coaching, 12:15. I will be here with Coach Vince. Coach Vince is coming back, and Coach Hoop. A couple of Topstep VIP coaches coming back for group coaching. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while, so if you have a question for one of the three of us, Just grab that form, fill it out, and we will do our best to get to your question today. At 1 o'clock, we got another trade with Topstep. I'm going to be joined by Aaron E. and Jack at 1 o'clock. We're going to be talking more markets and trading more markets. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Muhammad, and Dolby Time. Plenty of Tradertainment coming your way right here, TopstepTV. Let's get it. One last thing, just to remind everybody, Topstep Daily Levels indicator on Topstep platform is not currently visible. Once it's back up and running, we will let you know. You will be the first to know once it is back up and running. Thanks for your patience.
Stuff. Thank you for that, JD. And if you need those levels, you can put them on manually. They are pinned to the top of the chat. We have them up there. We got a couple minutes before we get into fast markets. Coach Vince, always great being on here with you. Any other markets that you're looking at? Anything that catches your attention, or do we have enough to look at with gold and the equities kind of moving here? What are you going to be looking at trading today?
I'm looking at this gold right now. I mean, I would like to see it pull back here to about 4,100, maybe a little below it, maybe try to capture an attempt for a long. You know, we're kind of trading in this channel right now, so I might try to play the channel until it breaks. We're going to see how that works out. And then I'm excited to see how these equities open, but I'm going to remain patient. But these late spike levels are something I'm definitely have my eyes on today. So we're going to see if we start to trade anywhere around those areas.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. VIP Coach Vince, how's your VIP team going? How's your VIP team doing right now?
Pretty good, actually. Some of them are doing well. Some of them, you know, have some setbacks, and a couple of them taking a little bit of a break. I think people got a little excited, you know, and these markets, they can creep up on you, right? If you're not really protecting yourself, you know, these markets are volatile. You know, for the new traders, this is normal for them, right? But if you've been trading for 10, 20 years and you've experienced some of these markets, you know, $120 moving gold, I mean, that would take like months, you know, so,
right.
You know, and it's happening in 2 hours. So just be very careful out there, protect your risk. I did have a VIP reach out to me from last season. He just took a $2,500 payout. So congratulations, Len. Great work, man. Proud of you.
Good stuff. Shout out to Coach Vince's VIP team. JD, we are going to see you on air a little bit later. Are we ready? You got a thumbs up? Not yet. We're not ready yet. But like Coach Vince said, and to quote the Woo, protect your neck, kid. Protect your neck out here. These markets, these markets can get very volatile. And seriously, right? You know, we talk about it every day. We're here. We understand that there's risk in the markets. But you know, if we identify where we can execute trades and measure that risk, we're going to hear Coach Dakota coming on in a little bit here, talking about scaling down, trading smaller size with wider stops. There is a way to navigate volatile markets, but you do got to be careful, right? If we're over leveraging, you could get the trade wrong. How many times have we? And I think we've all done this on screen, right? You get the trade right, but you're over leveraged, so you don't get to take a part of the move. So traders, just this week, just be aware of that. If you're over leveraged, if you're sweating, if you're leaning in to your monitor, trying to catch every tick of the market, slow it down a little bit. Slow it down, scale it down, scale it back a little, and maybe you get to see your trades play out. Speaking of trades playing out, we got a crude oil long in the house, about 20 ticks in the profit right now, 59.63 last trade over there, 53% short in crude, 61% long in the S&P. Let's take a look at and gold continuing to make all-time highs.
41.30 is my target on the long.
I want to ask a question to the chat real quick. Just put a number in the chat, or actually I'll give an over-under. Over-under of 5 today. How many times are we going to hear Andre say gold not done? Over under of 5. Give me your overs or your unders. We'll see if we can get that on Poly Market. 41.10 last trade. A new all-time high in gold, 41.10. Over under of 5 for Andre saying gold not done today, because it is not done. Continuing to rally here. Coach Dakota's betting the over. Slash is as well. And we got fast markets coming up right now. I see Coach Dakota in the green room. Got Andre there as well. Let's get into fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn the machines back on. Turn the Well.
Ooh.
What is happening, Dakota? Just you and me. Let's get
Just
right
us.
into it. We got the base. Saw you on slow markets yesterday.
Just-
trading that old man, new all-time highs, Dakota, in gold. It's like, I don't know if we've ever done.
Yeah, I mean,
you and me before.
What have you been saying? Gold's what? Gold's on the run, or
Gold's
what?
not done. Gold's not done yet. Gold's not done.
Okay.
Yeah, new all-time highs, Dakota, 41.12.
The chat knows he was not sitting in the chair when Coach Jay made that bet, so he has no idea what we're talking about.
Gold's
we have
not
an over and
done?
under. Yeah, we have an over under right there. I chose the over. How many times are you going to say that? We're at 5 already. We're at 5 already.
You baited me into that. I see what you did there. You baited me into that. Okay. Actually did know.
See how easy it can be manipulated, this poly market deal. You see that yeah. But how about these markets? We had that huge sell-off on Friday.
Yes,
little message over the weekend says everything's fine. We are pumping now in this market. Lots of volatility. The VIX is still above 20. We're seeing volatility. Gold's just continuing to pump all-time highs. It was by the dip. We have Broadcom up over 10%. NASDAQ, almost 2% sitting here at these 24,800s. Yep. And very difficult situation right now just because we are so I don't want to say oversold, but this is one heck of a move today. So I'd like to see the open, let things shake out for a few minutes, and then look for opportunities.
Well, yes, absolutely. Lo and behold, we gapped up. We gapped up yesterday on the reopen. Thoughts on that? Does the gap need to be filled, Dakota? Does it need to be filled today?
You'd think so, man. But if it gaps down, I'm going to say yes. Because gold, markets tend to make all-time highs, and so every gap that's been made to the downside typically has been filled. But when we gap up, like we've seen today, not necessarily. There's been some gaps throughout my trading career that you just think they'll get filled, and we just keep going up and up and up. I think we have some back from April that's never been filled. This one, it's a big one. It's over 350 points. So if we do get down there, then of course I'm going to pay attention to that gap. You can see where it's pretty big. This gap from 180s all the way up to 450s. Like that's a big gap. So if this market does get down here towards it, then it's going to be on the back of my mind. Like there's a trade there for sure, but we need to get down there first. Until then, we just trade what's in front of us.
Yes, and gap for the ES S&Ps I have at 65.40 on the reopen, open around 66.32. It's about a 90-point gap there. I like what you're thinking though, Dakota. If we start pushing lower, that we may go fill that gap. But yes, gold. Yes, you got me again. New all-time highs, 41.12. Absolutely incredible bull run, the start of 2025. So we got about 60 seconds till the open here. Dakota, saw if you got 500 likes yesterday, so Marcus, you showed the calendar. You showed your calendar. We'll see if we can do it again today. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices before the New York bell rings. We got NASDAQ trading 24,830. ES trading 66.71. Crude trading 59.62. House account is long 3 micro crude from 59.43. You got the YM selling off a little bit here. Pre-bell 46,038. We got a lot of earnings this week. We got the China trade talks. Deal on, deal off, Dakota. You never know what's going to happen. Head on a swivel here. You're going to be looking at the NASDAQ, looking at the gold, or a little bit of both today, Dakota. We got 15 seconds till the open.
A little bit of both. We have volatility in these markets. Let's see. Everything that's coming out, I just hear volatility. Government's still shut down, and
that's right.
Let's watch and see how this market is. Here's open.
All right, and we are open. Let's have a week again. Keep an eye out for any headlines here. House account is long 3 micro crude, and gold continues to increase in value. Perception of value of gold continues to go higher here. We got what was the over under, Dakota? What was it?
5. We already got there, man. We already hit it.
Yeah, but that was like you played me. You played me on that one. Well done.
I did. Hey, that's poly market for you, right? Like if you're depending on something like that, it's easy to get your way.
Okay. Well, I see what you did there. When JD's ready, JD, come on in. Star of opening call. There he is. What's up, JD? Good to see you on Fast Markets. Were you aware of this bet? Why didn't anyone tell me about this bet before we went on air?
It happened right at the end of the opening call. Coach Jay, with just a couple seconds left before we transition into Fast Markets, he said, "What is the over/under on Andre?" Saying gold ain't done yet. He put it at 5. They said, "Take the over." The only day for taking the under is on Sunday. Every day, every other day is taking the over.
Yeah, well, it's basically that just means gold's making new all-time highs. I absolutely love it. All right, JD, you got the keys to the house account. We are long 3 micro crude. Again from 59.43 last trade, 59.54. Dakota, any prices of interest in the Nasdaq? Pretty muted open so far. 24,842 last trade. You got your eyes on any prices here in the Nasdaq, Mr. Dakota?
Not really. I mean, there's a big level is going to be these 730s, 740s. This is major resistance when we first opened, and now it became major support here in the pre-market. So it'd be interesting if we go down and test that. I mean, seems like a 100-point sell-off to get down there, but we could get there like a minute. Like we're seeing some major volatility in these markets. Other than that, I mean, overnight high, overnight low, and just let this market show us what it wants to do. On the other end, maybe paying a little more attention to gold this morning, just because we're seeing that volatility. We did come up, we tapped all-time highs to start the open, and now we're starting to sell off. So if anything, I'm a little bit more bearish on gold on the short term, because gold's up 2.5%. We just ticked all-time highs. So looking for that pullback here in the gold, which, I mean, we're starting to see it now. I mean, that's
right now.
We've seen it. I've seen it do it a couple times, right? We tick all-time highs and then we just sell off during the New York session, which this might be the case. Like that might be the case right now. We just nailed all-time highs to start the open and sell off.
Yep. JD, thoughts on the gap? We gapped up on the reopen yesterday. Do all gaps need to be filled? Obviously, the answer is no, they don't. But at what point, as we approach that, do you say, all right, we're going to do the gap fill play? Gap rules are in play, as Hogue would say. What are your thoughts there, JD? Huge gap open.
Yeah, obviously, you want to see it happen in a timely fashion during regular trading hours. So in the next hour, if you want to put an actual time on it. But it's quite a deep move, you know. We got to go all the way back down to 66.06 to fill that gap. We're trading 66.76 now. You know, that's a whole 75, called 70 points from here. So it's a bit of a stretch. It's
okay. You got 66.06.
There you have
gap
it,
fill?
Dakota. 66.06 in the ES. That's your gap fill. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Okay.
I am short gold from 105. 105.
All right.
Yep. I'm looking for a move back down to 090s. 090s.
From 05 Dakota 41.05. Short how many?
Correct. 5 micros.
5
micros. Small size, wide stops. Looking for a pushback to these 4,000 090s.
Okay. A JD opening call, no house or no opening range trade in gold. Did it just not
no trade in gold?
We saw. We
had a little platform hiccup. There was an issue executing trades on the platform, so I reached out to the risk guys and got that straightened out real quick. It was good no trade though. It would have come back and tagged our stop before taking off to new highs again. So it was a case of our stop was a better entry. We didn't take that trade though, so no harm, no foul on gold this morning. We're still sitting on this crude trade though.
Well, what are we looking for upside in? Okay, Nasdaq selling off here a little bit. What are we looking for in terms of upside target in crude? JD, I thought you hated crude. Look at you back.
Back. I despise this market. Absolutely despise crude oil. It has done nothing, no good for us at all so far this month. These opening range breakout trades just have not been paying in crude oil. Let's take a look at our track record so far this month in crude.
Hello, more selling Nasdaq. Yep.
Down just on the crude oil side, we're down $713 on opening range breakout trades. That's trading micros. Very, very low risk on these trades. We've taken a total of 8 trades so far this month in crude, down $700.
Okay.
Just a reminder, folks, if you want the Top Step daily levels, they are pinned to the top of the chat right now. Once we get the indicator back up on Top Step X, we'll let you know.
UJD.
Man,
A little selling here in the ES. ES selling off just a bit. NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ session lows there, 24,727 prints. NASDAQ seeing, or ES seeing some selling as well, 66.64. A little downside pressure in gold as well, 41.04. You got a 70% short tilt on the NASDAQ right now. We might see some more pressure to the downside. Let's take a look at the calendar really quick. Again, this is big earnings week. Banks, you typically kick off earnings season. Same this time around. We have a speaker
tomorrow.
Paulson. Yeah, it really gets going tomorrow. Paulson?
Yeah, Paulson at 11:55. We're supposed to get a OPEC monthly report. I don't think that came out, though. I don't see any follow-up on that. That's according to the juice.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I don't see that on my other calendars.
Henry Paulson for
but today is a holiday, you know. Bond markets are closed, banks are closed, schools are closed, I believe. But the stock market is open, so we might have limited participation today, depending on what everybody's doing.
We had this day off, JD, when we were in the bonds. We had this day off.
We sure did. We sure did.
Your top step
day,
it was a very
after
special
a day
day.
like Friday. I'm happy we're here. I'm happy we're here in this volatility.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So speaking of bonds, I guess we got I'll give you the rate anyways. On the 10-year, 4.03%. 4.03%. Take a look at Fed Watch. We have a FOMC meeting October 29th. My goodness, that's in 16 days. We have a 97% probability of a 25 basis point rate cut. We have another FOMC meeting December 10th, 6 weeks after that, looking at a 90% probability of an additional 25 basis point rate cut. And keep an eye on that. We saw some buying step in here in the Dow. Dow turned right back around. ES, same story. We did bottom out in the ES around 66.64. Right back up to 66.74. About a point beneath overnight VWAP. That ladder, look at the ladder in the NASDAQ. Very, very thin. Slippage will be real. I assure you that. ES on the reopen yesterday, also very, very, look at very thin as well today. Look at the ES ladder, about 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask. Careful out there. Micros wouldn't be the worst idea.
No.
Starting to take a little heat on this crude oil trade right now. Sort of megaphoning at the moment. Just expanding the range on the 5 minute.
We got last price.
Last trade, 29 or 59.31 last trade. CYA 59.18. Only $75 of the risk on this trade. So just a paper cut if we get stopped out, but I don't want to see that happen.
It's gold hanging.
Crude oil's been tough, man.
Yeah, hanging out beneath $60. Overnight high 60.17. I'm currently trading 59.32, closing on overnight lows, about 4 cents off those overnight lows. 59.30 would be that price. NASDAQ caught about a 25-point bounce off the 724s. Really trading 756, 24,756. So we got more sun about to come in here about 10 minutes into this New York session. It's pretty quiet on the calendar in terms of speakers. Again, I do believe the president is in the Middle East. Expect to hear some comments from there. Obviously, gold, oil, crude, very sensitive to headlines from that region of the world. Again, yesterday or on Friday, JD, we had a huge sell-off. We're talking about 1,000-point range in the NASDAQ, probably about 250-point range in the ES, essentially closing on the lows, JD. The last 10 minutes, do you remember what happened there in the last 10 minutes in the ES? Just a complete, absolute meltdown.
It was all over a brain fart, too. They walked the entire thing back over the weekend. They just scared everybody. They wiped out 22 days worth of profits in the S&P 500 in a single move, all because of a tweet that was later walked back. 22 days worth of profits disappeared in the blink of an eye. Trump came out on True Social threatening 100% tariffs on China goods, and then Saturday said, "Oh, sorry, it was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry."
We've seen it in April, man. We've seen it in April. Remember, 2% just was intraday, right? 2% up, 2% down. There's one day from low to high, it was 15% in the NASDAQ. And so, like, I don't think we're done.
15, 16, 17,000 handles same day.
Yeah, it was insane. So I think all eyes are on what's going to happen with that storyline, where I don't think we're done hearing the end of it. The battle between the tariffs.
No.
And so there's still going to be some fear in this market. That's going to overshadow a lot going forward.
Over the weekend, I was thinking about why did this one actually get the market's attention as opposed to all the previous threats, negotiation tactics? Why was this one the one that really caught the market? I know we were trading around all-time highs, maybe some profit taking around all-time highs. Selling starts selling and kind of snowballs from there. This one really just took on a life of its own. JD, this one got the algo's attention. This one had me scratching my head over the weekend.
I don't know. Paulie's Penny in the chat says he gave everyone a gift to buy lower and cheaper. That's not what we're seeing in the open interest in the S&P today. We saw shorts loading into this market. Now we got a whole bunch of trap shorts below. Also, raise your hand in the chat if you had some long-term equity investment positions that got wiped out on that blowout move.
Just gonna say
on Friday. I'm sure that happened. I'm sure a lot of stops got stung. In the stock market.
Out.
It was just a brutal move. Yeah. I wouldn't say wiped out, but people got hurt. No doubt about it.
Yeah, a lot of people learned about leverage Friday.
Oh, I'm sure the phones were busy. I'm sure the phones were very, very busy. Those credit calls. Here it is. Real John Ross trades to sell off before the Santa rally. We will be begging for this price in November. The Santa Claus rally. Yes. I'm still not sure exactly when the Santa Claus rally is the official start. JD, when is the Santa Claus rally? I've heard it's the week after Christmas. I've also heard it's like the entire month of December. It's the Santa Claus rally.
If I'm not mistaken, I haven't read the Stock Traders Almanac in a couple years. That's where the term was initially coined. Yale Hirsch coined the term the Santa rally back in the 60s when he first started publishing the Stock Traders Almanac. But I believe it is the 5 days leading up to Christmas and the 3 days following the Christmas holiday. Trading days. Those 8 trading days.
I still think we need a deeper pullback. I think we need a deeper pullback for that.
Santa Claus rally?
Yeah. I mean, we're not too far from all-time highs here. I mean, gold's at all-time highs. I mean, I'm still in this gold short, and I like it. We were failing to break higher, and we're catching momentum. My targets are going to be these 40.90s. I'll start to take some profits down there in these 90s.
We're starting to sell off a little bit in gold.
Yeah, we're still taking heat on this crude trade.
I know what's up.
59.29 last trade in crude. We're taking a little bit of heat. Again, only $75 worth of total risk on this trade.
New lows crude. Here we go. Bounce back in the NASDAQ. 24,805. Call it. Bottom out at 75 points lower. Bottom out at 24,724. Last trade, 800s. Tilt went flat 50-50.
Man, this volatility is just
crude,
insane.
man. Crude.
Volatility is still nuts here in gold. Like, we're seeing some big moves. And as a trader, I want to make sure I get this point clear. I don't want to say it could trick you, right? Where we get used to volatility like we did back in April. The candlesticks are still the same sizes, right? Like the candlesticks, the size, the scaling, like the X and Y scale on the charts, it might look the same, but it's not, right? I'm looking at this, and typically this would be like half the size of the move. But since we're seeing that volatility, the charts and the candlesticks, they adjust to the volatility, the Y scale. So we just need to be aware of that as traders so we don't get caught with a big surprise where it's like, man, this is my stop loss above this pivot. Usually it's like only 50 ticks here on gold based off the size. But because we're seeing that high volatility, it's a bigger move. Does that make sense to you guys, JD? And
on the charts?
Andre?
Well, yeah, they're all going to look relatively the same based on the scale, yes. But you got to look at that y-axis. Y-axis, see what the intervals are between prices to really get an idea. That's why I get caught sometimes over-exaggerating moves because I have to keep in perspective what the scale is. Honest to God, that's sometimes why I catch myself. Like right there, you just heard me say damn. You just heard me say damn because I saw that candle. Buyers were trying to walk that thing up there in the NASDAQ, and they walked it up to, call it 24,815. Sellers smoked about down like 30 points or so. And I said, damn, because I just saw that quick reaction. And look at the scale, says, Andre, it's only 30 points. But yes, great point, Dakota. We saw the same.
It catches me, man. It catches me off guard sometimes. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's not too bad of a move. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, that's actually huge. Yeah, that's a big move.
I got caught there.
We're about 5 ticks from our CYA here in crude. We just got a little bit of a pop. A bit of a reprieve. We're 10 ticks away now.
We need it, JD.
I hate,
Come on, find that.
I hate trading this market.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you go back to
so aggravating.
Why?
It'll run both sides of the opening range.
It's wild. It's
the MO of this market is to run both sides of the opening range 3 times before it makes its move, right? So it'll megaphone for the first hour of regular trading hours and then make its move. So no matter what you're trying to do, it's wiping out both sides. It's running buy stops, running sell stops, and it'll do that 2 or 3 times before it actually picks a direction.
Why don't you trade it then?
Yeah.
Because every once in a while, you get that heater right off the open. And that heater will usually cover. That heater will usually put you back in a profit on those opening range breakout trades.
Got it. Makes sense.
Got my eye on the ES here, 66.75. They tried walking it up to these prices about 3 minutes ago. Sellers did step back in, see if that's the same case this time around. Watching the NASDAQ, 24,815. Got up here. Sellers did smack it down lower. Down about 30, 35 points. Downside gold. Found some buyers, Dakota. My goodness. 41.09.
It's insane moves. But as long as we're still below these all-time highs, I'm okay. I'm okay. My stop loss is like 115. I'm watching it closely. I always okay with getting out and then back in. And I could be wrong. We've tried 3 times to break down below to these 90s, and we failed. And this market is just very strong, and even for being up to almost 3% here in gold. So we'll see.
How you feeling about this short in the NASDAQ right now? You still in it? Yes, you are. I see it.
Oh, you short NASDAQ?
I'm not. I'm short gold.
What are you short right now? Okay. You're short gold. Gold.
Short gold, yeah. Yeah, JD.
Either one, JD.
We got to whisper that one quietly. So no one hears.
The buyers, John Ross there in the chat, saying bull trap on ES. Yep. Little pop there, and the seller was met with some selling. We might be seeing that same play out right now. Not as aggressive this time around. And I almost said it there, Jay. Gold is $1.50 away from new all-time highs.
NASDAQ looks pretty
ticking up there right now.
Pretty choppy. Yep. Yeah, pretty choppy since the open.
Yeah, same with the ES. S&P is barcoding right now. Looking for direction. Again, probably a big lack of participation in the markets today due to the holiday. But we could just see the bots sort of cannibalizing each other.
It was did
throughout the trading session.
Hey, JD, question about the gap fill. I like that you put a time, obviously not to the minute, but you want to see that in the first hour and a half, 2 hours into just there's the seller scheme right there, Ross.
Yeah.
On
at least want to see it make an attempt.
Yeah. Sure.
Within a certain amount of time, you want to see it at least try and make an attempt, and then maybe you get some follow through. It just doesn't look like it's going to happen right now, We're sort of listing sideways. There's quite a large liquidity pool, almost 50 points wide in the ES down below because of that gap. So a gap that wide, you would like to see it come back and sort of take care of any unfinished business in that area.
What do you have, a 6606, JD? Is that the upper end of it? Or is that the fill?
Lower end.
Lower end. Okay,
so I've got lower.
32's upper. What do you got?
upper end, I've got 60.52. This is sort of this liquidity pool I'm looking at between, call it 66.50 to 66.06. It's almost 40 points wide of what Hogue would call or refer to as single prints. So you'd like to see some of those get. You'd like to see some of those. People have business that they want to conduct at those levels, right? Institutional buyers.
Damn.
So filling that gap, it would make sense to go down and trade a little more at those prices. But does it have to happen? Absolutely not.
So 66.50.
NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ and gold. Crude turned around as well. Still hanging in there. New all-time highs, gold, 41.13. Let's trade in the ES 66.83. Overnight high 66.90. Yeah. So once we get down those 53s, let's put up a poll. We'll put up a poll. Will we fill in the gap? It's a hell of a move to the downside. We'll hold off on that. That's going to be a hell of a sell-off.
You see that comment from Deep 4K in the chat has me dying right now. Nice chortle. That is not happening. I never even heard of that dude until like a year ago.
ICT. Oh, you're a student. I love it.
I'm not a student. Nothing he talks about is he doesn't teach anything that hasn't been around for many, many decades. He just puts new names on everything. That's it.
It's pretty slick. Pretty slick with it. New all-time highs, gold.
Gold's pushing. NASDAQ is too.
NASDAQ is pushing. 24,008. Are they going to run out of gas here again? Around out of gas up here at the highs at 66.84. See if we can get
we ran these lows in these 20s and just bounced off that, Andre. Can we go see overnight highs? I mean, either overnight highs, I mean, everything just seems so far off. Like these big moves.
This is... I don't see why we can't. What really changed? Tweet? Yeah, I mean, yeah, 72% long the NASDAQ tilt and the ES tilt as we do push higher here. Let's trade the NASDAQ 24,860.
Crude oil missed our stop by 3 little tickies.
We're in the money now.
And then it ripped.
We're in the money. We're in the money in crude. This is 59.64. Will we go test those $60 evens? Got about 35 cents to go. 35 cents worth of room to the upside. Now 73% long. The NASDAQ tilt.
Fair enough. I don't hate what I was talking about a minute ago, guys. I don't hate the guy. I don't hate anybody. I just don't follow him and I don't listen to him. So anybody that says that I sound like him, you don't know me.
If you don't love it, you hate it. It's you're with us or against us mentality on social and with these traders. It is. You're either with them or against them.
I don't follow him. I don't listen to him. I've never watched a single one of his videos. Yeah, that's all I'll say about it.
Yeah. I've watched a little bit since the past year. And I agree with you, JD.
I have no idea who this individual is.
Neither did the New York Stock Exchange. Jay and I
You don't say. You don't say.
Yeah, no, me and Jay and I would ask around. Nobody
66.84 last trade in the ES. 6 points off those overnight highs. NASDAQ stalling out a little bit around these 850s, 24,850.
We could go right back down to 800 here in the NASDAQ.
Little seller stepped in. Take a look at the ES ladder. Nothing really jumping off. Again, very thin. 20 in the bid, 20 in the S. Take a look at that NASDAQ.
All right.
Very, very thin.
I'm going to join a short NASDAQ from 840.
I like it. How many times there, Dakota?
5 micros. My normal 5 micro size.
840?
Yep. And I'm out of gold. I got out of gold.
Oh, okay.
Minus 140 on that.
Yep. Level off a little bit.
What was your entry price on that trade, Dakota? You mind me asking?
For this, it's
for the gold trade that you got, just 840. All right.
I'll look at gold in just a second, JD.
I'm trying to hold it up a little bit here. 5 micros. I like it.
Yeah, man, these markets are just too strong. Too strong. We're not getting much of a pullback this morning in either of them.
Yeah, it's getting back up to those 85, 66, 84. Did see some selling right around this price about 5 minutes ago. See if that's the case again. 66.85 half last trade. Yes, we got, what do we have overnight? We got up to 67s. How about that? 67.05 overnight highs. Not tilt just yet.
Kind of want to peel off one of these crude contracts.
Do it. Nothing wrong with that. Good trade management there. We were just talking about the megaphone range, high to lows. Let's see if there's anything necessarily wrong with that, JD. Then we'll have 2 on with a better entry price.
I'm working one at 77. Oh, it just traded 77. Where's at 77? No fill. See if we get these.
Oh man, that happened last week too. In gold, we got within like a tick. We got within like a tick and a half of our out. And
yeah, we were working a cover at weekly kickoff high.
Brutal.
Was it? Yeah, weekly kickoff high. Missed this by like 6 ticks and then
brutal.
Fell right out of bed, like $50 within 5 minutes. Yep. I chased it down like $10. I'm like, oh, this no way it's dumping like this all day, you know. I'll catch it on the pullback, and there was no pullback.
Thing is, yeah, you weren't the only one scrambling like that too, and the market knows it, so they just really step on the gas to the downside there. 74% long on the ES tilts as ES trades 66.87.
I'm just going to 10% this. I'm working 71.
Okay. 4,875. They're trying to stay strong in the bid here. 66.89 half. And the ES.
Covered one crude at 71. Took a little risk off the board.
Nice. So, not long 2 now? Yep.
Yeah, long 2. Only risking $50 on this trade now.
Hey, when you shave one for profit, yeah, Dakota, you might get a better price.
Yeah, I'm just going to get out of this. It ain't it, man. This is not it. This is not it this morning. I'm going to wait. Be a little more patient. Minus 500 so far. And just watch. Let's see if we break through and reject these session highs.
All right, we'll write this down for now. We got 79% long tilt in the ES as we trade 66.90. 79% long. That's pretty heavy tilt. As we trade 66.90 in the ES. We'll see where we go from there. Average price of that 79% long is 66.81. So they are in the money. Long tilt. Yes. If you just want to keep pushing this thing higher, so to go to flat.
Correct. Yep, flat. Minus 550.
Maybe continue to push higher here. Hey, JD, when we shave one for profit, still long 2. Obviously, it improves our average price for those longs. Do we manage to stop it all or same price? Or
same price. Risk? Didn't move the stop. Yep. CYA still down at 59.18.
Okay.
Worst case scenario, right now we lose $30 on this trade if it comes all the way back and rounds us. I'll call that a paper cut. And as Hogue would say, we just sold one for the rally. So we got out of one. It. We tricked the market into thinking we're getting short. Let's watch it rip now.
That's tongue in cheek. The market doesn't. It's tongue in cheek. That's just from jaded, just jaded traders that will try anything we can. But yes, I'm with you, JD. ES continue to push higher. Now we have trading 66.94 with that long tilt of 79%. They took it up to 94s now. 94 halves. Right high 67.06. NASDAQ pushing higher here as well.
Looking for those overnight highs. Those overnight highs are like 940s.
Yeah, I got 945 for you, Dakota. Got about 40 points to go there. Dow pushing here. 46,241. Where's Steve and R? Giving you, well, there's Leon in the chat. Why is gold not dumping? All caps, love it. Because central banks just continue to gobble it up at whatever chance they get. 66.96. I don't know. I'm with you, Leon. I'm with you.
Everyone's building positions in gold. Everyone's buying gold.
Just keeps pushing those highs.
Central banks all over the world are buying gold.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I still like shorts Nasdaq to play back down towards the open. I have a hard time seeing this market just keep rallying. I could be completely wrong, but Nasdaq up 2%. It's kind of overextended to me.
Feel it, Dakota. It's gotta be quick. I got the key. Oh, top of the hour. Come and gone. Here we go.
We'll see.
30-minute candle has opened. Yes, might be turning around a little bit. 66.91. I got overnight view up at 74, so about 17 points to the downside.
I'm short the Nasdaq again from 893.
5.
Yeah, I'm going to add to this one, Andre. This is going to be a little bit bigger. I don't mind getting into probably 15.
893. Right.
Yeah.
We're seeing that ES turn around a little bit here. 66.89 last trade. About 8 points. 8 points from highs made on this 5-minute candle. Never quite got up to 6,700 here in this New York session. Got close, but no cigar. 893. 893.
What do you like about this? What makes you think we're topping right now, Dakota? Or is this just a quick in and out?
I'm not seeing the big stocks follow through on this either. All right, I'm going to take profits there at 75. I mean, that's a quick 20 points. Take some profits.
Nice. At 5? Or you shave?
I'm shaving some right here at 75 into these lower 70s. We'll see if I could get 850s next.
Nasdaq turn around. I'm sorry, ES turn around. Now we have a 67% long tilt. We were up to 79%. Or it did turn around there.
Took a couple more off at 67. Nice. I was only able to get into 10 total. I'm still on 6.
Yeah, right back up. Going
right
crude.
Back up.
Crude grinding higher here, 59.84. House accounts just long 2 now. Micro crude from 59.43.
I still like the shorts. Back to the middle of this range.
What price?
Question in the chat: Who made that? Who made that 190 million bucks on Friday? Does anybody know? Did you guys hear this one from Unusual Whales?
Yeah, I saw that.
Interesting story. Very interesting story.
Is that the crypto trade?
The crypto story, yeah. Anonymous crypto account opened half hour before the Trump tweet. Made 190 million bucks. Shorting Bitcoin.
I've seen that where they enter a huge short minutes before the tweet.
Yeah. Minutes before the tweet came up. Made 190 million, then closed the account. Who do you think it was?
Who
Someone
knows?
That knew. Someone that knew. That's 66.92 last trade in the ES, still holding big.
There are a lot of rumors floating around out there that it was Barron Trump. I heard that also, but I don't think there's any way to prove it.
That's insane. It's insane. Doesn't he have someone write those out though too and post it for him?
Write out what? The tweets?
His messages,
his tweets or whatever.
Before, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna close out of that one. I don't mind getting back in.
Okay.
I like the original one, but not so much.
Still in this crude 59.81 last trade.
Looking better.
A little bit.
Holding these 900s, 24,900. Holding in the NASDAQ. Top of the hour has come and gone.
Someone says, why do I like the shorts up here? Well, the NASDAQ is up 2%, but I'm not seeing as much follow through the, what do we call them, the hateful eight. Like Microsoft's up 0.75. Apple's up 0.8. Google's up 2.3. Amazon's up 1.6. Meta's up 1.7. So I'm not seeing as big of a follow through on the majors as I would like to see a bigger 2% move. Other than Broadcom. Broadcom's up 10%.
We'll get another push higher here, JD, and crude 59.84. Looking at about a 60-cent rally in the last 20-25 minutes or so.
All right, I'm back into this.
We may have broken through this megaphone pattern.
Seeing that.
Let's draw a trend line and see.
I'm back in this, Andre, and
all right.
I'll scale in. I want to scale into this if I continue to see weakness. Short 5.
What price?
95.
895. 24,895. That push here lower. Got back to 7.
Short 10 from 94.
Short 10 from 94.
894. Roger that. Just like that. That tilt. They walk back that long tilt real quick in the ES. Now down to 69% long. Short 10 micro. 894. Last trade. 886. 886. Nothing on the calendar still. And that calendar can change. I'll keep you updated if anything does. JD, rumors of CPI coming out this week?
On a couple calendars, they have CPI and PPI scheduled for Friday, but no official date has been set yet. So
okay,
I don't want to quote. I don't want to quote a time or a date without, official confirmation on it.
We still haven't got the main numbers, right? We still no non-farm, none of those numbers. Government's still shut down, and it's been kind of hush-hush on what's going on there.
We got 2 weeks till the next meeting. Last speakers pick up next week. This week,
we get a speech from Powell tomorrow at right around 11:30 Central Time. He might allude to a few things. We saw Goolsby come out after they did not release NFP a couple weeks ago. Goolsby came out and said, "Well, I think it's going to be around this. Maybe we'll get something tomorrow."
I know. Goolsby, like, you want to watch this. Powell speaks tomorrow. JD, 11:30. Said
11:20. I have it on the juice at 11:20.
Cool, awesome.
It's still in a suitcase somewhere.
We will. If that speech is broadcast, come here to TopstepTV. We'll be piping that in, give you real-time breakdown and analysis. Look at all the relevant markets. See if Powell has it. Where's Cook? When's Cook going to speak? We'll hear what she has to say.
I don't see Cook at all this week.
We haven't seen her in a couple of weeks, JD. Maybe a month or so. I know.
She's been keeping quiet, yeah. I wonder if she's being advised.
Yeah.
Is it a court order? Or somebody advising her just to lay low?
Could be a little bit of both, yeah. She's got a job to do, right?
Yeah. Scrolling down the calendar on Financial Juice, they've got core CPI coming out on October 24th. But again, nothing confirmed yet.
Who knows the numbers and just not releasing them? That's my question. Who knows the numbers?
The important people.
Someone
how
at
many
the
people
Bureau of
know
Labor
them?
Statistics, obviously. And I'm sure the president has the numbers.
The Fed.
I'm not sure. I would speculate that
I would
the president
too.
has the numbers.
I think it's reasonable to think that the appropriate individuals and parties know what that number is. It's not like they're sitting there when it gets released at 7:30 a.m. Central and they're just all surprised like we are. There's no way that's happening.
No.
That gets released. Oh, look at that. Better than expected. They know. I mean, I've got a hunch that they're not getting eagerly awaiting by financial juice to see what that number is. Just a hunch. 24,905 last trade.
Any fool can know wants to know, hey, even if you knew the numbers, could you make money off of them? Subjective question.
That's a good question, though. That's a good question. That's like,
if
we know where NASDAQ's going to finish today, can we still make money off of it? Because we don't know how the market's going to get there.
Interesting question.
If you knew,
so if I had the NFP number 3 days before it came out, and I try to build a position into it, what are the chances I'm still on the right side of the market, even though I have the correct information?
Yeah.
Oh, I think.
And are you going to have a stop loss?
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I think you can make a fortune if it's like big miss. Yeah, I think you can make a fortune if you knew.
If it's a big miss, yeah.
In line. Actually, big miss could be bad news, good news type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it could go like 400 points one direction and then turn around and go a couple hundred points.
A solid knee-jerk reaction could still wipe you out.
Right. I wouldn't trade equities. I'd go to fixed income. You'd have a better chance over there.
Probably a better bet, yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit more reliable as to what the market move would be. So, yeah. 66.91 last trade.
I'm out on this one. I don't want to hold it. This we're failing to get any pullback here from 900, so I'm out.
Okay.
What's the P&L, Dakota?
Minus 900.
Minus 9.
Yeah, there was
Were you taking trades last night? What happened in slow markets?
Did
you do anything?
Market. Look at this market.
Just like that.
I'm out, and then we dumped. Well, that stop loss is better entry.
Did you get stopped out, or did you manually cut it?
I manually cut it, man. I didn't like how we just sat there at these 900s, and as soon as I bailed, we dumped from 912 to these 875s. Oof.
– 4,000 people watching all across the globe
take
right
this
now.
Trade one more time. Yep. Only if we get back up to these 900. Not yet, but I'm perfectly fine with taking this trade one more time.
Size came in on the ask there in the ES 66.86. 290 came in on the ask, was filled, came back in another 120 times or so. Let's see if they want to push that thing lower. Level out just a little bit. All right, Dakota, did you take the trade?
Yeah, I'm back in it from 85. Not as good of a price, but that's okay. 5. If we can confirm below 82, that would be a 3-bar reversal. And I'd be willing to add to this again, Andre. But we still have a minute.
Yep, 15 after. 15 after. All right, Dakota, let us know if you
Did you go with the 5 lot there?
Yep, I'm
Dakota,
in 11 now.
5?
In 11. I'll get into 15 would be the max.
Okay. Back to 50-50 in the NASDAQ. Okay, let that trade play out. We got about 15 minutes till the bottom of the hour, but we do have some live funded traders already putting up some decent numbers. There you go. Meats up 14,000. Emmanuel, JD, you probably know some of these names, up 12. And Daniel S up about 10,500 bucks. JD, any of these names familiar to you? You're always digging through these stats.
And Meat sounds familiar. Emmanuel P. Yeah, Daniel S could be anybody. But yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Our live funded traders are always doing impressive things.
Yep. Most important thing, keep it green. Keep it green on the day. Lock those profits in. Yes, see, now we'll follow up with that throughout the day. Of course, there is some red out there as well. We can show you some of the opportunity that our live funded traders are taking advantage of. Fantastic to see. But most important is we keep the green day a green day. Great band also. But make sure we stay in profit. Make sure we stay in profit for the day. Okay, it's Monday. Up a couple bucks, down a couple bucks. Most important, you're up like that. Hell of a start to the week.
Hell of a start.
We got that
59.83 last trade in crude. Still sort of megaphoning in crude.
Gold might be trying to make another leg higher here, 41.12. A base being built in about $4 off those all-time highs.
Yeah, I'm just done on this.
Strong.
Yeah, that 5-minute candle closed in pretty bearish, but lots of
Where's Wiz?
too much.
What's
buying.
up, Wiz? Show us the red traders too, says Wiz. Show us the red traders too.
Wiz wants the bummer news for the day. Whatever floats your boat, Wiz.
Wiz, hey, there is red traders out there, of course. Obviously, we'd like to probably have to run it. We'd like maybe get their thumbs up on that as well. We do ask for their permission. But there is red, of course. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
$59.86 in crude. Want to see the red, real red too? There is red, of course.
I'm down. I'm down this morning so far.
We'd like to ask them. Got to run it by them first. See if they're cool with it.
Yeah.
Shoulder tap. Shoulder tap. Not necessarily get all the red, but you get take a look underneath the hood. Some of these trader stats and see what they can improve on. $46,209. Let's trade in the Dow. 40 points off the highs there.
All right, let's see if we get this follow through.
Might be.
VIX is back.
What I'm looking for now.
I don't want to, jaded trader. I don't want to jinx the trade. Seemed like volume kind of dissipated up here to the push higher. 24,875 last trade in the NASDAQ and 66.87 last trade. Yes, take a look at that NASDAQ ladder. Still very, very thin. ES ladder. Friday morning on that when that New York bell rang, we were looking at 200 on the bid, 200 on the ask, 200 up as we call it. So it's 200 up, JD, on that ES ladder. We're now looking at 20 up.
Yep. Holiday markets, boys. That happens.
We're keep an eye on anything out of the Middle East. I know the president is there, and we'll see if any headlines do come from that. I mean, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I have no doubt he's going to run into a. No doubt he's going to run into a camera and a microphone eventually today.
Of course, stay tuned to TopstepTV. We will bring you that when the headlines do hit. 57% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. So, JD, we're about 45, 50 minutes into the New York session. No signs of a gap fill in any of the equities yet.
Nope. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
These 70s, these lower 70s are holding pretty well. If we break through these 70s, then that's going to be where I'm looking for profits. Still short from 884.
I like it. 10 or 5?
14. I built that position.
Yeah. Dakota. Short 14 from 24,008. 14. Why not 15? What happened with the last one?
Sizing. I had 2. There's that breakdown into the 60s.
I like it.
Let's see if we get any follow through. Closed out some. I closed out 2 right there at 860.
Nice.
Need to see that follow through into the 50s. All right, there's 58. 58s. Take some more profits down here. Some more at 53. All right, let's see it. I'll take some more at 52.
Nice trade.
All right, into those 40s. I still have 4 on. I'll size down, scale a little bit quicker. This is the trade I was looking for. It chopped me up a little bit, and I got 2 on for a runner.
How much more are you looking to squeeze out of this?
2 on
Or
for a
just hold
runner.
it?
So whatever it wants to
Okay.
give me, whatever it wants to give me right now.
Yes, picking up some steam to the downside here. There you go,
Yep.
66.78, pushing lower.
All right, I'll take 1 off and leave a runner on.
Yeah, let it cook, Dakota. We're gonna
Let it
test this
cook.
gap. 24,830. Last
Dre wants to see the gap.
I'm thinking
You want to see this gap, Phil, huh?
I think they want to test it. Well, it's not financial advice, but
It's got that feel. Just feels a little
these
heavy
first
now.
50 minutes weren't exactly convincing push to the upside. Put it that way.
Yeah.
A little short squeeze, if anything. Shorts, just squeezing shorts. Just the feel. Just yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying. 66.76 last VWAP kiss in the ES. 24,828. 815s, just like that. 808s trade in the NASDAQ. 20 points.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
There it goes. Look at that.
Chat sure as hell got quiet.
Well, hey, well, let's see if we keep pushing lower. 66.68 last trade in the ES.
Yeah, ES is on the move.
Yep. And so, JD, if you got
It's the NASDAQ
53s,
too.
you got 53s in the ES's gap? Okay.
So we're moving through it now. 65. Let's call
65.
this high.
Oh, no, 65. We got a ways to go. Yeah. Hey, 500 lot downside.
66.50. Oh, 66.52 at the top.
All right, we got a 500.
66.07 bottom. So it's pretty wide.
Yeah, it is. 500 lot on the bid. 66.69 bid 550 times in the ES. First size order. We see step in. Will the market run away from it? We're about 3 points above it right now. March, watch this. Well, this is the lowest. 66.59 on 500.
Gold pushing all-time highs still? Gold ain't done.
Stop. It's not, man. It's not me. It's not me. It's you. It's not you. It's me. On 500. Yep. I like this one. This is a good one. And we ran away from it. Ran away from that 500 lot. 66.75. Let's put the brakes in. And the NASDAQ's on. Turned around a little bit. So you're starting to see the volatility pick up as well. 24,830. Initial sell off. It got down to 787s. Turned around about 40 points. Look at this 5-minute candle. Yep, gold new all-time highs, 41.17. Okay, man, there yet. Hoop 3. Got close. The market did turn around. Gold pulled back about $2, and crude did as well. 59.77 last trade. And house count short or long. House count long. 2 micro. Crude from $59.43. 30 cents in the money there. Pretty short.
I'm
too.
flat.
Oh man.
Yep, I'm flat now. I'm gonna look for another setup.
Trade.
That was it. That was the setup for this Nasdaq. Got chopped up, 2, maybe 3 times up there, and
they're gonna hit. They're gonna
back in the green.
Back in the green.
We up now.
Up $36, JD.
How about that?
That's how you fight back, right there.
500 lot pulled. More push to the downside. 500 lot has been pulled. I'm trading 66 to 70.
I was
volatility.
trying to build bigger position there, but it just was not letting me. It kept chopping me up. And then finally, when it did, and we got that 3-bar reversal, that 3-bar reversal, it allowed me to scale into that bigger size, which bigger size, 1.5 mic minis, right? Or 15 micros, 14 micros is big. It's really big for the way I've been trading.
JD, will you pull up the ES chart real quick? I want to see where you're seeing these gap prices. Pull up that where you're seeing 54s is the upper end of that gap, if you don't mind.
I see where you're looking at. So you're seeing.
I'm watching the Friday. I watched
open.
the Friday. Yeah, I watched the Friday close, and then I watched the Sunday reopen. So I got different prices. But how are you getting 54?
So you got I see where you're looking at 66.32. I'm including some of those single print TPOs that Old would talk about too, where more business needs to be done, and I have that going all the way up to 66.50. So another 18 points above the actual open from overnight. Okay. And that goes back to Friday. Single prints from Friday that we would like to see revisited during regular trading hours. So that's where I'm getting that level from.
Okay, cool. The last 10 minutes of Friday, it was after power hour. ES completely just puked like 50 handles in the last 10 minutes. Just complete, absolute meltdown.
Do you think people just didn't want to hold a position over the weekend after what was happening?
I think the president doubled down and said 100%. That's what he doubled down. And then he said, I think I'm not going to say. No, it's not financial advice. I think
the market's got their interest from Friday.
The market's got its eye down there.
The S&P added 25,000 in open interest on that move down on Friday. So is it new shorts entering the market?
Oh, shorts.
I mean, on a move like that, you'd have to assume there was some long liquidation and accumulation to the short side, right? When you're adding 25,000 and closing on the lows like that.
Yes. Yeah. 632. Start of the party there. 25,450. So we'll get the party started in the NASDAQ. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. Go around the horn. 66.66. Last trade in the ES. Signal the NASDAQ. 24,800. Call it. Gold. 41.15. $2 off those all-time highs. Crude. More buyers did just step in there. 59.89.
VIX is still above 220, so we're still seeing that good volatility we love as traders. Okay. I have been quietly watching gold in the background. We're just slowly ticking all-time highs, and I still want that deeper pullback here in gold up to almost 3%. I'm just a bear today. I don't know why. I know why on the NASDAQ, right? The NASDAQ was logical. Gold is just convincing me the same thing, just being up so much, but it's so hard to hold a gold short.
Yep. Look at that. Nice pop there in crude. Pop crude there in crude. Looking good, says Jay. Yep. Jay, you sabotaged me. Why didn't you tell me? You should have told me about your in Dakota's. We'll never forget that. We got bottom hour coming here in about 45 seconds. It is Monday. It is the start of a new week here at TopstepTV. With that being said, bring you a tip of the week. I haven't seen it yet. It's a good one. It's pretty much everything. JD, we'll talk. Throw it to JD after this. Risk management. Never risk more than you can afford to lose on a single trade. Truth. Use stop loss orders to limit potential losses. Diversify your portfolio to spread the risk. JD, before you get out of here, we got Jack coming in on the other side of this. JD, the only thing you can control about a trade is what?
Your downside risk. Once you get in the market, the only thing you really have any control over is your downside risk. So make sure you are managing it well. I like that first point. Never risk more than you can afford to lose on a single trade. When you put a trade on, you are already assuming the risk on that trade. So make sure you know what kind of risk you're taking before you get into a trade too. You should always demand better trade location. You know where a trade is invalidated before you get into it, so make sure you are fighting for your best entries. Does that make sense to everybody?
100%. 100%.
Never risk more than you can lose. That's so important, especially if you're trading a leveraged product. Anything can happen. We seen it Friday. We seen that Friday.
Especially on a Monday. The worst feeling as a trader is you're getting so deep in the red on a Monday that the next 4 days of the week, you're simply just trying to dig yourself out of it. And when Friday comes, you're absolutely exhausted. So, yeah, think it's slow on a Monday. So, that's all right. Bottom hours come and gone. Initial balance prices have been set. If we're good to go, James. There he is.
Oh, who's there?
It should be.
What's up,
Bond?
guys?
Jack, Bond 007.
Morning.
What's up, my
Yeah.
man? Good to see you.
Hey, the bonds are closed, so I don't even know what I'm doing here today. But wow,
1,000 lot, or we got 900 lot downside ES 6664 bid 1,000 times. What's up, Jack? JD, you're getting out of here, right? See you a little bit later today. Are you hanging?
For sure. I'll be back. I'll be in and out all day long, fellas.
Awesome stuff, JD. Thanks for jumping
Look forward
in.
to it.
Take care. Oh, okay.
Got
What's up, Jack? Gap up, open. We gapped up higher on the reopen yesterday. Maybe flirting with a gap fill to the downside. Still got some work to do. But what's up, Jack? Happy Monday. Good to see you.
happy Monday to you guys as well. Happy Columbus / Indigenous Peoples Day. Yeah. What have you guys done so far? This is a weird day to be trading. What like Dakota, what's the gap you're looking at to fill here? The big
I'm
one?
not looking for any gap to fill. I'm not
Okay.
expecting a
632.
gap to fill. Yeah.
32 is in the ES as a start.
Okay, well, I'm ready for some spooky action today at some point. Have you guys talked about the crypto stuff over the weekend?
Oh, yeah. What's your take? Oh, yeah. What's your take?
I mean, that's where the real fireworks were. I was fascinated. I was just spending my whole weekend reading stories about these millions of accounts liquidated and all that stuff that went on right after the bell.
Yeah, cleaned up. What a weekend they had. What a weekend they had.
A lot of leverage in the system, it would seem.
Yeah.
Hey,
So what?
at least
And
they
it
got
goes gold.
pizza.
At least they got
You see
pizza.
that?
What happened?
What happened?
Polymarket. It was Polymarket. One of someone they partnered with. I sent that link in the Slack, but coupons for pizza for anybody who got liquidated.
Oh, cool.
From who?
Yeah, let me see. I'll pull it up.
Satoshi.
I'll pull it up. Yeah. It's Polymarket sent it out over the weekend. Yesterday. Yeah, KFC. Sorry, not pizza. KFC. It was KFC. It says, according to Blockbeats, on October 11th, Backpack officially announced that it has compensated the affected Backpack users during the market crash today. Backpack reiterated that users' trust is more important than anything else. In addition, 200 KFC packages were given to users who suffered significant losses in this liquidation. So, got liquidated Friday. Here's some KFC.
Whose idea was that?
I encourage everyone to go out there and look at. You can see all sorts of YouTube videos now of the charts in real time for some of these perpetual futures in like Bitcoins and other coins. It was wild. And I think there's some lessons there to learn even in futures that when things get super volatile to the downside, the bids tend to evaporate, the algos turn off, and whatever you think your stop loss is doesn't mean you're going to get it. I mean, some of these things cleared the entire order book to zero.
Yeah.
Wild.
That is, yes. A lot of learning lessons here. Gold all-time highs, 41.18 half. 41.18 half. Jack, there is rumors that we will be getting some inflation data. What does it say, next week?
Yes.
CPI.
I haven't had a chance to look this morning. I thought it would be sometime this week, but I'll keep my eye on the Juice. They will let us know in advance.
Yes, they will. Juice has it for next week. There's other sites that have it for this week. Nothing's been confirmed officially. We are hearing that we may be getting that inflation data that we so need. We got Powell speaking tomorrow, 11:20 a.m. Make sure to stay tuned in to TopstepTV.
Okay,
I'm
going to add to this gold position short. I'm going to end up wearing like a dunce camp that says I shorted gold.
When did you get what price there, Dakota?
15. Yeah, 41.15. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna end up wearing a dunce cap that says I shorted gold. I'll add to this if we could break down below 16.
What an absolute power rally. Incredible. 69% long in the tilt in the ES. Initial balance high. All right, I'm going to try my best here, Hogue. Make you proud. I got IB high for the ES. Again, the first hour into New York session. Work out the high price and low price in that first hour. Well, all right, it's come and gone. Low of 66.69 quarter. High of 66.97 for the ES. Got the NASDAQ. 24,724 half. Low and 24,913 half. No, it's not. Who is that? Zero. No, it's not. It's not done. Every time it's all-time highs, man. Like
No, gold. You gotta say it. Say gold's done.
Gold all-time. Oh shit, gold's done.
Gold's done.
Uh-huh.
We're done here today, boy.
It's done. That's all. That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote.
We have NASDAQ trading 24,864. ES 6683. Is it lower
One
than
moment,
that? Okay,
guys. I need to calm the people in the front room real quick.
All right, Dan, help me out. What price you got for? Oh, 61s. True. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 66.61 Emmons. Thank you.
Oh, for the IB low?
Yes. Yes, it is. Look at silver. What's happening to silver? Silver just cooking like gold is? Look at silver. Oh, yeah, well. Oop. Sure, take a look at silver.
Yeah, you can take a look at silver. Gold's just going sideways and they're stepping up.
Silver just an absolute bull run. Look at that. 50.46.
Is it?
Absolute power rally. These all-time highs. I'm assuming these are all-time highs as well.
Silver's running.
All-time highs. Cool. All-time highs. Silver not done. How about that? Silver not done.
$50 an ounce on silver. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Will we see silver above $100 an ounce?
I mean, we're halfway there.
Yeah. Do you have? I have a family member that just loved to buy physical silver, like tons of it.
So did my mom.
Yeah.
Sterling has to have that stamp on it. Just have that stamp, Sterling.
Yeah. Mom, why don't you just get some gold? It's better. But gold. No, silver.
Garage sale gypsy, man. She would clean up at those things.
Andre, my house is an absolute madhouse right now because there's no babysitter, no daycare. They just were pumping Bounce Patrol at about 400 decibels. So I took care of it. Should be good now.
I think gold just did it again. Yes, it did.
Gold is indeed not
unreal. No, it is not. There, thank you.
Done.
What else am I supposed to say? It's
There's nothing, man.
Gold continues to make
get that hat ready for me. I shorted gold. That dunce cap.
Look at it go. Unbelievable. Look at it go. 41.19. 41.20. Right there. Silver just broke out. Yeah, silver, gold, absolutely cooking here. Jack, take a well. Bonds are closed today. What do you got for yield?
Yeah.
So I'm sure. They're open the reopen.
I mean, there was a really good. If I look at like the ZB or something, after hours when that second tweet was dropped, we had a big old right here. You can see it. Huge spike that got retraced. It was a good sell for everyone involved. These are the actual treasury prices because the bonds are in fact closed today. Bond futures are not. I can see them moving. Yeah, just like stocks, it's kind of reverse course here. As far as any levels, we're kind of at an interesting call resistance level right now in this area for the ES. But
what price is that?
Kind of right here, right now, like 85. So we're kind of busting through it at the moment. I would be really hesitant to trade anything today, to be honest.
Dakota, you want to say something? Don't say anything.
I'm back in gold, and
I know you are, man. I know you are.
We did break through those 16s, so I added to it. It touched my damn stop loss, like to the tick. Hit my 19.6 stop loss, and then dumped down to those 16. I'll add again if we break below 15.3.
Okay. What price did you get back in at? You were from 15s.
16.9.
All right.
And I will add if we break below 15.3. This pivot.
6.9. 16.9. Okay, good stuff.
16. Oh, that means it's going to work out, Andre.
Well, I hope. Well, it also got his long 2 microcrude from 59.43. You get a pop above 60. Look at that. It pulled back. Hey, man, unfiltered pod up 60K Friday and 10K today, killing it. Well done.
Is that who it is? Is that who I think it is?
Men. I don't. Maybe I don't. Did I say?
Who do you think it is? I'm missing out.
Who are you? Identify yourself. Someone that's up 60 G's on Friday and someone up 10 G's today. There we go. Turn around. Turn around here in the equities. NASDAQ. Looking about a 40-point sell-off right now. Trading 24,844. Saw some selling here in the ES. ES down to 66.97. Aggressively stepped in there. Will be any more push? Will you push? We'll follow through here. This is how the party got started on Friday.
Yeah, we sort of speed ran that whole thing, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. It was right around this time too on Friday. More selling coming in here.
Speed ran by just selling off so fast and buying right back up.
Well, sort of a, like a meme online over the weekend that we were going to get some sort of thing to placate the markets before the futures open on Sunday. It's kind of a tale as old as time. And we did.
Mm-hmm.
True V-shape recovery.
I felt. Yeah, all from a tweet. And gap, upper the gap in the ES 66.32. I cannot. What did I say? 66.79. My apologies. Thank you for the correction. Boogie, always watching each other's 6 around here. Absolutely love that. While you're at it, click subscribe. 185,000 subscribers.
Woo.
What was TopstepTV like prior to gold being so lively? Well, Topstep. What was TopstepTV like a year ago? Go check it out. Or 2 years ago.
Yeah, gold was not this lively last year.
We always had the NASDAQ. We always had interest rates. But yeah, gold is the absolute star of the show. Absolute star of this year.
It has been just straight up.
It's incredible. I thought we were gonna get the push. I'm waiting. I'm feeling like I think. Yeah, pretty much, Brendan. Pretty much. I mean, working on that. We're working on that. We got the top of the hour coming here in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. My eye on those gap. For some reason, wasn't convinced. It didn't seem like this push higher was convincing on the open here. And you see selling like that. We'll get started. When does the party get started pushing to the downside?
It is a shame we didn't have TopstepTV in 2020. That would have been fun.
Oh, man.
Our numbers
would have
been insane. Our numbers would have been. Well, there's Leon. Gold is consolidating at all-time highs. I wanted to break 41.50. Hold on. You were just saying you want gold to go lower, Leon, or was that the NASDAQ? I can't keep up. Leon, always bringing the heat in the chat. All right. Oh, yeah. We're on, this is like week 2. Week 2 for the government shutdown.
How long do we think it's going to last?
Well, depends.
check my friends on Polymarket real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Polymarket said 2 weeks last when it first started. What's it at now?
Getting there.
Looks like they need to start a new order board because
Ooh.
it only went up to October 15th or later, so that's a 99% chance of that. Let me see if they have a new market here.
All right, well, while you do that...
67% are looking for a 30-day or longer shutdown. As a reminder, this began at midnight before October began, so we're on day 13 right now. So people are looking for it to go at least a month.
Well, for those traveling around the country, I can see it being quite stressful in those control towers. It doesn't just reach out to, trading, Bureau of Labor Statistics, so on and so forth. It's also hitting people in the airports as well. FAA definitely facing shortages. Bring this in, get an update on this. It spreads its tentacles.
Let's save some for the next people, okay?
Katie Frazier is with her young son, grabbing food for their family of 6.
So tuna's really easy for us.
But this isn't a grocery store. It's a food bank for military families in Virginia. As the government shutdown that started October 1st drags on, many military personnel will soon go without a paycheck, leaving many, like Frazier, unsure how they're going to feed their families.
We're a one-income family.
She says her husband gets paid every 2 weeks.
If we don't get paid after that, it can start to become a real stressful situation, a real struggle. So,
Roughly 1.4 million federal employees have been furloughed or are working without pay. The Trump administration started layoffs on Friday and warning more will come.
It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days.
The Trump administration says they will allocate funds to continue paying troops. The shutdown is also causing staff shortages at major airports across the country. Air traffic controllers and transportation security agents are considered essential employees and are required to show up for work. But they're not getting paid.
People call out because they physically cannot come to work because they don't have the financial means to continue to go to work.
The Federal Aviation Administration says 12 facilities that guide planes were short-staffed Friday. The industry trade group Airlines for America saying, quote, it is safe to fly, but ATC staffing shortages strain the system and cause flights to be spaced out, slowing down everything. In some cases, flights may be delayed or even canceled. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Dakota?
Yikes.
You were just flying Dakota? Did you notice it? Did you feel the shutdown?
Oh, I felt it, man. I felt it. It's like I left the airport in New Jersey or Newark, and we boarded on time, 6:55 p.m. and we sat there in line for like 2 hours, and then the pilot came over the intercom like, hey, we're now below the legal limit of fuel because we sat here for so long. We have to turn around and fuel up.
Oh.
So we went back, fueled up, got back in line, and then I didn't get home till like 3 a.m. It was just.
Did they reference? Did the captain reference the shutdown at all?
No. He just said, hey, we just got to go back and get fuel. We're past the legal limit.
New all-time gold. New all-time high.
Yeah, I got stopped out of my gold. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got stopped out. I just cut it.
This thing. Nothing stopping this thing. I see. I didn't say done. Nothing stopping it.
Yeah. Flying is not the right thing to do this right now.
Gold continue to move.
Yeah, it's out of Newark.
That is again start 2025. ES 66.75 last trade.
I am liking shorts in the NASDAQ. I've been watching, shorts on gold, short on NASDAQ. But,
look at this. Oh, my friend, my smile.
Yes.
Look at that smile, my friend. What's up, Mohammed? Joining us from Riyadh in the house. What's up, Mo? What's your thoughts on this price action? Huge sell-off on Friday. What's up, Mo?
Market keeps giving opportunities. But today the market looks like, it's still not decided which trend. Is this a strong pullback that buyers are waiting for, or do we have a real reversal from the top from all-time high? For me, nothing changed. I have this opening range. I mean, when I look to the daily, I mean, look at this. Just look at this, and maybe you will decide not to do anything. Look at this. This is the daily close on Friday. Look at this. We are, if this is not in the middle, I mean, what is the middle, you know? So this is scary to trade. It could be a flip coin, but when you go, we are a daily traders. Don't forget that. You are just a daily trader. Go to the opening range, the market, set the opening range 66.94.75 in ES, the low 66.61. Following your process, go to the 5 minute. The 5 minute, we see they tag it up and then they reject it down. I like the short from 66.78 with a stop at just below the high. So this is, again, as Dakota said, this, don't get fooled with the size of the candle. They are bigger than what you think. I mean, they are not the normal size of candles that we used to have. I mean, look at it. This is 16. I used to have this as 5, maximum 7 points.
Right.
So now it is 16. So now you size down or you step aside and watch the market until it come back to your normal volatility, normal ATR. So this is short for me. I mean, I'm looking to a target for this one could be, we make this 1 to 2. That could be around 66.44. 66.44.
32's gap. Up around the gap there, Mohammed. 32's. You like 66.42?
Yeah, 44.
66.44s. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to find a setup that is worth risking. I mean, not more than 5 points, 10 points, or at least I will minimize my normal trade, which is 2 contracts, so it will be 1 contract.
So I've been monitoring this. Now I'm not really good with Bitcoin. This is an account in the perpetual futures, one of them that's blamed for kind of causing the crash, right? I believe they made like $120 million on a short in this account. And they have been getting short again. Right now, this individual or group of individuals is short 3,000 Bitcoin.
Damn, really?
Liquidation price of $130,000. So I'm going to keep an eye on this because
what's it trading?
Bitcoin right now. That's a position in the perpetual futures. Bitcoin spot is 114,252.
14s, okay.
The low in that got a little bit, had like a quadruple rejection just below 110,000. But if you want to track from home, the entry price average is 116,000 for this individual. They're currently sitting on just a measly 5.7 million in P&L on the remaining position.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Mo, locked in, as always. Watching this. Top of the hour in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the top of the hour.
All right. I'm short the NASDAQ from 785. 5 micros.
Okay. You're calling the breakout or the breakdown.
Breakdown, right? Yep. Retested the 740s. Go retest these lows, possibly.
785s.
I'm short one. Yes.
Oh, short. Okay. What price, Mo?
At 66.71. My stop at
Excellent.
67.
Where's your... All right, just stay locked in.
What was that?
Might be coming here.
For those asking that Bitcoin could indeed be a hedge, but what makes this wallet interesting is that this is the one that initiated a ginormous short position about a minute before that tweet.
Incredible.
So maybe the luckiest hedger ever, but also maybe an account to watch.
Short 5.
Yeah, let me know when you get out, Dakota. Let's get out together.
Yeah, I
Don't
took
leave
profits
me.
right here at 62. I took profits at 62.
I got only one.
I mean, okay. How many did you shave there, Dakota? That was a
All but
ballsy
2.
trade. I like.
Yep, I short 5. Now I'm only short 2.
66, 71.
This
Mohammed,
thing
you're short
is
from
starting to pick up.
71.
We're picking up steam to the downside right now.
Bit,
There's momentum behind this. That is for sure.
Bit.
Gonna take off one more right there.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I took
break,
my 1-to-1.
Let's try.
I don't know about this break. You know.
Yeah. Next level I see is 670. 670s, 680s. If we break through the lows of this session,
450s then, Dakota.
Yeah.
Then do we go test the gap? It's hard to see that, but if we go and test that gap, we're like, oh, I'm not going to be too surprised. But I like to see these 680s come into play. We have a lot of support right here at these 750s, 740s that we would need to get through first. And
yeah,
let's see what we do.
Mohammed, you took your profits quick there. I like it.
Yeah, it's one contract, so it's difficult to trade one contract. It's either you put your stop at point of entry, which I don't want to do today, and we are at the low, the recent low, and I know market loves to do the V-shaped recovery, so I don't want to put myself in that position. We are at the low. I took my profit 1-to-1, base hit, quick trade, 272, not bad.
Nice job. Well done, Mo.
I am flat. I got the 40s. That's what I was wanting.
Nice trade.
Now let's watch it.
Update your P&L.
Up 187.
Nice job. Low watermark, what, down about 900?
Yeah.
Okay, Mo. What do you see? What are you looking for here? Caught a short, got out. I'm looking at the 5-minute. I know you look at a tick chart. It seems as though we do see some support around this. What is the next setup? You got the short. Do you still like the shorts right now?
Nothing changed.
Nothing changed.
Nothing changed. Trading, yeah, nothing changed. Not because I took my profit that I don't expect it to continue, but trade management requires me to exit that position so I can have a chance to enter another trade. I will wait for the market to give me another setup so I can keep going. My bias that we are going to 66.44. I will try to get in and out so many times until we get there.
Heads up, Trump. We got Trump hitting the wire right now. Trump, Iran will come around. Trump would love to take off Iran sanctions if they talk. These are the first two that are hitting the wire. Keep an eye on oil. Oil last trade 59.90. 59.90 last trade there. I think Iran will be fine. Iran will be fine, I should say. Trump hitting the wire right now.
Everything's going to be fine.
Top of the hour in 45 seconds. 45 seconds.
So I got the okay from the people above. I'll just share a link in the chat if you want to take a look at this Bitcoin account.
Nice. Whatever they do, just follow it. Like,
I mean, there's some. I will say that now they have positions in some things that seem a little trolly.
They made all.
When we
their
see
money.
something like this, Jack, does this necessarily help the credibility of crypto? Does it matter if it's the headlines?
No, it does not, Andre.
No, it does not.
But I think even more so, it shows the fragile liquidity of some of these products when you're trading like leveraged Bitcoin futures. Like if you love Bitcoin, you're just holding Bitcoin. You're fine. You can only theoretically go to zero. But I could talk for a half an hour about what goes on in these things. I won't for now.
Should maybe we get our crypto guys. We should get our crypto peeps on this week.
Yeah,
talk about that because they want to get their. That would be it's fascinating to see their thoughts. All right, we might get a
Tattooed Groove. I can't show that comment, but yes, that's what I was referring to. It doesn't seem like a coincidence.
We got here more from the president. Trump. Phase 2 talks on Gaza have now started.
Yeah, I see those meme positions, Jack.
What world are we living in, Dakota?
I don't know, man. Wow. What world? And you know everyone's watching it too. And
exactly. This person is the Joker. Honestly, it's probably a group of people, but
just a casual $57 million. And yeah, they've been open short positions an hour ago. So
little bounce here.
Oh man.
Nice. I like this.
Support. Holding support.
Here we are. Mohammed, you like what? You say I like this. What do you like?
Yeah, I like this little pullback to the moving average. It will be the second try for the sellers. I will take it. If I see a strong grid candle in the 2000 tick chart to continue this ride down.
You think we could break it? Might take a lot of momentum because this is major support here.
Yeah, we don't trade what we think. We trade what we see.
Tell him, Mohammed. Mohammed, man. Love it.
Do you see this breaking
me the signal? Yeah. So I'm short. Little preemptive. Yes, I'm short now. My stop at 66.71.
66. What's your price? Mohammed, you get 666?
Yeah. 6666. A lot of six here.
All right, very good.
This one I would take 2 to 1.
Okay, you're risking 5.
66.57.
Okay.
I will get 2 to 1 in this one.
Oh, he just
bought. Always hot.
You're gonna get me addicted to this, Jack. Watching this,
it's pretty fun watching. Like over the weekend, especially. You know, the best gauge when the markets are closed, like the equity markets over the weekend, has been what Bitcoin is doing, and it was wild this weekend. We eventually got the sort of "Hey, everything's not so bad" tweet on Sunday. But after rebounding, Bitcoin did sell off again to the lows of that dump after hours and has regained since then.
I like that.
But it was all out war, man. Like so many people were getting liquidated, and I had no idea there were so many people that had such a proportion of their net worth in leveraged, charitably called altcoins.
It was just insane.
The world.
Probably the silliest tweet I ever saw was somebody was saying like, "This is impossible. How could you lose?" We're seeing 80% drawdowns in blue chip coins. Sorry, in the top 100 blue chip coins, right?
Love it.
Brother, what are you talking about?
Oh, man, I mean,
that's how you gain experience, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of lessons to be learned there. Jack, you're talking about you watched obviously crypto over the weekend and kind of get a barometer. What have you seen in terms of the relationship from the weekend trading in crypto to perhaps how it may influence equities? I know it's got to be big, right?
1 for 1. It's a substitute for risk assets, especially the NASDAQ is pretty correlated to it, especially over the weekend.
Yeah.
I always watch the open on Sunday in futures for possibilities. If I see Bitcoin up or down more than 2%, 3%, you're going to have a volatile open.
Yes.
Stuff.
We're still holding these 50s.
Crude turned around. Anything more from the president? Nothing more from the president just yet.
Have we heard anything from China's response?
No.
It's just been quiet ever
Well,
since.
they clarified a little bit. I have to dive in deeper to sort all this stuff out, but they clarified a little bit. I think that these, what we were calling a like export ban, wasn't really that. It was kind of just reiterating their export controls on some of these things.
Mm.
Who knows?
Muhammad's still in this, right? Muhammad?
Yeah, still in this one. I mean, maybe it requires patience.
Uh-huh.
Breaking this low, at least test it.
Mhm.
I have two trains of thought right now with the Nasdaq: is a possibility to sweep the lows and then reverse off of it,
Mhm.
or we might just bounce here.
66, 64. I'm feeling.
I'd like to see the sweep of the lows, like 700, 720s, and then look for a reversal after that. That would be my optimal
Here we go.
view here.
Let's see now. If we sweep the low, I will put my. I mean, if I put my stop to my point of entry, that is asking to exit the trade.
Mm.
It's not enough room. I'm not giving the enough room if I put it to point of entry.
Gold push lower.
So if we get down to 6640, that would be 6600 in the SPX, which is a big place of interest. A lot of puts down there, big round number.
Okay.
Still heavy. It looks heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Looks buyers are not interested.
Does, Mo. It does. Just keep finding
I'm not in a position. I'm not in a position, everyone.
Okay. Flat. Mohammed's still. Mo, you still in this thing?
I'm still in this one.
Cool.
I will see the reaction. Are we gonna sweep this low, the opening range low?
Right.
Or it will continue pushing harder below, taking stops, because maybe the stops are distributed below these lows here. So take all these stops together.
What's up?
It's tough.
Trade 41.14,
It's tough.
yeah.
Shorting is tough all the time.
Oh, man. Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the Hateful Eight has pulled back a little bit off their highs. Gold,
Yeah,
starting
it
to
is
sell
done.
off now.
It is done. Gold is done. It's selling off now. 41.12 last trade. Down about $12 off those all-time highs, right? We got crude turning around a little bit as well. Crude trading 59.70. We didn't take a peek above $60 even. Let's keep an eye out for any more comments from the president. Not seeing much. And gold. Okay.
Yeah.
Gold selling here.
Buyers stepping up in the Nasdaq now.
Yes.
So no sweep of the low.
No sweep.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, gold. Just early.
Yeet. Still in this thing. 41.12 last trade. Gold. Little pop in Nasdaq 24,785 last trade. Looking about 25, 30 point push higher here. We have Euro close in about 20 minutes at the bottom of the hour. ES 6670 last trade.
I'm
holding
stopped
ranges
out, and temporarily deactivated. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have a rule here. If I win, yeah, I put my deal 250 from the realized gain. This is why it's lock me out. I forget to remove it.
When did you put that in, Mo?
I put it on Friday. I put it Friday. I forget to remove it, so it locked me out for the day. That's fine. So
You are green.
plus 6
Not the worst thing.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, buyers stepped in. Pretty
Add it to your
strong right
checklist,
there.
Mo. Add it to your weekly checklist for start.
Yeah, I just jumped
Check
the
risk settings.
show.
It was a good stop because we're pushing higher here, Mohammed. 66.75 last trade ES. And we got the NASDAQ pushing higher here as well. We're up about 60, 65 points in the last minute and a half or so. 24,820. 820.
Mm-hmm.
Got a nice stop there.
It was good stop,
At
Mohammed.
71.
Yes.
What a bounce. What a bounce.
What did he say? Anything more from the president? Not seeing much more from the president. President has concluded.
Comparatively, like a pretty tight range, at least looking at the ES, since even the Globex open. I mean, it would be big on a normal day, right? But we open at 66.30. So like a 70, 75 point range. But given what happened Friday, this is pretty rangy.
Yes, it is, Jack. Expecting a little bit more fireworks. Not saying we can. Definitely hit
Rangy
that
but volatile.
Yeah, moment's notice. Remember Friday. A lot of this price action stinks. This market's no good. And then boom. While the competition was sleeping, we are locked in, looking to take advantage of that opportunity. NASDAQ wants to drive this thing higher. 24,000.
Market is inside the opening range, and I don't know. This is untradeable. I'm glad that I'm locked out. It's untradeable, actually.
Why is it untradeable, Mohammed? It looks like
inside the range. I mean,
so what's wrong with that? Why is that untradeable?
It's not. Yeah, because it didn't break down. It didn't. Sweep this lows and come back. So it's.
What did it do though? What did it do, Mohammed?
Market Mohammed.
Market can't spell. Yes, you actually can. It held,
it's not
right?
tradable in my strategy. Let's put it
there. That's what. Okay.
I'm short NASDAQ at 832.
Gold is going to give the old college try.
Yeah, I don't mind playing what we're seeing here. Push back down towards 800s maybe. And yeah, small size white stops here.
I think that's exactly what he said. That's not his strategy. That's not Mo's strategy. That's not how he reads it. Waiting for his setups.
Yeah, this is not trending market, and when you use moving averages, usually you need to have a trend somehow.
Right.
So moving average doesn't work if you have a range day.
No.
And this is V-shaped recovery. Come on, give me a break.
Right, Mo. It's what a recovery, Mohammed, to say the least. We got 16 minutes to the bottom of the hour, which is the London close. We are watching the ES grind higher here, 66.80 last trade. Up about 15, 16 points handles last 12 minutes. And we got the NASDAQ up about 80 handles, 80 points in the last 15 minutes as well. All right. Staying in the range right now.
Yeah. Leon says, long move, buddy. Oh, we'll see.
What, Leon? Oh, that's Leon, though. Leon's always fired up.
I love it.
Yeah, Leon's always fired up.
We got to figure this out. I don't know why we have these days where, like, the bond market's closed, but the futures and stocks are open or stuff. Like, everybody get on the same page.
Current or crypto's open 24. It doesn't close.
No days off. Yeah,
no days off.
That's right. All right, Mohammed Flat. Dakota is short from 832 right now. Pretty much trading right here right now.
But
Mo is flat.
If I'm not locked out, I will take a short here with a stop. If I'm not locked out, my stop will be 66.84. Entry would be 66.80.
Let me get those right now. Might continue to push higher. This Nasdaq is continuing to push. We're looking at about a 100-point move to the upside. Last 15 minutes. Last 15 minutes in the Nasdaq. Last trade 4,842. Top of the hour, about 15 minutes ago, we were trading 747s. 747s. ES catching a bit as well. Looking at about a 20-point move here in the last 6 minutes. Let's scratch that last 15 minutes. Pushing higher here.
Get some 6640 call resistance. That's SPX. We're there right now.
Okay.
That'll be
excellent. Okay, sounds good. Well, let this trade play out. Again, we got the Euro close bottom of the hour, but we got more coming at you. Always looking for that feedback. Always looking for more questions and stuff because we got the best around here. I'll throw it to James. Happy Monday, Dr. Volatility. What's happening?
Hey, everybody. It's me, your favorite character, James. Welcome to Monday. How y'all doing? You have a good weekend? Hope over the long weekend you had enough time to sit, think, and collect your thoughts. And then you're going to head on over to Trustpilot with those thoughts. You're going to head over to the Topstep Trustpilot, and you're going to leave us your honest review. That's right. We enjoy 5 stars, but we'll take whatever you got. If you have any feedback on our show, our program, the rules, anything in between, we want to hear it. Each and every review is read by our team, and then your feedback is taken into action. So go ahead, click on the link that was just dropped in chat, head on over to Trustpilot, and leave us your review today if you haven't already. And for those of you who have already left a 5-star review, thank you. Really love and appreciate you. We couldn't do this without you. So thanks for being a part of the TopstepTV crew. Now, also, don't let the title of this segment right here fool you. We did ship off Hogue to the strange and faraway land of Florida. That doesn't mean group coaching won't continue all week long. This week, join JD, Hoop, and other Topstep coaches as they take your questions and they answer them live. It may be called group coaching with Hogue, but you're not going to see Hogue anywhere in there. However, today, you will have JD, Hoop, and Coach Vince. So if you got any questions for Coach Vince specifically, today's the day to ask them. We're going to drop a link in the chat. We're going to pin this link so it'll be there the next couple hours. You can think about your questions. Go ahead, fill it out, and then tune back in today at 12:15 p.m. for group coaching. JD, Vince, and Hoop, they'll see you there. That's what I got for now. Andre, back to you.
Thank you. Yes. Group coaching, you're not going to get that anywhere else. Hundreds of years of experience combined into one segment. Get those questions in there. See if you can stump them. Ask them about the fill in the gap. Not looking like we're taking a peek down there. Jack, thoughts on gap fills? Does it need to be done within the first day after we see a reopen gap higher like that? Doesn't not necessarily need to. Is that kind of essentially where you'd be looking for it?
Especially not on a big gap like we have here. It could take a while. I mean, things are kind of playing out right now, kind of like one would expect. If you just look at the SPX is up 1.4%. Of course, that's from the close, and there was this big sell-off right after. But it's not like we opened and rushed right back to all-time highs. Still a lot of volatility in the market. But no, that gap doesn't have to be closed today, tomorrow, this week. Well,
here's the thing. Who says
I think it gets filled at some point, but
here's the we got Dow making new highs here. We say the gap. Those prices didn't trade. They absolutely did trade in the last 10 minutes of Friday. That's all I'm going to say. Those prices absolutely traded. But I know we opened up higher. You know what I'm saying?
On the ES, we traded all the way down to, what is it? 65.40.
Oh, yeah.
Quarter.
60 handle puke. 60 handle puke. Last 10 minutes, Jack.
I mean, that would have brought us down to, it's interesting, that would have brought us down to exactly 6,500 in the SPX.
Yeah.
So that's where it closed.
Getting within 9 points or so, 7 to the upper end of, I guess the IB high. in the ES. Last
What
trade
a
66.
recovery, man.
Mohammed, nice cut there. Nice cut.
Not nice lockout.
Wait,
I will be minus. I will be minus 300 now, without this gift from Topstep, the lockout button.
Oh, thank you, Mohammed. Well,
That's right. We still are holding below the big old trend line. Let me show that real quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go.
Look at that.
That chart looks so skewed now with that candle.
I know. Well, we had one poke below it that was only, was corrected on the day. So this is the first time we've had a second day below it. To get up there would require us to get back to 67.65.
67.65 again. All-time highs, 68.12. Right before the Trump tweet on Friday, we were trading like 68.08 or 68.09. And then we sold off like 250 points after that. It was amazing. Look at that. Gold. What I mean, just buy. Trade 41.18. Yeah. Well,
gold not done.
It's found some buyers. On a demand zone. What else? What else do they call it? Look at Dow. New highs, session highs there. Dow got this thing going. 46,295 just prints. ES 6691.
Hoop says it. GTFD on gold.
Pretty much. Yep.
I mean,
wow. Seller step right back in.
All right, I got stopped out once, but I'm back in this short from 877.
877. Oh, you took a short today. Did you take any longs?
I did not. No. Longs were tempting down there at those 40s, but I wanted to see a flush of the low and then reverse, but we didn't see a flush. We held those 40s and 60s that Mo had a great cut on. I will add if we break below 87.
We got Aqua
Low
and
87.
Quantum straight pumping today.
My stop loss was a long.
Yep. That's a good trade though, Mohammed. I know you always look at it that way.
Yeah.
Grail's great. You love that. What else we have? We have Paulson speaking. Let's speak with Paulson.
And I'm $6.9.
Yep.
Added there.
Okay. Added there. Okay. Update that position.
Now I'm in that 15 micros from 76.
15. Okay. From 70. Okay. 66.91 last trade. ES. A little selling coming in here in crude. We're down about 20 cents in this 5-minute candle trade. 59.673. House account long from 59.43. BRB, check.
Take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to get out. I'm going to take that paper cut and get back in if we do reject these highs.
All right, we're coming up in the ES on the New York highs, which would be about 66.97 3/4. I'm sorry, it would be 66.97.
The opening range is 66.94.75.
Yeah, there's the rejection.
They tagged to the tick the opening range low 66.61.75. So looks like the buyer target is at least to touch 66.94.75.
Yeah,
MP's around. I saw him a couple of weeks ago, and I think that he's going to be on this week. There's a little teaser.
Let's get see if we get that sell off now. 3-bar reversal. If we could close below 62.
I'm gonna flip down to the 5-minute chart. Dakota, did you take any other trades Friday afternoon?
No, I was finished, and I didn't get to watch the craziness of the rest of the Friday, which was just, man, something else in all that volatility.
Even if I'm not trading, I love just looking at the screen and ladder during something like that.
Oh, how am I gonna trade the power hour today? I think maybe you find another replacement, Andre. Where's Andre?
We'll figure something out. Andre took a quick break to go water the pine trees or whatever he does.
Yeah, we'll check that with the producers. So we need fun power hour. I need fun power hour. If I'm not trading, that's not fun.
No, not at all.
And this is not what chat wants.
Not at
By the
all.
way, chat, how many likes would you give us today? 500? That's it? That's all what you got?
Yeah, the banks are closed and we're here. We need at least, I don't know.
Yep.
1,000?
At least 1,000.
Yeah, let's have some, guys. Maybe you forgot. I forgot. I didn't click it. Yeah, I did.
So what are you looking at here in this trade, Dakota? Just playing the range or?
Yep, trying to play a range, and we are not. It's not holding. It's not holding right now. I added to it a couple times. I need to see us close below 862 for me to be happy with this trade. My target's going to be these 830s, 840s, just right in the middle of this range. It's range trade, looking for the market, this price to return right back to the middle.
I have another possible rock fight at 6705 in the ES if we get there. What's going on around the markets? All the Hateful Eight is up, obviously, but we got Broadcom up, 9.3%.
I know,
Nvidia.
it was up like 10 or 11% earlier.
What was the news? I didn't look yet. Oh, they too partnered with OpenAI.
Yeah, they entered the circle, Jack.
OpenAI is just wheeling and dealing right now.
All right, we rejected those 880s. Let's see if we break through these 62s, this short's going to look pretty good.
Showing Dakota's screen right now so we can see what's happening here in the trade.
Yep, look
You're
for
short
price to return
15
back to
MNQ.
840s, 840s, 820s. This might be a typical case of I'm too early.
What I see here after this strong rally in ES, very, very strong. Strong in terms of that there is not more than 3 points of a pullback. What 3 points? I think maximum was 2 points of a pullback. So they are building up here in order to sweep the highs. They are building up. They are taking some momentum in order to continue this to sweep the high.
All right.
And still it is a range day.
Got a little bit of consolidation here in the ES.
I got a feeling that I'm early and we're going to sweep these highs first, Mo.
they are not giving the sellers any chance to run away, you know. So anybody got short here in ES, he didn't get even 2 points of profit at any point of time. So they're squeezing, and I bet the delta is positive.
Well, someone on chat will be able to check up on that, what the delta is here.
I mean, sorry, delta is negative and price is going higher.
If I didn't add to this already, I'd be still looking to add to it, but I'm already at my full position.
What was trading the open like today?
Well, I was in gold, Jack. NASDAQ was just
Yes.
very choppy. Lots of back and forth. It was volatile chop. Volatile range that we're seeing today. We're at the top of the range. It's what, 100 points? Almost 100 point range? Over 100 point range?
Guys, be sure to let me know if you can hear. I think my mic's pretty good at filtering this
Yeah,
out, but if you can hear any chaos in the background, children screaming, just let me know.
It's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, here we're sweeping the high, or not yet? Not yet.
Came very close in the ES. All right. Wish I could look at some bond yields. Not too much going on with the futures at the moment. Well, the thing is, I can hear them, so it puts me off my game a little bit.
All right, all right.
It is my oldest son's birthday today, and he is amped up.
All right, let's see if this was a sweep. See if it was a sweep and I was just early.
All right, so you're still in that position, Dakota, correct?
Yeah, I got out and back in, so short from 83 3/4.
Do you have that sweep in NQ?
Yeah, we got the sweep in NQ.
Thanks, everybody. I will send my regards to my son. He's the big 04 today.
You have 2 kids?
I got 3.
3
right.
Twins and
you got twins, huh?
Twins and then an older son.
I mean, Jack, when you have new babies, the older ones, suddenly you got the feeling that he's getting old quickly, you know. So you start treating with him as, you know, older than what he should, you know. So
Yeah,
you feel
for
that
sure.
he's not 4, he's 6 or 7, you know.
Oh yeah, he seems like a grown ass man now.
Yep. And that's somehow unfair, you know.
Oh, don't start with me, Muhammad. I don't need this on a Monday. I know he'll be driving soon. Little bit of pullback in Broadcom, not much. VIX is below 20.
We're finally back down below 20.
We are trading 1971 at the moment.
What we got? Go to short.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm still playing this range, Andre.
I like it. See that?
Same thing's happening to me as it did earlier. Chopped up a few times.
Up around that range, yeah. Right around the 900s or so. Dow is pushing higher. 46,345. Yes, trading 66.95. Any options? Any prices of futures that correspond with the options, Jack, up here?
67.05.
05. Okay.
Which would entail sweeping through the highs we put earlier in the session.
$5 off those all-time highs in gold. Your close come and went. So we got Paulson speaking at 11:55 a.m. Central Time. Right. Yes. What's your target to the downside on this? For playing the range.
For the middle of the range.
Okay. What price do you have for middle of the range? Last trade, 24,882.
840s. 840s.
Okay. 84s. Crew trading $59.64. House account long 2 from $59.43. In the chat, Air saying new all-time highs gold incoming. Well, $7 away from that. Mohammed, what are the setups? What are you seeing in the ES?
I'm waiting for this sweep to take out the highs at 66.97 in ES.
Yes.
And we'll see if we have a rejection from this high. Then I will take the short to the low, maybe to 66.44, because we still are in range for today. And closing below the opening range means that we have a rejection from the highs, which means trading it as a range day and selling the highs. Until now, they don't sweep the high, they don't sweep the low. Nobody wants to play.
Mo, we see Dakota, perhaps taking a range trade. Dakota, what are you looking at? You got the 5 or the 15? What are you looking at there for the
I'm looking for 840s. 840s is going to be my targets.
Sounds good. 66.93 last trade in ES. Topped out right around those. Hell, call it 97s. Let's go from top to bottom to top. 17 minutes or so here on the fast markets. We got morning recap coming up after this. JD and Jack. Oh, yeah. Then we got Jay and Dolby and Dan S. going to be joining us for Trade with Topstep. Shoulder tap, Jack and Ben. Group coaching. Again, JD, Vince, and Hoop. Get those questions in. Pinned to the top of the chat there. Roll this thing over. It's definitely been an inside day. Inside day means it's staying inside the ranges, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be tough for it not to be an inside day, wouldn't it? It was a pretty big day on Friday.
Well, I thought Friday was going to be an inside day as well. But, you just never know. That's why we stay locked in, right? Always got TopstepTV. Got your back, as well as the chat also. Earnings season really gets ramped up tomorrow. What do we got? We got the banks kicking off earnings season. I'll let you know what we are starting. So we got that data, right, Jack? I know you're always the stock market. That's what really moves the markets is earnings, correct? Earnings, guidance. That's like the real
in the long run, a company's earnings should be what keeps it going, right? And usually you don't see a huge sell-off as opposed to just a correction unless the earnings top out too. And earnings have been very, very good by and large.
Yes. Who we got tomorrow? Before the bell tomorrow, we got JP Morgan, Johnson & Johnson, Goldman Sachs, Citi, BlackRock's got some heavy hitters to get earnings season kicked off. We got Domino's as well. Just heavy hitters. Absolutely love it. Okay. With that being said, we were talking about how the airports are taking a hit due to government shutdown day. What do we have, 14 or so? Well, not just done there yet. Recreational stuff that people like to enjoy that our tax dollars are supposed to go to. Take a look at this. More things are shut down than just not getting our CPI data.
As the government shutdown enters its third week, DC's popular tourist attractions are shutting their doors. The Smithsonian Institute posted on its website as of Sunday it's temporarily closing its 19 museums, research centers, and the National Zoo. The facilities were able to stay open using budget funds from previous years. The zoo reassured the public that the animals will continue to be fed and cared for, but the public will not be able to watch its live animal cameras online.
Webcams got pulled too?
That seems harsh.
Yeah. Damn, no, I was going to say something dumb there. The animals know that they're shut down. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's going to keep going here. Jack, we're looking at what? 3 or another week or so? Maybe, based on what
Shutdown?
what the markets are saying?
Well, with the market, and I don't know if they know anything we don't, they're looking for, a 67% chance of it going on for a month, right? So through October. We will still get CPI at some point. But yeah, there's not really a sense of urgency. We won't get that until they reopen.
We'll have it, 2 come out as soon as they reopen or something?
Yeah, our only benchmark in 2013, they released it like 5 days after the government reopened. Do they release like the non-essential animals from the zoo?
Like, for instance?
I don't know, like
all of them?
An antelope or something. I mean, can't release
like
bears.
Camels.
Camels, yeah, we got them all. Question for non-farm. If and when it does get released, does anyone remember what the expected was, what the forecast was for about 2 weeks ago? And
no idea. I
know.
Not remember.
Neither. I'm wondering if it may have.
We're all in a
when they release it,
simulation.
will it change? Will it change? How do they do that? I do not. Does anyone in the chat remember what non-farm expected was? October 4th or so? I thought we were going to get it anytime soon. Anyways, I just put my tinfoil hat on there for a second. We got gold might be just trying to make a move to the upside. Take a look at the ES ladder. ES, we got a 350 lot up at 6,700 even, about 11 points higher. NASDAQ might be making a push lower at 24,858. Call it. And crude, seeing some selling here right now, 59.50. Did get above $60 about an hour ago. Tap out around $60.11. Silver, huh? That's where the action's at. Let's take a look at silver. Silver. What is cooking over there? Yeah. We're pulled back a little bit. Last trade, 50.28. Like King Caesar, absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving the action in silver.
Yeah, back above 50.
Dakota, we need your song for NQ. Dakota, what is your song for NQ?
Oh, no, that's slow market. Every time I get short the market, it usually works on gold. All right, we got a short song. Whenever I'm in short, I just play our normal slow market short song, and it works out beautifully.
Is it Hurt by 9 Inch Nails?
Wow.
It's non-copyright, and it's a banger.
Okay,
I'm not gonna.
Because that's what I feel if I'm short the NQ.
You mean whenever I'm short the NQ, usually it's make it hurt so good. Who's that? John. What's that? What's
I don't
that
know.
band?
Hold on. Let him stay right here. Dakota, who is it?
Mellencamp?
You got it.
The Coug.
Is it?
Yep. Yes.
Someone says Dakota. Yeah, I'm short. What do you guys? You guys think this market?
I knew they're gonna correct you on that one, Jack. You said 90. Yeah. It was Johnny Cash before that.
Oh, they're both the same song. Hurt by Johnny Cash is a cover But yeah, maybe if I short the ES, it's 9 Inch Nails. If I short the NQ, then it is Hurt by Johnny Cash.
Okay, I like that. Look at these prices here.
I like the long here in ES.
Mo, you like it? Okay.
Just because we didn't close, we didn't tag the high. I mean, this is setting up a nice long setup. If I'm not locked out, I will be preparing to take a long after this candle close strong. Yeah, it's closing strong. Entry 66.91, stop 66.86.
So you're locked out the XFP. What else do you have? Oh, do you have a new account there, Mohammed? Open?
It is. I don't have. I have the practice account only.
Okay.
88.
The one from 91.
So
that's
about 4 points of risk, or let's say 4.5. Looking for
91s.
97, 66, 97.
97s. Yes, that would be. I'd be high for this New York session right now. 50-50 tilts in the equities. Got 71% short on the tilt in crude. Or push higher.
See the sellers come in like last time. Buyers held it up at the 50s. Things are starting to slow down.
Yeah, they are, Dakota. Slowing down, does that mean we kind of get the drift higher here? Obviously, we got the bond markets closed today.
Not necessarily. I still think these markets are very sensitive with everything that's going on and what happened on Friday, right? Caught so many people off guard.
It was relentless. It was volume behind it. It did not stop for, it was about 5 hours. Yeah, started around 9:55 a.m. Central Time on Friday and continued actually after bell as well. There you go, Mo. See that read. You look for 97s to the upside?
Yeah, 97, just 97. Just because we didn't have that sweep off the highs, and we didn't have the sweep off the low. Usually, when this happened, either side would be
right.
Would be sweep, because the buyers are looking for stops, looking for liquidity. They didn't get the liquidity from the downside. They might be looking for liquidity from upside. They are rejecting here.
Okay,
I like that.
Hey, Courtney, well done. Yes, October 3rd. About 50,000. Okay, that was the expectation for non-farm. Thank you. 52, I remember that. 52K. Remember that when they do release it. No rejection there, Mohammed. In the ES.
Not stopped out yet. The stop is 66.8650.
Okay.
So still valid long. Maybe they need another try for the buyers. If the next try failed, that will be serious now.
89s hold. Right now, they did walk it up to 92s in the ES, and then sellers to step back in.
Right back up.
Yeah, this is perhaps a bit of a change.
What's that?
A bit of a change. Maybe they want to extend it higher, right? The sellers don't want to step back in. Are you still in this thing?
Yeah, I'm still in it from 81.
81s. All right.
This is a range trade, and the key thing with range trades for me is just patience. Like, we might see a lot of chop and patience before we get back to the middle of the range, or we just break out and I'm like, oh damn, I'm wrong.
Got 350 lots VS offered at 6,700.
Okay. 7 or 6 points higher here. And all-time highs in the ES. Obviously, quite a ways away. 68.12. 68.12. Right, we were trading about 68.09 or so, and tweet hit, and it was look out below 250 points lower. Nasdaq had about 1,000-point range as well.
And we've already made up half of that, right, from Friday?
Yes, we gapped open higher. No real attempt to fill it. The downside there. Dakota, you got slow markets. So I got slow markets yesterday evening. Got more slow markets again after this evening as well. 7:30 p.m. Central on a Monday. Who will be joining you?
Yeah, my man, Coach Jay joins me on Mondays and Wednesdays. So me and Jay's gonna chop it up and see how this market reacts. Gold's been the market to be trading at that time. It's been filled with opportunities, and the community's been taking advantage of it too.
Is it when Asia opens? Is it just they come in and just keep pushing it higher? I mean, we're seeing it right now.
Not necessarily higher, but we see a big spike in volatility. There's plenty of volatility. It almost feels like fast markets in trading gold at that time.
Okay, we might be trying here. $4 away. $4 away. All-time highs, 41.20 last trade. Looks like the ES may have held. I don't want to exit. We got a hard lot just showed up on the bid in the ES on the 66.93 half, 92 half as well. It was filled. We did see that 1,000 lot come in. Oh, what price was that? And the downside in the ES was around 69, 66, 69, I believe. 900 lot came in on the bid, and the market did run away from that and kept pushing higher here.
Yeah, I mean the sellers are not taking this seriously.
What does that mean, Mohammed?
I mean they're pushing and they just no follow through. If I'm a seller and I'm trying to sell this market, everybody knows where's my stop.
Yes.
Everybody.
Where'd be your stop?
We got question in the
ES. I'm talking about ES.
Why are you selling, guys? Why are you selling? Dakota, why are you selling?
Because this is a range-bound market for me in the New York session.
Yes. Right back. Yes, gold is really back. Incredible. $3 away. 41.21 last trade. It's not. Let's just be honest. It's not done. Gold is not done. And now $2 away. Here, another push higher. ES wants to catch
5,000? Gold to 5,000 by end of year?
Like Christmas? Man, Christmas gifts just got that much more expensive.
Momentum is real.
Yes.
Unless you're buying things in gold bullion.
Gold bullion.
Engagement rings just went up. All that jewelry just went up. But you're sitting on some gold. Good on you. 41.21. 5,000 we see in the chat. They're calling for Mohammed. It's going to be tough to short this thing for long term. But all right, Mohammed, you're locked out for the day. Any prices you got your eyes on in the ES while we wrap this thing up at Fast Markets? We got this morning recap coming up right after this, Mohammed. Thoughts?
In ES, watch this 66.97. 66.97 to the upside, 66.60 to the downside. If we are inside, it is make sure that you are selling the high and buying the low.
Yes.
If you see your trade inside in the middle, that means either that your stop is huge or your stop doesn't make any sense.
Excellent stuff. Andre, I think you got muted there.
We'll be seeing Mohammed later. Yeah, Jack, we'll see you in morning recap on the other side of this. Mohammed, we'll see you in Power Hour with Dolby and myself. Dakota, keep us posted on how this trade plays out. We're at the upper end of these ranges. We do have a Fed speaker coming up. Morning recap coming up next. I feel like this market's going to break out at a moment's notice. TopstepTV, let's go. Let's stay locked in. Good session, guys.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe. Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Monday morning recap. Morning quarterback the trades made today. I'm Jack, joined by JD. Is my Comcast dying now too? We'll find out. JD, how you doing?
Am I looking spotty? Is everything okay? Yeah, I just had an internet blowout. Came back. It took like 10 minutes. I hate when that happens. It's scary, especially with a position on. We're still long this crude trade from the opening range. Opening range breakout in crude. Let's talk through it. It was the only trade we took. We had a little execution issue when we were trying to get into the gold trade. So no trade on gold. Let's look at that gold chart real quick, though. Let me pull that up. So on the 7:20 Central Time regular trading hours open, we did signal a long position right here on both the 1 minute and the 5 minute in gold. It did come back ultimately. If we had taken that long position, it would have rotated on us and stopped us out. We considered for a few minutes once I was able to start executing orders again. I asked Jay and Coach Vince if possibly we were in the type of scenario where our stop was the better entry. We did end up ultimately voting that trade down, but that was the trade. Our stop on that opening range breakout would have been the best entry of the day, and we would have taken off to new all-time highs. So nothing done on gold, but nice move nonetheless. Crude oil, on the other hand, we were able to get into a position right on the opening range breakout. We looked at the 5 minute opening range. In crude oil, right at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, there is your opening range bar. The low didn't hold as low a day, but it really didn't come near our stop. Since then, we drifted higher, put in a new regular trading hours high, traded around both sides. Not both sides. We took out the high of the initial balance. So technically, we're looking at a failed upside auction in crude oil. We are still long in this trade, though. We got a couple ticks into it. Our stop, our CYA, is all the way down at... it was sitting at 59.17. I think I lost my stop when my internet went out, so I'll have to replace that. I'm going to reach out to the risk team and see if anything was executed on that end. I don't think it was, though. In fact, I know for a fact it wasn't. But we are still in this crude trade, long from 59.43, a two lot. We peeled one off to lock in a little profit. As Hogue would say, we sold one for the rally, which worked for a little bit. Now we're hovering just above scratch. Those are your opening range trades.
Thank you, JD. Well, I don't know about any trades that occurred before 9:30 when I came in, but if we look at my charts now in the NQ, Muhammad, I know at some point took a short that ended up triggering his personal daily trailing. So he ended up on the day, but had to lock out. From what I saw once I was there, Dakota took a short at the top of the range here in the MNQ. I think he had 15 contracts on that looked like they were going in his favor a little bit, but we're right back to the top of that range now. If Dakota's in chat, he'll let us know how that goes. We're getting a little bit of rejection here, so hopefully that pays off for Dakota. Otherwise, it's all on the chart there. We're in a pretty wide range compared to most normal trading days, which isn't surprising after the big sell-off on Friday. As a reminder, U.S. banks are closed today, so the bonds aren't open. A little bit of a spooky day given everything that's going on. So be careful, everybody, please. No hero ball today. And we got a lot more Tradertainment coming your way, JD. Anything you're excited about?
Just got note. We are going to have to cancel the shoulder tap today due to some issues, or not issues, I should say. The risk team is very, very busy, so we're going to have an extra 15 minutes of group coaching today. So looking forward to that. The question form is pinned to the top of the chat. If you have a question for either me, Vince, or Coach Hoop, grab that link pinned to the top of the chat and ask your question. We will likely get to it today. That's coming up in an hour, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time.
Awesome stuff, JD. Well, in the meantime, we got coming up next, we got Coach J. Dan S. is back in the house, and Dolby are going to be chopping it up. I see Dan in there. He's ready to roll. So we'll take a quick break and be right back with some more Topstep TV. Let's go, guys.
All right, welcome back to TopstepTV and to Trade with Topstep. And man, do we have markets moving? You guys know me. I'm Jay. On the right side, we got Dolby time in that nice fall foliage. The leaves are definitely starting to change color. And in the middle, we got Dan, MNQ ES Trader with us. And we're going to have a good conversation here. Good conversation here for sure. But we'll start. Dan, how you feeling today? How are you looking at the markets?
Doing great. Excited to be here. It's really nice to be back with you both. Today obviously is a day that you have to be really, really careful. And I think in general these days in these markets, we know if we're out here trading without stops, you're just going to get wiped out. You're asking for trouble. At any moment, the president could tweet something else about China, either good or bad, or, announce some other curveball thing. And obviously he's busy traveling all over the world today, and markets are officially closed. So we know low volume can make some big moves. So definitely got to be careful. And happy to be here.
Be happy that you're here with us, Dan. Quick look in at prices. Gold is making new all-time highs. Again, any new high tick in gold is officially an all-time high. We have 41.3670 new all-time high in gold. Nasdaq trading at the upper extreme of this range, 24.896. S&P is trading 66.97 quarter, and crude oil 59.60. Dolby time. How are we doing today? We are ranging. Where's the range?
Jay, well, it depends what market you're looking at, but yes, if you're trading the indices, we are ranging. If you're trading gold or silver, we are up and to the right. The trend is very strong. It's also lovely to have Dan back. Dan, so good to see you. I don't know, Jay, this is kind of one of those days, you have a holiday. There's, the market's going to be weird, and sometimes we trade anyways. And I feel like most of the time, these sort of days, I wish I never opened the screen. Take a vacation with the rest of the rest. Here's why. I'm not saying it's because because not all risk is created equal, right? If I'm going to put risk on, I want to make sure I'm in a market where I feel like I can get the reward. But when you have a day like today, you're adding a little bit of extra risk. For whatever reason, the losing trades feel extra loosey. The winning trades feel like you got lucky. It's a difficult time to trade. But if you're in the metals, then you might be doing okay.
Man,
right, this is John.
I'm with you on that, Dolby. I took one trade in the equities today. Shout out to the Topstep X platform with the trailing personal daily loss limit. I did get long in the NASDAQ. It stopped me out before it turned around and moved higher. In hindsight, my one trade should have been the long that I took in gold last night from 40.55 and just went to sleep for the rest of the week. That would have been an amazing trade, but here we are. Dan, I know you said you took some trades in the Globex session. I'm looking at your screen right now. We got a pretty nice P&L that we're looking at. What did you trade? Talk to us a little bit. And are you looking at any other opportunities going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Jay. So I've kind of been stepping on the gas in Globex specifically just because that's when I have the most time to trade with my work right now. And my campaign, which I'm happy to give you guys an update on since the last time I was here. I really only have time to be actively trading in those off hours, kind of when I've wrapped up the rest of my work for the day. And, what we've seen in these past couple sessions is some really nice range in those Globex hours. And especially coming into the open last night, I think we knew that there was a really nice opportunity for there to be a taco trade playing out. And it's exactly what we saw. And there was volume pouring in. And that's really the kind of trading that I like, to just get in, get out, put a little bit of size on. So I, switch from MNQ to NQ and step on the gas when I see an opportunity like that. And these days, we know that those opportunities are everywhere, really because of how. Sorry.
You said a taco trade, Dan. Are we talking carne asada, birria? What kind of tacos are we talking about?
I'm talking that, the Trump always chicken out scenario showing itself very cleanly. First last week we had carnage. I think it was the worst day in the market since April. Coming out of the president releasing like a long block of text, so long that nobody is going to read that. But it freaked the markets out. and we saw just selling all day. And then over the weekend, he tweeted something, or out there on Truth Social, which is how he does policy, announcing things there before announcing them in any official capacity. He tweeted something about how China was just having a bad day and how he has so much respect for President Xi and wants what's best for both the Chinese and the American people. And of course, the markets rip right back up to the upside because they're very reactive to this sort of manipulation, quite frankly. And I really think that's what it is. It is blatant market manipulation, and we're seeing folks like Unusual Whales and other groups that track these sorts of insider trades reporting blatant in-your-face insider trades. Some guy loading up on a leveraged Bitcoin short with a few $1 million 30 minutes before the announcement, and turning into almost $300 million of profit. We saw news reported yesterday that Barron Trump, the president's son, has a $150 million net worth, and like 80 million at least has come from shady crypto transactions.
Interesting.
If you're an insider, this is the time to get rich, and it's happening at the expense of retail traders like us and regular Americans who do not get this sort of information. And I think it's awful. And, I'm running for Congress in Maryland. A huge part of my platform has been going after the public corruption that we are seeing right now, and also going after, the smaller level corruption that we're seeing members of Congress themselves engage in. I'm not just talking about Trump's family and his friends. I'm talking about Democrats, Republicans on both sides. Members of Congress should not be going to Congress to pad their bottom lines and get rich. They should be there to represent the people that they work for. And so I'm all for a ban on members of Congress, members of the executive branch and their families actively trading equities, futures, crypto, options. Obviously they should be able to have a retirement account that's in a 401k or something, but active management of this stuff on inside information has got to stop.
Pretty insane.
And
also, Dan, isn't the fine for reporting trades late like a minuscule fine? Isn't it like a couple $100 or something? You could have a multi-million-dollar transaction, and the fee to report that late is a couple $100. I mean, it's pretty absurd, right? And it doesn't really matter what side you're on. I mean, no one wants to see people getting rich
like when I
like that.
It's like when I park my car somewhere and I'm like, what's the worst they're going to do? Give me a ticket? They're not going to tow it, right? So I'll just pay the fine, which is not ideally what you want to be doing, right?
Well, imagine that
on the markets, we are seeing some size real quick, talking about, bigger trades. There is some size up at 24,940 in the NASDAQ, about 700 contracts offered there. And then below the market at 24,895. We have about 200 contracts bid. So Dan, I like what you said there, because it's not targeting one side. You're saying, hey, you know what? No one should be allowed to do this, right? And you may be seeing it on both sides. Would you say that Congress members should be allowed to trade, just not on information that's maybe leading towards where the market is going? Right? If they're making decisions on their own merit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys will say they're making decisions through a financial advisor, or their spouse is making the decisions. Honestly, based on the inside briefings that they get, the intelligence briefings that they get that we regular people do not get, I think when they go to Congress, they should have to put any active trading accounts, any brokerage accounts that they have away, whether it's a blind trust or whether it's closing those accounts. You go to Congress, whether it's for 2 years or 4 years, to legislate and to enact laws and to work for the American people. I'm sick of seeing these guys go there and act like traders. And I have trading experience, but I'm willing to put aside how I
Dan,
make money.
Hold on real quick. Real quick, Dan. We are seeing size trade in the NASDAQ real quick here. We just had a 500 lot trade in a second. NASDAQ selling off a little bit here. 24,890 last trade. S&P does have some offers up here. 6704.75 is about 800 contracts offered there as well. We did just see a spike in volume in the S&P, about 1,100 contracts trading in a second there. 66.94 quarter last trade over there. So still up near the high of this range, but we are seeing the volume trade here. The gold pulling back just a little bit, 41.3220. We will be taking a look if there are any headlines out here. Dan, any trades that you're seeing right now? I know you're up about $3,000 on the day. Do you continue to trade, or do you usually lock it up at this point?
I would definitely lock it up at this point. All that matters to me is securing payouts, and I'm just really happy to have a big day like this where I was able to take advantage of the momentum trading. But yeah, right now, I mean, we're struggling to get over that, lower high that NQ set after the open, and not able to get over that Globex high from around after the London Open. So unless we can get back over there, I'd probably be looking to scalp short, looking at what this 5-minute candle is doing on NQ. But then again, it's tough in either direction on a day like this with low volume and the banks closed. It's just, you really got to make sure you have a stop in place if you're taking anything right now. And I would probably switch to micros at this point for sure if I was going to take anything.
Gotcha. We do have a headline here. China issues implementation rules on port fees on U.S. ships. That came out about a minute ago, right as we saw that volume trade. So like we said before, right, we have, whether there's a trade war or not escalating, some of the comments were walked back. It's not over, right? Where we're still going to see some comments come out. We're going to see both sides maybe reciprocate some of the, advancements in the trade war. So China issues implementation rules on port fees on U.S. ships. We'll see exactly what that means. NASDAQ kind of shook it off, right back
wiggly,
up 24. Yes, it is 24,910. Let's take a look at what the spread is in this market. I know when the markets opened up last night, there was anywhere between a 10 and 30 tick spread in the NASDAQ. Right now, it's not too bad, 3 ticks, but it is extremely thin. Dan, so I like what you said you did, right? You kind of you stepped on the gas. What was so clear? I guess, it's, hey, we're walking back some of these comments. We've seen gap ups and continuations all year. Was it just a clear, hey, this is a market that's going bid?
Yeah, I mean, I think the manipulation and the taco trade has become so reliable that you can jump in on it. These insiders are profiting in a huge way, and I want my piece as a retail trader. Oh, yeah. It's like, if these guys are creating these opportunities, we should be able to take them too. So I like jumping in and risking a little bit more. And it can be easy to get stopped out in these situations. You have to be okay with that, given how quickly these candles whip around with NQ. But it just looked like a confident situation, especially given how low we went on Friday. Yeah.
It is very thin, man.
Very thin. I think the call was, wherever we gapped, just follow that direction, right? If we were going to gap down, it was probably going to continue, but we gapped up, and seeing some nice continuation. The NASDAQ up over 2% on the day. Again, metals, really the star of the show, the star of the year, gold. We got silver up almost 7%. At one point, it was 7% up, 6.91% up in silver right now. Platinum up 4.83%. Copper up 5.24%. Dolby, what do we trade?
I mean,
I'm locked out here,
you're locked out? All right, well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything in the NASDAQ unless you like range trades. But I did want to mention this, Jay. I know you're one of my brothers in the 50% retracement, and I'm sure you already drew this out. But from the sell-off yesterday, or Friday, it was like 400s down to 24,200s. Middle of that is about 24,776, which was the base of the range we are in right now. So if you were looking at the midpoint, you might have had a little bit of confidence to hop in there and nab along, but the midpoint strikes again. Probably a nice day, actually. After such a major sell-off on Friday, the market's a little bit quieter today. There's not major news. So I wonder if this is better for the market to not have a full-blown market open sort of day. Obviously, stocks are open, but bonds are closed. I'm kind of curious to see how this pans out. But I think, Jay, what you're talking about is, do you have a secondary market in your back pocket that doesn't correlate with the main market you're trading? So let's say normally you are an indice trader. Do you have a backup market, your secondary market? Do you have a third market, a tertiary market? So if you're trading NASDAQ, are you also looking at gold or oil?
The way it seems, Dolby, the equities should be the secondary market for the past month or so, because metals are just rallying. NASDAQ still does have this offer up here, 678 contracts offered at 24,939 evens in the NASDAQ. We are about 20 points off of that right now. S&P also has a ton of offers up here from 6706 all the way up to 6710. There's about, quick count on these, about 800 contracts offered in that 4-point range. So let's see if the market wants to go take out this liquidity. Oh, actually, here they go. They just consolidated that all to 1 point. 946 contracts offered at 6704.75 in the S&P. We are seeing gold pulling back here just a little bit, 41.2940 last trade in gold. 62% short tilt in gold. Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I just put on a little long.
Okay.
I'm looking at ES to get over that Globex high and probably push to 67.15 if it does. If we reject hard here, I'll get out. And I'm trading MNQ, but I'm really looking at these that ES level around 67.15 as like a target that I might just sit in and see what happens and coming into the end of the day here.
All right, so, we got Dan long 5 MNQ, 24,910 half.
Yep. And as far as a secondary market, I've been having a little bit of fun with micro Bitcoin these days. It's just moves nicely, and I like how it moves per tick.
Coach Paul says it all the time. Micro Bitcoin is a favorable market to Topstep accounts. As long as Bitcoin is still trading in the 100,000s. When we get to 500,000 in Bitcoin, it's going to be like trading the NASDAQ. But 50 cents a tick, it's digestible. It's digestible for now for Topstep accounts, and it moves really well. It actually moves a lot like the equity markets do. If you put up a micro Bitcoin chart and a NASDAQ chart, it almost looks identical, which is interesting. All of the institutional money we know that came into crypto recently, it moves a lot like the equity markets, which may not be such a bad thing. Still got
Dan,
these offers up here. Yeah, go ahead.
What made you choose micro Bitcoin over, say, gold as your secondary market?
Good question. I mean, I think they're both kind of similar in that it's kind of something people use as a inflation hedge. And I don't know, gold is just not a market that I feel super, super comfortable with. I've never really traded it too much. I do watch it. I've tried to dabble a little bit in crude, but I kind of feel most comfortable around the NASDAQ. And I feel like, Bitcoin is kind of tangential to that more so than these other commodity markets. So I just like kind of sticking with tech related markets. They make the most sense to me.
Nice. I like that. How would you describe sort of your trading system? Obviously, you had a great day, this morning. Are you more of like a one and done, two and done sort of guy? Are you in and out a bunch?
Well, I've always struggled with over trading, especially back when I was trying to be an options trader coming out of COVID, and finding futures, finding Topstep especially, and then more recently, as you guys have put more and more risk controls in place to kind of help with that over trading, especially the lockout feature. It's really
awesome,
amazing. For somebody like me that struggles with over trading, it's just been a game changer. So I'm a scalper. I've always been kind of upfront that I like getting in on momentum and getting out. I think that's what the futures markets really enables you to do. But as I trade more, get more years of experience behind me, I'm able to sit in trades a little bit longer, be more patient, pick up some bigger wins and reduce my number of trades I'm taking in a day. But it's not uncommon for me to take 20 trades in and out relatively quickly, especially with NQ. I like collecting my profits and not letting a green trade go red. If I'm up one contract more than a couple $100, I think that's a nice scalp right there. I don't see anything wrong with that. Especially if the market's chopping around. If we're really trending and you're confident in your trade, that's a different story.
Absolutely. We got Dan with a good one on right now. Long from 910 half in the micro NASDAQ, long 5 contracts here. This offer is still sitting up here, 678 contracts if anyone wants it. Going once, going twice at 24,939, 678 offered. The S&P has about 1,300 contracts offered between 67.04 half and 67.0475. So let's see if the market takes these offers out or if we do run away from them here.
Sorry, I was just trying to put my stop on and I kicked myself out here. I was putting a stop on my phone there.
Oh, got it. Can you kind of explain your strategy? Because you said you were looking at the ES, but you made the trade on the NASDAQ. I think I only have talked to one other trader who does something similar. It might be OFEC. I think OFEC also looks at the ES, but makes his trades on the NASDAQ. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah, so I've been using a system for years now that a guy who's a well-known Twitter trader master, Brian Jones. Sorry, I'm butchering his name. It's been years since I've been on the kind of FinTwit stuff. He put out an extremely simple system. There's a PDF. I find it to be very useful. It looks at mostly XPX on the 30-minute as kind of a way to gauge market direction. And it looks at just 2 indicators, the 50 simple moving average and the 10 simple moving average. And you're looking for crosses of those 2 SMAs. And a cross of 50 below the 10 or above the 10 can really signal a change in market direction. I'm sorry I don't have my Thinkorswim charts up and I could show you guys, but I've found it to be the best way to just kind of have an overall sense of market direction. And I find it to be a lot easier to chart than NQ. And it also removes that overnight noise and, kind of smooths things out a little bit. But we know generally that the S&P and the NASDAQ are trending pretty closely together. Sometimes you see a divergence playing out, but for the most part, they're moving together. And so I'm always looking at big ES levels and SPX levels as opposed to really doing most of my charting on NQ. It feels a lot simpler for me, and I've been seeing it work for years. I would encourage you guys all to check it out. You can just find it with a quick Google. He refers to it as the system.
Okay.
There's a free PDF out there. He's not one of these gurus charging money for anything. I think
he knows. Can't manage that risk. Doesn't matter how good your system is.
Exactly. And that's another thing I'm sick of is folks taking advantage of retail traders out there pushing paid Discord rooms or paid material that you can easily find for yourself on YouTube or just through putting in the chart time. Nobody needs to be giving up their money to these scammers out there. And really, in general, that's the framing of my entire campaign. I'm fighting scammers. It's what I've done for my 15-year career before I jumped into this, and it's what I'm going to be doing in Congress.
Nice stuff. Love to hear it, Dan. And that's why I love what we do here at TopstepTV. All it costs you is your time and attention. And if you like that, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe, and tell your friends and family too as well. We got Dan long right now in the micro NASDAQ, 24,910. What's your target on this one? I got an overnight high of 945s, 945.75.
I do think if we can get over that Globex spot on ES that was like, what was that? 67.10 or so, that we can go up to 67.15 and maybe continue higher. But then again, low volume, super thin markets, banks are closed. If we're not going to get over there, we could just as easily reject pretty significantly. So just being careful here, and just in a small MNQ position, not gonna, definitely would never add to it or anything. We'll cut it if I'd take more than a couple $100 loss on it.
There we go.
Nice, got a plan.
Dan, locking in some profits. Do you use any of the Topstep? So you can see it on my screen here, right? I was up on the day. Then I said, hey, set a trailing personal daily loss limit. If I give back more than $500, I'm out. Do you use those features, or is your schedule busy enough on the campaign trail that you said, hey, you know what? I'm locking in some profits here. I can just close the platform and shut it down from there.
I love those features, and I should use them more often. If I wasn't on TV right now, I'd be locked out and focusing on other stuff. I'm really trying to just get my payouts. I mean, this is how I'm putting food on the table for my family right now. I'd left my full-time work as an analyst and doing regulatory policy work for state financial regulators in April, because I couldn't combine being a candidate for office with representing state regulators. And, they're already getting heat from the likes of Elon Musk as he's trying to get 50 state money transmission licenses. And so I had to separate there. I'm just so thankful for Topstep, which has been paying me for years now. I've really had a good thing going with you guys, and I just so appreciate that there are good actors in the space, because we certainly know there are some more scammy actors out there whose rules are much more oriented towards the firm as opposed to the trader. And I mean, you guys, whether it's those risk controls or just the analysis that you do to help traders learn, you're so geared towards actually helping traders and enabling them to have this be a good thing in their lives. And so for me to be able to tap into the markets a little bit and put some food on the table in that way is really amazing. And I just appreciate what you guys do.
Some stuff, man. Well, shout out to you being a great trader. You still got a place to trade in order to pay yourself, and you are doing just that. Multiple XFAs you're trading in. You said you had a good day in a couple of them. We got one trade on right now. Whether it's a win or a loss, this is going to be a winning trading day either way. Nasdaq trading 24,905.50. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, I'm coming off working my way up to number 10 on the big board. And then I like so many others, I kind of flamed out with my live account. But I had a good run there, and I like that the new rules, or the rules that were changed 6 months ago or so, enable a really clear path back to a live account. So I'm working my way back up there slowly but surely. And in the meantime, just enjoying that you're able to get back into XFAs when you inevitably screw up, like we all do, because we're all human.
Right, absolutely. If you wonder about those new rules, getting into live, more direct path, 5 payouts. 5 payouts gets you back into a live account. Could be moved a little earlier depending on what the balance is in those XFAs, but 5 payouts is what it takes to get it done. 24,898 last trade in the Nasdaq. Gold pulling back from its high as well, 41.26. S&P trading 66.97, and crude oil pretty much flat right now, 59.60.
And I'm just about to cut this trade, I think.
All right.
But we'll see. I'm going to give it just 1 second. I got some nice profits to play with, and I said I'd cut it around $200 loss. We're not quite there yet, but I'm watching it.
Are you trading exclusively micros, or did you throw in some E-minis for the P&L today?
Last night it was all minis. I was just moving with that momentum and taking some really nice profits when I saw the opportunity with the bigger size. I think I was trading 3 minis.
3 minis? Oh, okay. So it's pretty good size then. How many trades did it take to get up to that level?
We were moving pretty quick, and it was like not on the initial push. I think I caught just a little bit of that at the open, and then I kind of waited for us to pull back a little bit, and then just caught the really nice move up that we had after that. figuring that we were going to continue in that direction since we gapped up in that direction. And, I was done by the time I was going to bed. And I did slap a couple small trades this morning because I'm, struggling with over trading like everyone else. But,
trading is fun.
Yeah,
it is fun.
But I would not recommend that people trade 3 minis unless you have, I think until you have 10K in your account, you should stick to 1 mini, maybe 2 if you're being really careful above that. 3 is a bit egregious, but given the momentum, I like to throw on a little bit more size sometimes.
If you know the rules, you can break them a little bit.
Yeah, rules are meant to be. And I'm not like a super rigid trader. I do kind of trade on intuition and just levels that I've seen play out over months. Yeah, I think last time I was on here, I was talking about how if you looked at my 4-hour chart and you zoomed out and Thinkorswim, you'd think I'm absolutely nuts because I don't really clean up my charts. And these levels we come back to them time and time again. The same levels that you might be watching weeks ago, tend to show themselves again. So I think there's no point in cleaning up your levels if they've been useful to you in the past.
Absolutely. Every once in a while, I come back to a chart. I'm like, oh, I don't know why I put that line there, but it's a good line.
It's good. It's a good line. It's a good line. It's a solid one. I like this one. I had a question for you. Unless Jay, you're going back to markets.
Oh no, go ahead, Dolby.
Cool. Okay, so what would kind of your advice be to some traders who are maybe struggling in XFA, looking to get to LFA? You've been on both sides. You've been up and down that journey. Any suggestions for maybe people who are maybe stuck in XFAs who want to get to the live funded?
I think really just focus on locking in those payouts. You guys have reduced the amount that it requires to have a winning day, which is really helpful, especially if you've been able to build up a nice balance. There's no reason once you've locked in enough to take a nice payout to really keep pushing it hard. So I kind of look to try to build up 10K in the account, and then I take it easy after that because you've locked up a maximum size payout. There is no reason to be taking on too much risk. Go in. I don't mean to suggest trade differently than how you normally do just to secure a payout, but we all know that securing a payout is the most important thing. It's not real money until it's in your bank account. Yeah, and I've just been burned so many times by over trading and by taking on too much risk because you think you see something. That's a quick way just to blow your accounts. I've blown plenty of accounts, like tons of accounts. But you got to spend money to make money. You got to be willing to take some risk, and you got to play the game. But you can, as time goes on and you learn more through more chart time, you'll get there if you take advantage of the tools that Topstep makes available to you, like that lockout, and you go for your winning days. It's actually pretty easy to keep an account alive if you're managing your risk and you have a decent balance that you've built up. And that's what we're here for. MP always says, live to trade another day. You guys say it. That's the whole point. And it's a way to, both grow your account, but also kind of grow your discipline personally. And it's nice just knowing that you can get there. I think if I can get there to a live account, anybody can get there. It's very doable.
Nice.
It is. Yeah. I mean, Dan, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, you got it, Dobie. You're asking all the good questions right now.
No, this is more of a statement.
Keep going.
But I mean, to back up Dan's comment, I used to do trader support for like 2 years in the way back time, and I can count on one finger the amount of traders who I have seen soft crash out a trading combine. And what I mean by that is their daily loss limit was $300, and they lost $300 every single down day, and they rode that into the maximum loss limit. I've only seen one person ever do that. It is always you're trading good, and then one day happens and you lose everything. Like pretty much every time.
Yeah,
pretty much every time.
I was on the same page. That was actually my question for Dan. You said you've blown accounts before. You sustained accounts long enough to get into a live account and get to that leaderboard. When you've blown accounts, is it exactly what Dolby was kind of talking about there, where it's just like, hey, you know what, things are going really well, and then there's one moment because it's usually a day, right? It's usually a day or two where it's, hey, it doesn't matter what the balance is here. I have a lapse of judgment or some FOMO, whatever it is. And it kind of shows just how volatile trading can be, where you could be making all the right decisions for months, right? And then one day kind of wipes it out. And I think that's why it's so important to kind of use the tools. Because ideally, is that going to happen? No, right? Ideally, I can act like an adult and not throw a temper tantrum. But I've done them. I've thrown temper tantrums in the market, and the market welcomes that, right? It's like, yeah, keep going. Feed on all of those emotions and give me your money, right? So
totally.
Yeah.
Nobody's a machine. We're going to make mistakes. And my blowups have always come from just FOMO and breaking my rules. The big rule I try not to break is adding more size to my positions. And I've got a picture of the legendary trader Paul Tudor Jones on my desk with that sign he had on his desk that says losers average losers. So I just try to remind myself I'm a loser if I'm averaging trades.
There you go.
So, and that seems to help. Like, just help yourself by having reminders around you that help you stick to your values and your trading rules. I've worked with a trading psychologist that's been on your program.
Okay.
I think trade psych with Sean. I forget what.
Sean Sawyer.
His name's Sean Sawyer. Great guy. He's helped me out a lot over the years, both with trading and just being one of the best therapists you could have ever imagine. The traders go through a lot. This can be mentally so difficult on people. Invest in yourself if you can, and take the time to figure out, why you're tilting so easily. And, there's a lot of reasons why that can happen to all of us pretty easily. We're all human, could just have a bad day, could be anxious coming in. Something could have happened in your personal life. Something could have happened just watching the news these days. I mean, the news can be so depressing, and you might feel so serious that what's going to happen in the markets because of something that you saw happen out there, or just a vibe that you have or something. But if you know yourself and have some strategies to deal with, how easy it can be to go into that tilt or something, that can really help. So I would encourage people to try to invest in their mental health too, if they're actively trading.
We just saw a little back to the markets real quick. We saw 600 contracts traded in a second in the NASDAQ, made a high there of 24,936. We do have Dan Long right now from 24,910's. Nice hold on that trade. I know you were talking about potentially cutting it, but it didn't really get down to your point of invalidation, and it is holding up pretty well. What I did see is that spike of volume that we had earlier on that China ship news. Dolby, you talk about 50% retracements. Here's that volume, right down to 50% of it on the 3-minute chart and right back up. And I'm just going to show you one more, Dolby, just in case we need to add to the dictionary of buying off of 50% levels. Here's that gap up from last night. It's the NASDAQ, so it's not perfect, but right off of there, 50% of that holds, and we rally. So nice trade you got going on here, Dan, so far.
Thank you. And that's an example of news that the market is just eating up. But I'll tell you real quick, that's terrible news for the farmers in my district. I live in a rural area. I'm surrounded by farmers. They're growing soybean primarily, and they do have some domestic buyers. But these guys who traditionally have voted for my opponent and for the president, this is a pretty red district. Some of them have told me they can't even get a crop in the ground right now. And whether it's the tariffs that have made their fertilizer costs go crazy, or it was the spending freezes that affected farm credit and USDA, and some of these guys having laid out 6 figures for a new grain masher or other equipment. And now China, the main buyer of their soybeans internationally, isn't buying anything. And then to make matters worse, we go and give $20 billion to Argentina, and they use that to buy soy from China. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a slap in the face to these farmers. The president now says he's thinking about a bailout for the farmers that's going to come from the tariff revenue. These farmers do not want a handout in my district. They want to be able to sell their soybeans. And it's just another example of how ridiculous these policy decisions are. Yeah.
Looking at a soybean chart, soybean are on their lows. We know futures can be used as a hedge, so maybe shorting soybeans when we can't sell them. But yeah, that sounds like a tough situation here. And we got Coach Hoop. Speaking of the farmers, air horns in cattle making new all-time highs, 244, 875. We have a ton of markets moving. Steak prices, Dolby, I'm sorry, but they keep going up.
That's the only market I don't want to see cattle or oil make highs. I want lows.
Yeah, absolutely. Silver is up, copper is up, micro Ethereum is up, and our time is almost up here. But we got Dan in this trade right now, 24.910s. Half. Dan, how do you manage this one? I know you're looking for that overnight high. You were saying if we weren't on air, you would lock it up. So do you take profits here? Do you just set a profit target and let this one run? How do you manage this trade?
I'm going to see if it goes a little bit higher, and then I'll probably put a stop in around break even and see what happens into the end of the day here. But I might sit in this one for a little bit and still have that that ES level in mind to see if we can push above that Globex high and head towards 67.15 and maybe get a nice little move on the NASDAQ too.
Nice. We are seeing some volume trade up here at these highs. Again, I'm gonna go back to this 1 second chart. There's a couple of bursts of volume here. There's about 800 contracts traded in a second, another 600 traded in a second. So someone's trying to buy it up here. Maybe they are running into a little bit of an iceberg because they're buying it and not pushing price higher. Let me see if I can get a quick read on Delta. It's going to take longer than I want, but it looks like it is positive on the day. Positive 1200. That's the full session. Full session Delta positive 1200. So congruent with direction. Let's see if we go take out these overnight highs, 24,945 in the NASDAQ. I do like that as a target here. Just a reminder for everyone, we got group coaching coming up. JD, Coach Vince, and Coach Hoop. The form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. Dolby Time, we're going to see you on air later today?
Yes. Be on Power Hour. Should be pretty interesting today, especially with how these markets are moving. Yeah, but we'll see. We got Mo coming. Oh, not Mo. Well, we're finding someone to come in. I think Mo's already locked out. So
got you.
Yeah.
Well, great session here so far. Dolby Time, always great trading with you. Dan, great to have you back on air again today.
Definitely.
A nice trade, a nice day also in the in your XFAs. Like you said, this is now your full-time job in the middle of campaigning, right? So pulling money out of the markets and then hitting the streets on the campaign trail. We love to see it, Dan. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Dolby. It's great to see you guys. Great to be here.
You.
Always fun.
Excellent trader, Dan. I'd love to have you back.
Yes, and really great trade we got going on here. 20 points in the profit currently, going to add to that winning day. This is TopstepTV. We got group coaching coming up. Make sure you get your questions in, and we will be right back. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe. TopstepTV. Let's go.
I'm typing. Hang on a second, guys. Welcome back to
Thought
Topstep
Darren
TV.
was
This is
here.
group. Hang on. And done. Sent. All right. Just another task over and done with. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is the afternoon. It's 12:03 p.m. Central Time. Sorry, 12:04 p.m. Central Time. That means it's group coaching time right here on TopstepTV. I'm JD. We got Coach Hoop, and we got a couple of your questions. That question form is still pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you have a question for me or Hoop, or Coach Vince, who should be joining us momentarily, go ahead and grab that form, fill it out, and we will get to your question as they come in. All right, Coach Hoop, how's it going today? You in the market? What are you doing?
I am out now. Had a pretty decent day. Air horn cattle, as I mentioned to Jay. That was, might as well just join gold. And yeah, that cattle market's just, once again, it's not something that's going to be fixed easy from a supply area. And you can see here, as you can see, I got a little execution there. I took one trade, but you know, this market has been up and to the right like equities. You know, JD, we talked about this, agricultural markets and their ability when there's a supply and demand issue. You know, gold's got it because every bank in the world wants to own gold more than anything. So we go higher. Same thing with cattle. Every dip has been another opportunity, whether it was back in late June, again in early September, and here we are again, all-time highs again. So yeah, it's a lot of things are up and getting expensive again.
Very true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
I just picked up a friend of mine is a meat dealer here in Chicago, and
I got a meat guy.
Prepared. I got a meat guy. He works for a group that supplies restaurants with you know, like meat in bulk.
Sure, the good stuff.
But I'm getting prepped. Yeah, I'm getting prepped for deer camp coming up in a couple of weeks, and I usually have between 20 and 25 guys in my camp. So I went to him for a giant 20-pound slab of ribeye. He gave me a good deal. He gave me the family and friends price, but man, that shit was still pretty.
It still probably wasn't pretty, I bet.
Yeah. But it's good meat, and it'll feed 20 dudes for the day.
That's all you need.
We'll cut it up into steaks and whatnot, and we'll have a grand old time.
Yeah.
But yeah, these meat prices are just getting absolutely ridiculous.
Equities are a beast, right? Just buy the dip. Everything all is well. That's what I posted in VIP when the market was falling on Friday. Anybody who watched the movie Animal House is when Kevin Bacon is just in the middle of the street yelling at everybody, all is well. That's what it felt like Friday, but not today. So that's what makes trading great.
All is well.
All is well.
Well, we got out of that crude trade. I can't give you an exact price. There was a little glitch in the matrix earlier this morning, so I was auto-liquidated on the trade. I'll get that fill for you, but we were in the money on it. I opened up I got a fresh 150K XFA here. Yes, we do pass combines on our side. They're comped, so we don't profit off of them. We don't pay for them, so we don't get paid out on them. But yeah, I pass combines quite often. So I got 150K fresh, hasn't been touched yet. If we want to put a trade on or do anything in the markets, we'll jump on that for now. All right, we got a couple of questions coming from you guys in the chat. Here's an interesting one from RC. RC wants to know, hey, what metrics matter most when evaluating trader progression? It's a tricky question. It's very subjective. It depends on where you're at in your trading journey, I should say. But when you're first getting started, I think the most important things to look for are your win rate and your reward to risk ratio. When you're getting started in trading combine, you know, the goal is not to make massive profits on a single day. There is a consistency target or a consistency rule, you might say. So you're kind of capped on what you can make on a given day before you get into a funded level account, before you graduate. So building that account up brick by brick, jab by jab, as we say, those are some important metrics to look at. What's your hit rate? What's your win rate? What's your risk to reward? How long are you staying in these trades? Is your strategy, are your setups sustainable over time? What got you through that trading combine? Is it going to get you to a payout in an XFA? I think these are important things to look at. You're playing small ball in the trading combine. You're not trying to hit home runs, so it's a different mindset. But what's your take on it? What are you looking for when you're in an eval?
I think, 2.5 seasons into this of looking at trade reports, it's different. It's definitely, you said it, it's different for everybody. I know in mine, I started to perform better when my win rate went down, and I tended to grow my risk reward. So instead of always looking 1-to-1, I would start to look 1-to-2, 1-to-3, and just try and not be so and I'm a competitive guy, so that wasn't easy. I always wanted to be a 70% win guy, but I have found that if I get better in terms of being low 60s, mid 60s is probably a better sweet spot for me in terms of, once again, like you said, you don't want to keep spinning your wheels, right, JD? So I think I've learned to not always have to be right. And I think a lot of traders struggle with that, especially early in their careers. And I think probably that. And once again, it's being over leveraged is the problem. We all treat it. I think Coach Paul had said it best. It's not a 100K combine or 150 combine. It's a 100K. It's a $3,000 combine, right? So, and I think sometimes we treat it like we got $100,000 and we can just, let it wheel. But yeah, I think the leverage part is a huge thing. But I think the biggest thing, like I said, I think I look for a little lower win percentage and a higher risk reward. I think it just seems to transpire better.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's good. As long as you're keeping the math on your side, as they say, there is no real wrong solution to this puzzle. And it's going to be different for everybody, depending on what your trading style is, what type of person you are.
Mandy's a perfect example, right, JD?
Say again, who is?
Mandy. Mandy,
yes.
Super high win rate and has a negative risk to reward. So there's that's the beauty of trading, right? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do it,
Yep. She does it different. She's risking 3 to make 1. And
right.
But her entries are so spot on. She's got her system down so pat.
Trade location.
She doesn't, she doesn't second guess herself at all, and that just comes from experience. There's no substitute for screen time, as they say. The better you get to know your trade setups and your strategy, the more confident you will be in to execute those trades and not think twice about it. And then eventually, you'll start to build and grow that account, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in on these markets real quick. I'm going to refresh this platform just for a second. What's the tilt looking like? We got 51% long in the ES, pretty flat. 55% short NQ, 52% short crude, and 58% short gold. Very, very little happening on this holiday trading day in the markets. Very, very low trader participation rate.
Yeah, there's a 10 handle pull off the high. Yes.
Yep. Watching it.
Volatility's kind of sneaking its way around again, that's for sure, after Friday.
A lot of money on the sidelines today. We're just seeing what appears to be the bots cannibalizing each other, just eating each other up.
Yeah.
And that's what happens on slow days like this. Try not to get yourself twisted up in the chop.
Yeah.
It's hard to avoid sometimes, I understand the urge to be in the market. Yeah. All right, next question. From Steven, an oldie, but a goodie. Steven says, hey, I just passed a combine. Any tips on how to trade behave now that the pressure is there to not lose the account that you worked hard for? I think Hogue said this best a couple weeks ago. Don't don't be the Chicago Bears of trading. We all know what happens when the Bears go into the halftime with a lead. They come out and they start playing not to win. They play not to lose. They're not playing to win. They're playing not to lose. And if you approach trading as trading not to lose instead of trading to win, it could be a slippery slope before it turns into death by 1,000 cuts, you know?
Yeah.
What I would say is stick with the strategy that got you through the trading combine, right? We just got done talking about this. And I think Hogue would say, at the end of the day, you always got to dance with the one who brought you, right?
Yep.
You go to the dance with your wife, you're dancing with your wife, right?
Yep.
And that's the most simplest explanation I can give you for it. The second you pass through the trading combine and think you're going to start doing things differently in the XFA and make $1 billion next month, the more you're going to find yourself back recycling combines before you know it. Hitting that reset button, or maybe even, it's a slippery slope is what I'm trying to say. So whatever strategy got you through the trading combine, stick with it for a little while. Don't fix what isn't broken, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah.
Hoop, how do you feel about it?
Well, and I think the biggest thing is that, you know, I get traders that pass the combine in 2 days. And I go, is that going to be scalable into an XFA? And I'm going to say most of the time it's probably not. So I think whatever you do, like you just said, JD, you just got to take that blueprint. And if you want to, you know, downsize it a little bit, you know, and just, you know, maybe you're a doubles and triples hitter, and maybe you just want to hit singles to start to build the account and grow it. That's kind of the way I treat it. But I just think, you know, for the people that blow, and once again, I'm happy that you can pass a combine in 2 or 3 days, but the question is that going to get you to get good habits into an XFA? I think is always the biggest thing.
Very true. Very true. Oh, we've got someone in the back. Whenever you guys are ready, we can bring in our addition. Hope the dogs are okay, Hoop. We're still seeing a little bit of selling here in equities. S&P last trade, 66.98. Last trade in the NQ, 24.912. Last trade in the Dow, 46.296. Knock, knock. Who's there? Hey, look who made it. What's up, Vince? How you doing, Coach?
Hey, Vince scared my dogs off.
Sorry about that. Technical gremlins.
Yes, on this day.
What am I doing
I've been
today?
out of internet myself. I lost internet for a good 15 minutes earlier, and then it like twitched on me again right before group coaching started. Something going on today. There's something in the air. People don't want us here. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Gremlins are around. What's cooking?
Well, Vince, what's been going on with you in the markets since the opening call? You doing anything? What's going on?
Well, I got stopped on a Dow trade just by a few ticks, and then it kind of, I think something was released. I don't know. I heard he's talking about it. Did Trump say something or something happened? We had a quick little blip down, just enough to tag my stop, and then it went back up. So that was a little bit annoying, but you know, we're hunting for the next trade. What about you guys?
It was a headline right before we started this segment. Came out at 11:57 a.m. Fed's Paulson was speaking. Paulson said signals support for 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts in 2025. So two more rate cuts by the end of the year. That was a headline that started moving things around a little bit.
Okay.
Is it true? I don't know. It says signals support it, though. What signals are you looking at? Let's add some context to this headline. Paulson sees current monetary policy as modestly restrictive. We've heard that before also, right?
And they have no data to go off of right now, too. So it's great.
Yep. Ooh, look at this. King Jamocrate says, gap fill by the end of the day. Oh, no, it was a question. There was a question mark at the end there. Gap fill by the end of the day? Doesn't look like it right now. It's like a 100-point move in the ES to fill that gap at this point. I don't see it.
Unless something.
I like the pullback we're getting.
Does Topstep have any range coaches? What's our answer to that, JD?
Where do they? Who asked that question?
It says, does Topstep have any range coaches? I'm like,
I think we're getting trolled. Is that Dolby's burner account asking questions in the chat?
That's what I think. That's what I think, JD, and it probably is.
I feel like everybody here now has a burner account, and they're in the chat all day long.
Oh yeah.
There's the one guy, JD's F-bomb, and then there's Jack's Pilsner, something like that.
Yep.
These guys.
Somebody be talking
trading
cattle
coaches.
trash soon enough, right?
We would need a significant move lower right now to fill any type of gaps in the equities.
Yeah.
Last trade, 66.95. I'm not joking. We're looking at a 100-point move in the S&P 500 right now, with about 2.5 hours left in the day. Very, very difficult, especially on this is a news-driven day, folks. There is no economic news coming out right now because it is a holiday. The only thing that's going to move this market right now is a headline. Of course, that's just my humble opinion. The markets prove me wrong all the time, but I do not foresee any type of surprise economic release in the next 2.5 hours. So this market will be headline driven. Unless somebody stumbles into a microphone and a camera, we're pretty much at the mercy of market participants for volatility right now, which is very, very weak.
Hey, Vince, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So on a day like Friday, for a person who looks, and once again, I volume profile is it's something I look at. I'm not, but between volume profile on Friday, what do you do when you have a profile that looks as wide as that one? Vince, how do you treat that coming into a day like today?
well, we hope that's a great question. So what we do is we kind of lean on single prints and low volume areas to try to find entries into the direction of the trend, but it's tough to do, right? And
so wide.
That's the only way to really get in there is look for low volume where people aren't looking to trade, but the bars keep gapping lower and lower and lower. So
right,
you really need to get really good entries because if you don't, you're going to have a lot of risk behind you. So you definitely got to lean on those low volume nodes and high volume nodes. That's the only way really to get into that kind of a momentum type market. So a lot of times I miss them too because I just don't want to buy the highs, and sometimes you just got to watch the train go without you and just wait for the next one to to stop. So, but that was quite the move. Oh yeah.
JD and I were saying, because he brought up open interest this morning, and we just said there's a lot of trap. It's because open interest in December S&Ps was up 30,000, almost 2,000 contracts on Friday, and here we just rallied like no other. Yeah,
we closed.
Yeah, a lot of
down on the low tick of the day.
Money came in.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Equities closed on the low ticks of the day. The low ticks of the day. And open interest in the S&P increased by roughly 26,000 contracts.
Yeah.
So that is a lot of new open contracts during a massive move lower. We have trap shorts in this market right now.
Well, it's over a weekend too, JD, right? Nobody wanted to go home. Nobody knew we're going to, everybody was leaning. We thought, oh shit, we're going to have a gap lower.
Yep.
But obviously one tweet just twisted that around and we cap higher. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, by the Globex Open, we retraced 50% of the move from Friday overnight. So, think about the people that went home short and didn't get out and are holding that,
All over a tweet over a misunderstanding. A comment lost in translation wiped out 22 days worth of profit in the S&P 500. Probably
crazy.
wiped out a bunch of retail equity trades. Some individual traders holding on to not a lot of stock or trailing their stops. They got taken out of the market. We got a whole bunch of new trapped shorts in the futures, and we're grinding higher right now. So,
and I think,
mission, is that mission accomplished or what? I don't know.
Well, and I think the thing too, Vinny, you being market profile guy, a guy like Dalton would sit there and say, this has been a retail led move on the way up. So we've kind of said there's a lot of money on the sidelines. So that move on Friday was retail just, I'm sorry, it's a tradingism. We're puking. I mean, it's just what it was. And so if retail leads us up on a down move like that, they're going to lead us down. So
and the
big money's watching. Yeah, I mean, I don't think big money's chasing all-time highs. I'm not saying they won't come in and pile in, but I think they're just kind of waiting for a little bit of it to wash out. So, like I said, I think the biggest thing I've also realized is, know who you're, Dalton says, know who you're trading against. And this has been retail, and this is why it kind of got overdone on the way up and overdone on the way down.
And I mean, today we have a week low at 66, 61, 75. I mean, this market could rotate lower from here. I mean, we're still inside of value from Friday. We have a little bit of excess here at the high now. I mean, I could see this thing potentially rolling over and taking out the week low later on in the day, maybe testing the overnight low at some point. But we're going to see what happens here. We're flirting with value high intraday. So we're going to see what kind of rotation we get here. Here it is.
Yeah, Blaze Trades. We've all heard the story about the $190 million crypto trade.
Oh, yeah. Bitcoin's a whole different world, man.
I've read all the conspiracies. I've heard everybody's theories. We all know what happened. There's no way to prove any type of insider trading activity, especially in crypto.
Do you remember did your dad ever talk, JD, about the insider trading years ago from Refco? When
oh my
is this
God,
the trader is this the trader who should not be named? No, tell me about it.
Yeah.
What happened?
No, it's years ago. It goes back to once again, everybody thought obviously in the 90s it is a little different world in terms of let's call it's a little bit like a men's club, the trading floor. I'm not wouldn't BS anybody about that, but supposedly a cattle trade and Hillary Clinton, and it's just funny how sometimes the rest of the world gets a little bit more of an insight to something than the rest of us. We can never prove it, but
you can never prove it.
No,
and I've heard 1,000 different theories about that one too. It wasn't even insider trading; it was just money laundering. They'd have two separate accounts. They'd have two error accounts. And as soon as the market opened, they'd buy 20 in one, they'd sell 20 in the other. And whichever one was the winner went to that person, and then whoever was paying them off ate the loss. And that was how they did it. It's another reason why they got rid of the trading floors, in my opinion.
Yep.
A lot of dirty money being washed through the markets. If I disappear tomorrow, let's record this.
I was going to say, you're in Chicago. Be careful there, Chief.
Oh, man. You got to get extra security.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you check. Have someone check your ignition when you get in the car later.
Right.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's get back to the questions, guys, before we get ourselves in any trouble here. All right.
Exactly.
All right, next question comes from Eddie P. Eddie P says, topic, scaling out of a winning position. Once you've scaled out of 80% of your position and you have runners, how much room should you give these runners to continue? For example, I was holding a long position with 8 micro gold at an average price of 4,005. I scaled out of 6 contracts between 4,090 and 4,100. That's a nice trade. Currently leaving 2 runners. My current stop loss on these 2 runners is 40.40. Let's pull up a gold chart. Let's see what Steven is talking about. When did you get in 4004? When's the last time I traded down there?
I don't think
Right
it
off
was
the
Friday.
open. Oh no, that was Friday. That was Friday.
Yeah.
Well, good on you. Let's just assume you bought the reopen late last night and you held on to it all night long. So you've got a couple runners on right now. How do you trail your stop when you're in a winning trade? Simply put, in my opinion, you look for a spot of invalidation. So right now we've got a couple of swing lows in this market. We got a swing low right here. We got a swing low right here. Let me quantify that for you. So swing low at 41.20.5, swing low at 41.11.5. How much risk are you willing to take with these runners? How much I should say, how much are you willing to give up on these trades right now? If you're seriously considering moving your stop, maybe you should also seriously consider just getting out of the trade, unless you find a serious point of invalidation. So invalidation, in my opinion, is when you see the market starting to make, if you're long, you start seeing the market make lower lows and lower highs, which means violating a previous swing low would technically invalidate your trade, right? So if I was going to move a stop,
100%.
that's where I would move it to. But again, it's subjective, and every trader has their own way of trailing a stop. Vince, since we just got you here, let's hear from you first. What's your take on stops, or trailing a stop, finding points of invalidation when you're trailing, or when you're leaving a run around in a position?
Yeah, well, I'll do kind of the same thing, JD, but it depends on which strategy I'm actually trading. So if I'm just looking to capitalize on, say, like a swing type trade, right, and just let it go to wherever there's no profit target in sight and there's no specific target for me, then I like to move it underneath those swing low areas. And sometimes you can put them on a really short time frame, like maybe like a 500 tick chart or a 100 tick chart. And you could kind of follow it up that way, and just until you get stopped out, you just ride the wave. But when I'm trailing it like to a specific profit target, I like to do it based on like multiples, right? So if I'm 3 times my risk in the trade, I might go to break even, right? If it goes to 6 times my risk, 6 times the risk, then I'll move it to like 3, right? And I'll trail it that way. But it all depends on what your goal is at the end of the day, right? So if you have a specific profit target, I do it based on how much it's moving in my favor. I do not like to trail when it's too close, because a lot of times it will just come back just enough, right, to annoy us and tick us out and then go without us. So just be careful with the trails. Make sure you have enough profit in there where it's worth moving it up. Because a lot of people are moving prematurely and they don't give the trade enough time to work. So, but yeah, I agree with you on that. Swing low, swing highs, trailing it down, swing highs, and just keep moving the stop. And then if it breaks through them swings, maybe that trend is done, right? So it's a good way to manage that.
Makes very good sense. Very good sense. Oop, you got a take on it? Do you trail stops?
Yeah, I do. So I'm very almost to what you said to a T, JD, where because I look at range charts as part of mine, I'm always looking at the swing. So like I always look at the zones, like kind of what you see at a chart here. Like you had 41, like I'll mark it out, 41.13 is, and once again I treat it as a level, 40.95. If I was the other direction, if I'm in a short, I I'm a scalper, and once again, that's a story for a different day of what a scalp is anymore. So I mean, that's kind of how I trade 3 or 4 micros if I'm trading them. So like you said, if I catch a runner, then yeah, I mean, and you just have to accept it, right? I mean, if it comes down to your validation point, takes it out and then bounces, so be it. It's still either you just accept that, or you say, "Oh, I should have held it longer." Those things, just like you said, and I've traded with guys who get super tight as the market gets in their direction and they don't want to give anything back. And that's cool. But I also know that you get too close underneath there and you get pissed off because the market comes back. You got too tight to it and then you watch it go another $20. So
right, exactly.
I'm like you, JD. I'd rather be a little looser with the invalidation point and just, watch the ride if I'm right,
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're still confident in the trade, you got to give it.
Yeah.
What do you tell your VIPs, Vince?
I tell the VIPs, like, if you're getting trailing stops, and because that could throw people on tilt, right? So if you're the kind of a trader that can't take that loss, just leave the risk in and accept the risk and let the trade play out till it's fulls, right?
Yeah.
Me, I'm the type of trader where if I trail it, and I get stopped out and it goes without me, I'm okay, right? I've built up that mental muscle to not get crazy and then try to battle the market because I'm mad. You know what I mean? So if you're the type of trader who can't accept loss or getting ticked out like that, then you need to leave the full risk in, let your profit target, and just whatever happens, happens. At the end of the day, we all have to accept the risk, right? And that's what drives traders to inconsistency, is because we're being tugged around by our emotions. The market goes up a little bit, you have a little money, you see your account green, it pulls back a few, you want to automatically bail because you're scared to lose that money. But then we do that, right? And then what happens? Then it goes to the target. And I've journaled that. I can't even tell you how many times where, I would get nervous in the trade. It would be in the decent profit. As soon as it pulls back, I would exit it, and then it would go without me. So over the years, I was able to kind of refine that emotion by using that emotional trade journal. But like I said, if you're the kind of trader that gets upset with getting stopped out, just leave the risk in. If you have a predefined risk and you know your profit target, just let it work to the fullest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it throws you on tilt. That's it. You blow your account, you're done. Not worth it.
100%.
I won't disagree with that at all. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with a runner, give it some room to breathe.
Yeah.
You're thinking about tightening up the risk, maybe just think about getting out of the trade. Save yourself the headache. All right. Before we hit the next question, we got a little news to share. Guess what day it is? Someone is having a 250th birthday today. Do you know who it is?
Oh.
Don't.
Oh.
Every day is a good day to celebrate the nation's service members, but today is extra special, folks. That's because today is the U.S. Navy's actual birthday, observed every year on October 13th. It was on this date,
nice,
in 1775, that the Continental Congress greenlit the first U.S. naval force. That makes today the Navy's 250th birthday. According to NationalDayCalendar.com, the Continental Navy had just 2 ships and a crew of 80 men at the time of its inception. Today, it has more than 340,000 active duty personnel and upwards of 71,000 reservists. Happy birthday to all you Navy birds out there.
Have you been to San Diego, guys?
No, I haven't.
Nah.
The USS Midway's out there. Yeah, it's cool as freaking. By the way, at 6'4", I would have needed to wear a freaking helmet around the ship half the time because every doorway is freaking. Now I know. Remember, if you remember years ago, David Robinson, who played for the Spurs, when he went into the Navy, he was 6'6", then he became a 7-footer. But yeah, I mean, walking through, if you ever get a chance to go to San Diego and see the Midway, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Piece of history is always cool. So yeah. So kudos to my father.
Yeah, my sister's fiance actually is in the Navy, and he was stationed out there in San Diego.
Yeah.
My dad spent some time there. My father spent about 8 years in the Marine Corps. Spent a chunk of that in San Diego.
I've been to. I actually got invited to a graduation ceremony out there for the Marines. That's pretty cool, man. That's some legit Marines I got a whole different respect for. So yeah, that's a whole different can of worms.
Different
man.
breed. Different breed.
Yeah, that and the SEALs.
sure.
Yeah.
1775, 250 years. That's impressive.
Wow. So the Army turned 250 this year too, right? The Army, Navy.
Is it true that
if the Air
Chicago
Force turns 250? We got a problem.
is it still true that the only Navy what would you call it, training center, everybody that joins the Navy goes to one single training center, the Great Lakes Naval Training Facility, right outside Chicago. Is that true still?
I think, yeah.
Everybody that joins the Navy goes to Chicago.
Yeah, actually, two people I know are there right now. They're in Chicago. That's where they send them.
I wasn't sure if it was still the case that it's the only training facility still.
Yes.
But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to all you sailors. All right. Next up, we got a question from Stan. Stan says, Stan, Stash. Let's just call you Stash.
Stash.
All right,
Stash.
Stash. What do you think about a strategy where the first part's a 15-minute opening range breakout with an entry on a fair value gap confirmation, $500 profit target, 1 hour, and a second part, I made a profit on the ORB strategy, only risking 40% of the profit by scalping with a $200 trailing drawdown. All right, this is a complicated question, Stan. Is this part of your strategy? Go ahead, Hoop. You're about to say something?
No, I joked around. It's just the one thing that I'm just very careful. It's such a mechanical trade, so I guess maybe that's why you have to accept it. In other words, whatever setting you put for a freaking ORB, just set it, forget it. And that's just what it's there for. So for me, it's a tough one because I am not a super mechanical trader. I just don't think that trade is set up that way. So I'm not gonna do that. So whatever settings you have, if you've back tested it, and there's a percentage, like I said, most RRPs are low probability trades, but when they go, they tend to be, for 10 crap ones, one can be great. So yeah, I mean, whatever it is, that's why it's just, to me, it's so hard when I hear it. If it does this and it does that, and I just do, just 30 years of trading, the market's never going to be that mechanical to me. But that trade, if you take it, you need to treat it just as however you said it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different one. Yep.
You have to accept the risk if you're playing it by the book too. You know what your risk is 100%. When you get into an opening range breakout. It's the opposite.
15 minutes could be wide, right, JD?
Very
you
wide.
Take them all the time. 15 minutes is going to be. Yep. I don't care what market it is. This is going to be wide.
That's why we look at those lower time frames.
Yeah.
Because we're assuming that the people watching us are trading. Our most popular trading combine is the 50K combine. Seems to be the most cost effective. That's probably, actually, I don't have the stats to back that up right in front of me, but it used to be the 50K trading combine was our most popular product here. So we're assuming when we take on these trades that a lot of people are in a 50K combine. So taking $1,000 worth of risk on a trade is just not feasible when you have $2,000 max drawdown in an account. You got to give yourself more than 2 swings at the plate. So we look at the lower time frames. We look at a 1 minute, a 3 minute, a 5 minute. Your risk is exponentially less 90% of the time than looking at a 15 or a 30 minute opening range breakout. The higher the time frame that you look at, the longer the time frame that you look at, the more expanded your risk parameters will be, and you have to adjust your size based on that. Do you want to get on a trade with just a single micro because you're trading a 30-minute opening range breakout and risking $750? I mean, it's a possibility. So you got to keep these things in mind. Always play the numbers. Always manage
cattle. Sorry, that's Rogue.
Ooga? We got a new all-time high in cattle?
Yeah.
There you go.
245.12. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a market. Commodities are so exciting in 25.
It has been quite the show. Yep.
Forget about the stocks. It's in the future, baby.
Stock things. Mag 7.
Yep.
Crap, it's toast, JD.
It's toast. Throw up the toast. Who's in the back?
We should start trading toast.
Toast futures for JD.
Toast futures.
There it is.
Toast.
There we go.
I still remember that trade.
That is perfectly toasted too. That was a great picture. Had just the right amount of toast to it.
It was a fine looking piece.
Yeah, not burnt, not too light. Right. You're right, Vinny. It's right in the sweet spot. I like it.
We're seeing some sellers stepping into the equities right now. We got a last price traded of 66.91.92 in the ES. Let's take a look at the tilt. Not a whole lot of movement on the tilt. We're still 59% short in the ES, 54% short in the NQ, 57% long in crude, and 56% short in gold. Gold has officially settled for the day. Official settlement time, 12:30 p.m. Central Time for gold. So settlement price has been established by the exchange already.
Yep.
We all know it will continue to trade for the next few hours. What margins will be based, or open positions will be marked to the market at settlement price, which was established 15 minutes ago. Let me see if I could find out what that price is.
Yeah.
Usually
We got a week low out there, 666, 61.75. I'd like to see a rotation down here to 66.59 quarter.
We lose 87. You know, there's some room down there, Vinny. I agree. We lose this 87 area.
Yeah, that 67.03 was an area I wanted to get short. See what happens. See if we get this rotation. Right now, the Dow is struggling with value high right now and volume profile. It's just lingering up there, battling. But ES is kind of inside the value area right now. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if it keeps going down.
Hey guys, just a quick update. I was just informed that the Topstep daily levels indicator is active again on TopstepX, but disregard them for right now because they are inaccurate. Those are still the numbers from Friday on there. It was not. We were unable to update them this morning as the third-party software that we're using was getting a tire rotation this morning.
Silver's another market today, guys. Busted $50, Vince.
Wow. Did it really?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Go get your $50 from 1966.
Yeah, they said that even what was it? They're worth like $40 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
Yeah, like 38 to $40 a piece now because of the amount of silver in them.
Yeah, a single quarter, a 25-cent quarter, minted 1964 or earlier is worth over $9 right now. Single quarter.
Really?
One single quarter is worth over $9. Wow.
That's crazy, man.
Sound off in the chat. Do you collect? Does anybody out here hunt for and collect?
Oh, I gotta go through my change jar. Man, I'm gonna make a nice trade.
Change minted before 1964, before the United States was taken off the gold standard. Those coins, quarters, dimes, and nickels were made from 90% silver. 90% silver.
Also, be careful if you have any sterling silverware in the house and it disappears.
Don't tell your neighbor.
Andre was talking about that. Yeah.
Tattooed Groove says, I got a 1994 quarter I found in my laundry. Hey, it's $10.
It's,
you know what they say about $10 in Cicero?
$10. Yep.
$10 is $10. Especially for a quarter. That's a nice trade. Go find yourself a pawn shop and get yourself a Big Mac with that. All right.
Big Mac deal.
The best 25-cent Big Mac you'll ever have. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Next question comes from Jack. Jack wants to know, how do you approach taking payouts from your account? Another subjective question. Taking payouts, right? remember, this is the first thing you got to realize is you're still dealing with drawdown after you take your payout, you know?
Yeah.
So you want to build your account to a comfortable size where you can sustain a $1,500, $2,000 first time payout.
Yeah.
You know? So I think it's important to build an account up to a comfortable amount for you, depending on the size of the payout you want to take. It also depends on this, you know, the type of risk you take on a trade. Are you saving yourself when you take your payout? Are you leaving yourself enough room to take 10 more trades in that account? You know, these are the kinds of things you got to think about. And it's different for everybody. But Hoop, let's start with you on this one. What's your approach to taking a payout?
I think, you know, a swing trader also looks at it a little bit different, you know, in the day of where I came from a little bit. So I just always have believed of accruing a decent balance. And then, you know, like I understand if people have expenses in the business, in other words, you know, the combines that you purchase, any, you know, indicating software, anything like that, there's expenses that are going into your business. So I always like people to definitely pay themselves, but I would also tell them accrue that a balance first. And I know it's not always easy, but like you said, you know, JD, if all of a sudden you take it, your drawdown, and you have a bad trading day and you trade differently because now I call it your cushion's gone and you trade different. You trade maybe a little anxious. So I really say let that account accrue a little bit and then pay yourself out of it, but just don't put yourself in a position where you trade differently because you're trading tighter potentially from where you've taken a payout. That's kind of how I've always treated it, making sure I had enough in there that wasn't going to trade differently because of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good way to go about it. You know, you don't want to, you don't want to have to keep tweaking your mindset every time you take a payout.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like I said, make sure it's something that's comfortable for you, that you don't have to change anything else that you're doing. Vince, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, so the way that I look at it, JD, is my personal opinion would be let's say you grow your account to $25,000, right? It's $25,000 cash balance in your account. You're not a combine with 2,000, right? You grow it to say $25,000, and then you make yourself a plan. At the end of the week, my minimum drawdown is $25,000. If I have a week where I am up above 25,000, above the high water mark, I'm able to take a withdrawal. If I'm below that, I cannot take funds out until I pass my high water mark and get above the 25,000. So if you're comfortable with X amount in your account, right, you know your max drawdown, whatever it's been, you know, say you had a $100,000 portfolio, but you only want to risk, say, 25% of that, right, in futures. Set 25,000 in there, you know, anytime that it's profitable at the end of the week, the month, whatever, if it's above that mark, you can withdraw. If it falls below it, you know, you have to wait until you're able to get back into profit. And that's kind of how I like to do it, because then, you know, you're not maintaining $2,000 in your account, and now your emotions like, oh my God, I can't lose a trade. Let me just take a quick profit, right? Because it messes with you mentally when you have a really tight risk in your account. So like Hoop said, you got to have some sort of buffer in there that's not going to mess with you mentally, so that you can afford to take the trades, right? If you're running on a thin margin, you're not going to make the best decisions because you're going to have emotion tied to that, saying, oh my God, I don't want to lose, or, you know, or God forbid you blow it up, right? Now you're in bad shape and you got to start over from square one. So if you're trading micros, you might not need to have such a high balance, but you know, let's say you had 5,000 in your account, you trade one or two micros, you know, that should be able to sustain itself, you know, and if you get above that mark, you can take a withdrawal. If not, you got to keep trading.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Well, guys, we got about 2 minutes left. I don't think it's enough time to get into another question, but we could check in on the markets one more time here. What is the tilt telling us? Nothing. Tilt ain't saying nothing. I almost threw out an S-bomb there. I'm not going to do it. We are 58% short in the ES, 54% short in the NQ, 53% long in crude, and 58% short in gold. Nothing doing across the tilt.
Gold's getting a nice pullback here.
Yep.
Let's pull up the gold chart. You guys in a trade? Anybody in a trade?
Nope.
Yep. So,
I'm
as
fine
we were
with it.
saying, look at that. We pointed out this swing low here when we took that question a few minutes ago. 41.21.5 was your swing low. That would have been a point of invalidation on a long trade, right? So we made a low, lower high. Now we're making another lower low. So we're at the highs and we're very, very minorly stair-stepping down. So there is potential room to the downside based on the pattern that we're seeing in this market right now. Again, this is not trading advice. I'm not trying to tell that trader to put a stop there, but you can see where those points of invalidation are. So right now, longs aren't totally invalidated because we're sitting, a couple ticks underneath all-time highs, right?
Right.
But if you were in a long, you might consider shaving a little risk off the table right now. It looks like we could be poised for a little more downside here. And as everybody's seen in the chat, we've got silver making a move.
All the metals.
How do you guys feel about
platinum,
that?
Everything. Yeah. There's a lot of people in this gold trade. All I know is when it does get a little bit of profit taking, it's going to be like it was the other day, Vinny, just like an $80 down move. It's straight vertical markets up scare me a little bit. Not that I'm going up here and top picking, but man, all I know is buying the freaking dip, you can get rolled over if you're not cautious if this market starts to pick up any momentum. So just trade your levels. A lot of people are in this trade, man.
Yep. Ain't it the truth?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Well, that is about all the time we have for group coaching today. I want to thank you both, Coach Vince, Coach Hoop. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for answering questions, bringing your trading knowledge and insights over many, many years of experience. Thank you to everybody in the chat for submitting your questions and trusting us to answer them for you live here on TopstepTV. We'll be back all week long at between 12 and 12:15 Central Time with more group coaching all week long. We'll keep that form pinned to the chat, or we'll pin it again tomorrow, I should say. So if you do have a question for one of the three of us, don't be shy. Grab that link, ask your questions, and we'll do our best to get to it. All right, with that, we are going to step aside. We've got Trade with Topstep coming up. Our old buddy Aaron Ellis is back. Aaron E is going to join it. Me and Jack, we're going to trade it up going into Power Hour. We're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jorge, G, and Dolby time. Couple more hours of Tradertainment coming your way on this Columbus Day Monday. Very quiet in the markets, but that's all right. We're here for you. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Trade with Topstep. Aaron Ellis coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your Express Funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
Good afternoon, everybody out there. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. I'm Jack, joined by JD, and our very special guest for the day. We got Aaron E., funded NQ trader with Topstep. Aaron, it's been a while since we've had you on. How have you been?
I've been good. It's been a few months, maybe not even that long actually. Maybe 2 months or something like that at this point. No, I've been good. Just trading away, trying to sort of put a microscope on my trading, right? So looking at it as a, like trade in a certain way that is consistent, and then be able to maximize that later on, right? So as opposed to kind of coming in swinging, it's more of a utilize the smaller amounts while I kind of build the accounts, take payouts, and then, God willing, one day I can trade 5 accounts again, and I'll be able to maximize that, right? Or get to a live account.
Awesome stuff. Well, we got another fun day in the markets today. We can take a look around right now. We got the ES trading up around 6,700. Little rally off the most recent dip there. You're looking mostly at the NQ, correct, Aaron?
Yeah, NQ. I also like trading oil. I like trading crude. I like the structure of crude, right? I was able to build to a live account. Thanks a lot to Topstep. And a lot of what I do kind of on my live account is crude as well. Because it's just, I find that the structure of crude makes a lot more sense than the NASDAQ. And so as much as I like the NASDAQ and I'm sort of trying to like really understand it, I do fall back a lot of times to crude because it just makes a little more sense to me.
Great stuff. JD, welcome to the show. What are you seeing right now, my man?
I'm looking at the ES right now. We just put in, just coming off the highs as we're speaking. Pardon me. Again, I want to reiterate everybody, or just remind everybody. Yes, your Topstep daily levels indicator is populating on Topstep X again, but those are the numbers from Friday. So don't trust everything you see.
That's good advice.
We'll get those updated.
In general.
We'll get those updated as soon as we can. But a little minor pullback in the ES. I don't see a gap fill going into the close today. I could be mistaken. As Hogue would say, the market loves to prove me wrong every chance it gets, but I just don't see a 100-point move down in the S&P 500 right now. We're in a headline-driven market at the moment. There is absolutely zero economic data coming out today. But a headline could push this thing in either direction. So we'll keep one eye on the niche for you. Today's a holiday in the U.S., yeah.
It's supposed to be a holiday, right? So, but Trump threw a wrench in that and said, no, I'm gonna give you guys some volatility.
No days off. No days off. Yeah. Banks are closed.
Sir.
The bond market's closed. I believe schools are closed. Do federal workers get a holiday today? No, federal workers.
They get a holiday every day right now.
They're on permanent holiday for the moment.
Yeah, and when we say banks are closed, somebody mentioned this in the chat, but just to clarify, it's like your bank you go to. Yeah, like the trading desks that investment banks are trading today, for sure. It's just the cash bond market and, normal run-of-the-day banks are closed today. They'll be back tomorrow. Aaron, have you taken any trades today, or are you coming in flat?
I took a few last night. I'm on my fourth. Like I just took my fourth payout on my account, and I saw an opening last night that made sense. And if I go back, if you're looking at my charts there, I saw an opening that made sense last night. And this gap up was just, it is what it was. I got to go a little farther back, but I saw a move that just looked too good to be true. I took it. It didn't go my way. And then it sort of led to another bad trade, and I lost my account last night. So I didn't take a trade today. I sort of have a bit of a rule now where if I lose an account, I don't trade that day. I just take the rest of the day, kind of go over where I went wrong, what happened, and then kind of go from there. But that was crazy, right? So I'm sorry if I've gone too far back now, but don't leave me up to the charts, whatever you do. But basically it was just everyone saw it, right? We gapped up. It started to come back down again. And I'm like, I thought, okay, this is going to push back up, and it just kind of came back down, took me out before it did what I did and what I thought it would do. It took me out, and then I was like, okay, try again. Took me out, and I was like, okay, that's it. And so that was the end of that account. So I didn't take any trades today. Just take a break, figure it out. That's something I've been learning. I've been trading a lot with a company called Volpro Edge. And it's just like for now it's a small group, but I think you guys are going to start to hear more and more of it because the founder and the owner, he puts in these daily market analysis every day, and he gives you a chance to really like see which side the market is on. And look, no one's right 100% of the time, but he's got a pretty good win rate. And so, I've just been following him, using his indicators. He works on volume charts, so I like that. It's a little bit different than your normal, candlesticks or your normal bar charts. And yeah, it's been working great. It's been working really, really great. So that's sort of where I'm at, and unfortunately I wanted to come on today and be like, oh, I had one positive trade after my fourth payout, and one more, and then I was going to have 3 more days until my 5th payout. And, but unfortunately that's just not the way it goes sometimes. And I find that's trading, trading is the greatest lesson of, who we are as people, because it's really easy to get caught up in it and be like, I shouldn't have done this. And today the market looked so clear in certain ways, and I'm like, what was I doing last night at 9 p.m.? I should have just left it alone.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. Somebody asked in the chat, so I shared the link to that the most interesting crypto account in the world right now. As Dakota pointed out in the chat, this person seems to be engaged in a little bit of trolling at this point. But they're still short 344 million in nominal value of Bitcoin at the moment.
Yeah,
so
I thought maybe that's Barron Trump or something. I feel like I heard that came out. He had one of the biggest crypto accounts for a 19-year-old.
We've heard all the rumors.
Seen that story yet. I will check it out. I don't know who this is, but they're having, when we put the leaderboard up, it's made like a casual $192 million on Friday. So I think they know a lot of people are watching this account right now and are definitely playing with a little bit. There was a little total. They just did like a transaction in Trump coin 10 minutes ago. So I'll keep an eye on that in the background. But we mostly do not trade that stuff. We're looking at the equities. And
I stay away from crypto. I stay away from crypto. Crypto and that's it's for look, if some people do it and they do it well, and then they're able to follow it and make money, but it's just it's just too much noise for me.
Well, and a lot of leverage too. Yeah, that 50-to-1 leverage. I mean, we only went down. There were a lot of people, I think, reevaluating their. I mean, it was just a wall of wailing, basically, on social media on Friday evening. You should really not put yourself in a position where if the market's down 3% in a day, that you are completely wiped out. Which makes me a little bit anxious in general. It's like, okay, if that wipes that many people out, what's going to happen if we get like a 10% sell-off? Something that's pretty usual.
Yeah, right.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think there's probably enough of these hedge funds buying it up that you probably won't see like a major crash that's like beyond think, right? That if it does, it's just going to be them scooping up all the fear, right? And just buying it up. At least with Bitcoin.
It's true. Yeah.
And some of the bigger ones.
Open interest. We talked about this in the previous section during group coaching. Open interest in the S&P was kind of you had to do a double take when you looked at it. Closed on the lows of the day. NASDAQ had a 1,000-point range, and the S&P added 26,000 in open interest. So this market has some trapped shorts down below right now. Those are new contracts entering the market. And closing on the lows, you would assume would lead you to assume that they're open contracts to the short side. So who came in and gobbled it all up? We got a bunch of trap shorts down below, though. So the squeeze will eventually be on.
Yeah, and I think that's why I like momentum trading. it's sort of like you stay away from that bigger picture almost of like, oh, well, what's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen in an hour from now? It's more of with momentum. I like it. It's like, what's happening right now? What am I seeing on the screen right now? How does it look? And it's just, okay, split second, make a decision. And again, that's what I'm trying to do now is more focus on, instead of going for 50, 100 points, go for 20 points, 25 points. And then once you have a system where you're hitting that consistently, you just up contracts, right? As opposed to going for the longer, bigger wins. Because there's 25 point moves on the NASDAQ in a blink of an eye, it seems like, right? So,
very thin,
and
very
even
illiquid.
Yeah, and with crude, I find too, right? We aren't having these crude. We're not having massive moves, so kind of bit of a different style. But with that, I try to more, dollar cost average a little bit more with crude, because it gives you a chance of like, well, we won't see a $3 drop today. So if you do feel comfortable that if you see a ton of support down there, it does hold enough to balance you out.
Yeah, good point. Crude has been very rangy. It leans to the rangy side. I know that from experience getting stopped out on some of these opening range breakout trades. It likes to megaphone in the morning. It'll wipe out both sides of the opening range. Take it out,
I've been playing.
Go ahead.
For sure. No, I was going to say, I've been playing with wider stops on my live account with crude. It's because I'm seeing that it's like, okay, it might look a little scary momentarily on the screen, but it's not going to keep going, right? I'm finding that it is bouncing back up. And crude, it's my one true love, I work my way back there.
Speaking of which, where are we trading in crude? 59.70 last trade in crude.
Yeah. Bringing our Canadian dollar into the total with it.
Canadian dollar directly tied to the crude oil market, by the way.
Pretty close. It's pretty close.
What was I going to say? I don't know if that commitment to traders report that we talked about a couple weeks ago is unwound yet, but based on that report from last month, it was the largest bearish sentiment since 2009 in the crude oil market. And then Goldman came out and threw out a projection of $55 a barrel by the end of the year in crude. We continue to rally after both those reports came out. We continue to rally, but now here we are back under $60. Traded under $60 for the first time in I think 100 trading sessions on Friday. So maybe all of those insights will come to fruition soon.
Yeah, and you never know what's going to be the catalyst to push it back up. But look, it's at the moment there's peace in the Middle East, and we have you guys have a president that wants to pump oil. So I don't know what makes that switch to make it rally, but it looks like the sentiment is down for now.
The lower it goes, JD, the more I wonder if you get as the slight OGs from a few years ago remember, is when you need a place to put the oil too. And that's why, we only trade the highest volume contract, but you'll recall in 2020 the near expiring contract went to like negative $40 or $50 per barrel. So fool me once.
Could it happen again?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
And you're not joking about pumping oil. I'm looking at the Jack. I'm looking at the Baker Hughes rig count numbers right now from last week.
Most important number in finance.
The number one all-time weekly release. In North America, 740 open active oil and gas rigs, 547 in the U.S., 193 in Canada, and 10 in the Gulf of Mexico. Pumping a lot of oil.
And the issue is too, like, I don't know a ton about, I don't trade oil, but the supply and demand dynamics are very fascinating. Is that, we all love cheap gas, but as it goes lower and lower, what should stabilize it is that it gradually becomes unprofitable for people to take it out of the ground at certain levels. So, which could constrain supply, but it's a painful decision because you can't really turn on or off an oil field like a blender or something. As I think,
Good
if you're an
analogy.
oil man or oil woman in the comments, let me know. Back to 6,700 in the ES. Oh, Aaron, I think you're on mute.
Oh. We lose him? We lose him again?
I think I heard him.
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me, Aaron? Oh, no. Aaron, why don't you rejoin? We'll see if that does it. In the meantime, we'll take a stroll through the Mag 7, which is obviously supremely green. Smallest advancer is Microsoft is only up 0.2%. Tesla's up 5%. Broadcom up 9.7%. Big moves. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, how's that?
Great, you're back. I don't know what happened.
See, I told you, on off.
Now.
You know, this is it. My IT skills, on off, on off. That's what I can do.
Now, Aaron is trading with us from Nova Scotia, which might be a first on the show besides when you were here before. I was telling Aaron in the green room I admire the trading hours. So Nova Scotia is 2 hours ahead of Chicago, 1 hour ahead of New York. That's a pretty leisurely time to start the day. I like it.
Yeah, it's a great schedule. It really is. And not the best taxes, but we can go into that on another episode. So that's for another time. But yeah, no, it's great out here, and you know it's sunny. You know, we usually have good Octobers, and you know we're pretty close to Toronto. You know, the only issue I'm having right now is I grew up in Vancouver, so I was actually closer to Seattle. So you know, it's kind of, I was a bit of a Mariners fan growing up, so now I'm in a bit of a bind here of what to do. But you know, it's okay. It's a good problem to have.
What's a winter like in Nova Scotia? Is it brutal?
Random, you know. You can have really nice days. If we get big storms, right? Yeah. So you know, you can have a really nice sunny day. I mean, today it's October 13th, and we have like 16 and sunny. That's pretty average for October. Sunny days, 16, maybe you get up to 18. You know, that's sort of it. And then winter, you get big storms. You know, big winter. The snow comes in, lasts for, you know, a week, melts off. Big storm comes in, blizzard comes in, right? Things like that. Get hit with some hurricanes now and again. So it's kind of like random, bigger weather patterns. Yeah. Yeah. And then kind of fades off and is boring. You know, it's not the Caribbean, but it's, you know, it's for Canada. Canada.
Caribbean.
Yeah. For
Canada, Never saw a single snowflake on the Trailer Park Boys. Just saying.
That's a good point. And maybe no, that's not true. There was the Christmas special. The Christmas special.
That's right. That's right.
When the Sasquatch came out, you know, and yeah, no, great people. I actually did some work with one of their kids, Richard Collins, that guy who made the burgers. You know, I did some work with one of his kids, some acting stuff, and great guy, and very
cool.
nice group of people. Yeah, it's a solid group, and you know, sometimes we joke the HRP are a lot more like John Green and his police force, but I have some friends that are on HRP, so I'm allowed to say it and give them a hard time because I've seen a few things where you're like, that's a little bit Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, Drops Trade LLC. You have signed Jay Buhner. That is a name I have not heard in a while. Whenever I think about the Mariners, I still think they have Jay Buhner and Jamie Moyer.
Yeah. And you know, look, I would like to take a long at some point today on the NASDAQ, but I got to stick to my rules. I won't take a trade, but it's it just, you know, everything's getting bought up, and it just doesn't look like minus something coming out in a headline that it's gonna drop. So if you waited for something around the even the 900 range, you know, my bet is you'd get a pushback up. So if you're lucky to get a pullback into the 900s, I would want to buy there. Just looking at it right now, how much it's kind of tested in that area over the last little while, you know, 890s, 900.
On the
I
ES
feel like
side,
that would be a very fair shot to try to take it if you could.
yeah, same story over here. On the ES side, I think a pullback to 95 or 85 looks even better. It is, you know, it's moving around a good deal, but at the same time, this is a pretty tight range. I mean, you can see in my charts because I have the 15-minute up that, yes, as JD mentioned earlier, it's an inside day, perhaps the most inside days of it. We are just took the slip and slide, and now in the middle of that range are just kind of chopping around. So
Yeah.
Haven't seen anything too decisive.
No, and it's one of those days, like, would you know what to do, right? Like, it's like comes out and says, oh, trade war, World War III with China, and then, oh, don't worry about it, everything will be okay. China was just having a bad day. So I really don't think the market knows what to do with this. It's like, well, okay, what do we do? Or they have a master plan, and it's happening as we speak, which is probably also a good chance to be true.
Well,
very possible.
I don't think the crypto guy round tripped it. What happened was the guy was short like a billion, which JD, I found out from the internet. I guess that's called a yard. He was short a yard of Bitcoin. Made $192 million, covered like 90-something% of the position. And then what we're looking at now is the portion that they held and then added. So right now, they're very short by any normal person's standards, but only about a third of the exposure they had in the initial position from Friday.
Well, money has fun with money, It's like, this could be, 198 million could just be like, all right. It's a decent Tuesday.
One would think.
Comment from Pit Trades in the chat wants to know, why are the markets still open? Well, because it's a Monday. And
fair question.
But thanks for paying attention throughout the day, Pit Trades. We've talked about this a couple of times. Only the bond markets are closed today. Stock market is open. The New York Stock Exchange is open for business. Therefore, the equity index futures are open for business. Bond markets and banks are closed. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
In case you're ever wondering, our rule for TopstepTV is we will be streaming as long as the NYSE is open. Right? So stream on the day where future and stock. You guys there at the moment?
Did I lose you guys there, I think?
Oh, hey, I'm still here. Hey, we're all back. I was just about to start typing.
Okay. I logged in and out.
Oh, we're lagging. Something happened.
Yeah, it happened so gradually.
JD and I are probably both on the same internet.
My internet's been spotty all day. I've been booted a few times. Maybe because of the holiday.
Something's in the air.
Something is amiss.
But we're back on.
We're here. We're live.
No, we're live in front of all the people.
Perfect. All right, good.
Don't say anything too saucy.
Yeah, I'm supposed to yell at my wife, shut the dogs up. I'm sorry if they're barking, it's like, it's my guard dogs out there keeping me safe.
We can talk about the Bears game tonight if you really want. Or not.
I'm up for it. Got a 4-year-old birthday tonight that ends just before the Bears game, so I am prepared.
Nice. Is the party at your house?
It's a very small party. We had like something in the park last weekend, This is just, grandparents and an ice cream cake.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Are you from Chicago? Like you live in Chicago?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I
Oh.
live a couple blocks away from Chicago, but close
Okay.
enough to throw a
Close
stone
enough.
at.
Close enough. Okay. All right. So you're all Bears fans, You're all big Saturday Night Live, Remember that old skit, the Bears?
Of
Bears.
Of course.
I have people like
Best.
that in my life. Also, I didn't have a
So do
chance,
I.
because I was late coming in this morning. I was gonna wear everybody that hates Penn State out there, congrats to my Northwestern Wildcats for ending the tenure of James Franklin this weekend.
Wow.
You see that, JD? They won at Penn
I
State.
saw that. Yeah.
Wild.
How much of that guy's contract? He's looking at a $50 million buyout, right? So he's laughing all the way to the bank this morning.
I mean, that's good. If you can find your way into any job where your buyouts in the tens of millions of dollars, you done well.
He signed I think Coach Jay said this morning he signed a 10-year, $70 million contract. $50 million guaranteed. So they got to buy him out. Incredible. Good for him. Lose by 1 point.
That's sick.
Lose 2 games in a row, get fired, and make $50 million. How do I get that gig?
Meanwhile, we got
What do
Connor
you think
McDavid.
our
in
buyout
Edmonton.
is?
Meanwhile, we got Connor McDavid in Edmonton taking a huge pay cut. Like one of the biggest stars in the NHL taking a huge pay cut to play in Edmonton. So
Stay in Edmonton? Yeah.
Stay in Edmonton. Well, I mean, I don't know why he'd want to stay in Edmonton, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is he from there?
Did.
Is it a hometown thing?
I don't even think so. No, I don't know where he's from. I have to Google it. But he's Canadian, so maybe he just really wants to bring us a cup, and I can't fault him for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been like 30 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Since the great one?
Yeah.
Gretzky brought the last cup home to Edmonton, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
It
all went downhill when John Candy died, Once John Candy died, it all went downhill.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that was it. It was the end of it. Canada needed like 20, 30 years to get over it, our hero. And then it was like, okay, we can start winning again. It's okay, It's okay.
We're drifting to the high of the range.
Trading
in the ES. Okay. Take out the high of the New York session would be where that line is in your chart that says high of day.
Yep. Yeah. 67.11. 67.11 half. 600 lot offered up at 67.14. What are you seeing, Aaron?
Just NQ's pushing up too. It's about to. It's probably. I mean, it looks like it's going to get to 25,000. I mean, I might be wrong. It does. It looks like it. Just the way it's been kind of going since 1 o'clock Eastern. Just been kind of pushing up there. So I don't know if I was going to take a bet. That's probably what I would bet. But I'm not going to buy the high. But it does kind of look that way to me.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it there. JD, did you watch the Globex opening at 5 last night?
No, I did not. I was unavoidably detained, but I know what happened.
It was expected to. We talked about this morning, like Bitcoin over the weekend is a really good way to look at what the opening is going to be. Best print of the day was whoever got that first contract.
Yeah, after the news came out over the weekend,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, it was just a big misunderstanding, everybody. Everything's fine, Wipe out
the
22
person
days.
who's really, the person who's really kicking himself is that one who sold at that last hour in the live market. It's like the last hour dropped like 200 points, and there was some retailer there holding on. That's who I feel bad. He's holding on all day. He's like, and then finally gets taken out, and then couldn't hold over the weekend, and come Monday, and I'm like, gets smashed oh, I would have got it all
The
back.
whole day was wild. Yeah,
And
wiped out
even
22 days worth
though
of gains in the S&P in a couple of hours.
Mhm.
It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
especially even though it's irresponsible behavior, so maybe there's a lesson to be learned, is all the leverage folks that got liquidated on their positions, and then it's like
Yeah.
30 hours later, whoops, never mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, my brokerage sent me an email saying like margins are going up, you know, on Saturday, and then Sunday, I think like 1 a.m, sent me another one. Never mind, they're not going to go up. It's all okay. Like, okay, sure.
Was it theater? Was the whole thing staged, guys? I want your opinion in the chat.
Oh,
Did they set us up? Was it a squeeze?
I would only ever say allegedly first, and then say maybe allegedly it was maybe allegedly it was theater, and it was a setup. Allegedly.
We're talking in hypotheticals here.
Yeah,
Nothing happened.
hypothetically, it would make for a great script. You know, this whole last few years.
Yeah, and this is why the margin requirements are so much higher to hold things overnight, and especially when you're holding things over the weekend. I mean, the closing print in the ES in the after hours was 65.52, and then the next contract to trade on the Globex Open was, let me see, like 85 points higher. I mean, that's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And we've seen much bigger too.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, it's, you know, volatility is good in some ways too, right? You know, it brings in opportunities, right? It's just you got to be careful.
Yeah.
You certainly got to be careful, right? We don't want a market that's flat either, right? It's great to have opportunities and volatility. It's just patience, you know. That's what I'm working on too, right? Is patience and picking your spots and having a bit more of a, like I said, a higher up lens, looking at my trades as opposed to what I was doing before. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason Broadcom is up 10% today is they got a little deal going with our favorite deal maker, Sam Altman. And I think we have a little news pack on that to get you all caught up real quick.
A multi-billion-dollar deal is bringing together two tech companies to develop and deploy custom artificial intelligence microchips and computing systems. OpenAI and Broadcom plan to deploy 10 gigawatts of AI chips over the next 4 years, starting in the second half of next year. 10 gigawatts is enough electricity to power a large city. Accelerators and systems will be designed by OpenAI, while Broadcom handles development and deployment. This marks the first time OpenAI has produced its own artificial intelligence chips to run its AI models. OpenAI said it's been working with Broadcom for a year and a half on developing these custom chips. The agreement with Broadcom comes after OpenAI struck deals with chipmakers AMD and NVIDIA to secure additional computing resources.
Aye, aye, aye. Well, good for OpenAI.
They need
making
more
a
money.
lot of deals out there.
Yeah.
Well, they're burning
They're
through a
making
lot of
deals.
cash is the thing. They're making a lot
Yeah.
of deals with future money, which is the best kind of money to make deals with.
Yeah, you know, look, we're in the new revolution, right? That's what they're saying. It's the new industrial revolution. So it's going to take some years to sort of flatten out and see where it goes and see what happens. But you know, I have no problem not driving my car. So just put that on there. You know, I'm fine. I'll sit in the back seat. You know, that's my goal. You know, I'm happy when they come out with a good enough car that I can just sit in the back seat and I don't have to drive anymore.
Yeah, I was talking to my mom this morning, who reminded me, because my son turned 4 today, that he'd be getting his learner's permit in 11 years. And I was like,
Yeah.
ain't no one going to be driving then, I hope.
Yeah, it's true. I know. I look, my kid's 9 and he's got 6 more years or something. He'll get his learners, and it's like, yeah, if he needs to even drive, right? You know, it might just be more of like a luxury at that point.
All right. We took a little bit of a breather there. Still hanging around I got this as kind of the gamma flip level in the SPX, and we're just kind of hanging out here right now. I would assume that there would be some decent volume coming in at the end of the day today. So as a reminder, we got power hour after this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for now,
Look, I
just
mean,
hang
here,
around.
now it's starting to move a little. You know, we'll see if we get to that 900 level. I mean, it's kind of been fighting with 891 for a big chunk of the day. You know, so that's, you know, if I was to go short, that's probably like as a momentum trader where I would look. I'd probably actually like, and I get it, it's down there, but if you see that 90 break, I think a lot of times you start to see like another 30 points from there. Now, will it bounce up after that? That's why I'm only going for 20 points these days, right? Because I do think it probably will bounce. But I think if you break 90, you're going to get 20, 30 points to the downside, almost just as like a reaction to finally 890 breaking all day. It's sort of just sitting there. I mean, I know it dipped down before lunch, but it's been pretty much since noon fighting with bouncing off that around that level. So yeah, that's probably what I would do if I was going to look short. Try to grab 20, 30 points at 890 or go long if it holds, one of the two. And one of them would be
Yeah,
right.
just
that's trading.
right. And we're kind of stuck in just like this 20-point range in the ES for the last 2.5 hours, which given how volatile things were on Friday is pretty tight. So I'd expect us to break out of that. Is anybody?
I don't see.
I don't know because chat's a big place. Has anyone bought a humanoid robot yet? Let me know.
Until they admit it, you know, it's like, what are you doing with this? You know, I didn't. But, oh, look, I've got a great wife. She's a housewife. She stays at home with the kid and takes care of the house. And she has said, "Look, I've got no problem buying something to clean the house." And she's a happy lady if we get one of these robots that does the cleaning. It's just the cleaning, you know. It doesn't have to cook. Just clean. Just walk around and clean all day.
That would be sick.
Right? Just walks around, cleans, you know, maybe has a coffee function. That's all you need. Whatever.
Okay, now we're talking.
I always, yeah. You see those videos where like people are just like pushing those robots and stuff? I know they're just robots, but it just seems like a bad idea from a karmic perspective.
It really does. I know exactly what you're talking about too. They'll just walk up to an AI robot and push it over. And it kind of looks at him, pops up, walks up to him again. Then they push it over again.
Push it.
We're bullying AI right now. Just to see how it's going to react.
That could be the first use case. I bet you, JD, if we get like, now it costs us a couple $100,000 to get started, but that's fixed costs in business. If we got like 10 of these robots and just had like a pen where people could come in and like push them around and stuff, I think there's a market there.
Yeah, I think there's a market to do anything with these robots. You know, it's like there's going to be a huge market and tons of sub markets on what we can do with these things, but they don't forget, you know, so we've got good memories. So I don't know. I feel like if we've learned anything from bullying, you know, in schools, gotta be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
you gotta be careful. People don't forget, you know, people don't forget. So, you know, I don't think a robot will forget, and you never know, right? It's may not matter, but all right, here we go. So it's starting to come down now on the NASDAQ.
Got a lot of robot ideas flowing through the chat right now. Interesting topic. More selling coming in.
Oh,
yeah.
Getting back to the lower end of this range.
Yeah.
NVIDIA rolling off a little bit, still up 2.3% on the day. Can you guys hear that in the background?
Nope. What is it?
Okay, good. It's just, as I said earlier, the sitter is off today. The preschool is closed, and it's just utter madness just outside my door here right now.
Gotcha.
We
Wait a
are
minute, you're not
selling
in the
off.
Swiss Alps. I thought your background. I
No,
thought
no,
you're
no,
sitting in
no.
the mountains. Like I thought this is it. You know, Swiss Alps, and you're sipping coffee.
Yeah, I've been sitting in a valley. I gotta
Yeah.
wrap the glass real quick here.
There. It's all good.
Get off the
There.
shed.
Yeah.
You know,
Get off.
I'm trying to get in Risk's good books, and so I don't want to break my rules, but it's tempting to take a trade here because it does. I got a feeling it is going to bounce here at probably 890, 880. So I'm just gonna keep an eye on here, and I might throw one on.
There we go. All right. I'm switching over to the NQ. Are you trading NQ? Yeah. NQ.
NQ, yeah. Yeah. Just because I said if it comes down to 900, that could be a place to get in, and then if I said it on TV, I should at least stand by my convictions.
We don't want to force you into a trade, but if you take one,
No.
I'm with you.
No. I waited, right? It has to set up, it still has to set up, right? That's the most important thing than anything is that the trade sets up properly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what it does here.
So it seems like there's a decent number of sellers up above, 6,700 in the ES. Don't see anything on the news wires. Probably because a lot
I
of
don't
people
see anything
are
coming across
off today. Going to a
Yeah.
pumpkin patch
Oh, yeah.
or something.
Yeah, we've mentioned this quite a few times today. Very, very low participation in the markets today.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got settlement price in crude oil. Hang on a second. Where'd she go? November crude futures settle at 59.49, up 59 cents, or 1%. Nat gas futures settled at 3.1180. Crude oil settled at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, 15 minutes ago. See what it did.
So JD, what do you
Let's count.
see when you talk about the gap in ES? You're talking about down to like settlement or the after hours debacle?
So there's two different type of gaps that you can look at. What I was talking about this morning on the opening call was let me switch back over to ES chart. I'll pull up a 15-minute. So we've got this gap here from the open. Put on a low, 66.32. Someone bottom ticked that. So your overnight gap would be from basically closing price all the way down here at 65.52 even up to low on this first 15-minute candle, 66.32. But then there's also other things to take into consideration. Hogue likes to talk about single print TPOs or areas of where liquidity is building up, where not a lot of business was done. And market tends to be attracted to those prices during regular trading hours, especially when these moves happen overnight. Markets do sort of have a tendency to come back, retrace, and sort of lure back in the business of people that were looking to get into the market in those areas. Those single prints TPO started about 66.50 and go down to roughly 66.06. So there's still a lot of room on the downside to back and fill before we're to make a move higher again. Is it going to happen today? Obviously not. We've got an hour to go. We've got very, very low market participation. Volume's low, volatility's low. I just don't see a 100-point move coming into this market right now. But a retracement back down to back and fill at those prices does sound reasonable. So that's what I was kind of looking at during the opening call this morning.
Yeah. And if we go to my charts real quick, you can see sort of where we've been rejecting today. And maybe it's because, low participation or whatever else. But you can see, even though this was during regular hours here, this gap where basically nothing happened besides selling the S out of the contract, and we have been hesitant to try and go up and join where it was as well. So
Yeah,
I
I
kind of
think
like. Yeah, go ahead, please, Aaron.
I mean, because I'm looking at the NQ right now, and I got a feeling here that we are going to dip below this 87. I mean, look, I could be wrong. I think what I'm going to do is I'll probably go short 2. If we break this 905, then I'll go short 2, and I'm just going to go for 25 points and see if we get a flush to the downside here. I like it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. So double check. And if it goes back up, it goes back up. But I've been waiting for this kind of quite a while. Like once it started pushing back up, if it comes back down here. So I like it down here. Take it. All right, we'll see what happens. We'll see if we flush
Aaron
down.
is in.
I am in. See if we flush down here. Just the trading journey, right? The trading journey I've been on for the last, I've been trading for almost 10 years now, and it has been a journey. And then a couple years with Topstep, and it's just been, so great. I got to say, like, one thing about prop firms and having Topstep is it's just such a great experience to be able to trade with less risk, that on the table. And once you sort of understand how to not over leverage that extra risk, it really does start to work in your favor, and it's like, I think that's like where I am right now with Topstep, and my relationship with Topstep is that understanding the risk that they give you and sort of treating it, with a bit more caution. And once you kind of understand that, you see that there's so many opportunities to make moves with these prop firms. And I've just been super fortunate, to be honest, to live in this time. I think we all are, to live in this time of era, where it's like trading is so accessible. And there's there's a lot of noise out there in the markets, and there's a lot of people out there that certainly push fake ideas and fake things. There is it's going against me here. There are a good group of people out there that really do try to help you become successful. And like, there's groups at Topstep, as well as with Vol Pro Edge, this other group that I joined. There's just so many different little groups, and if you find the right ones, it can really push you to success, as this now goes against me. So, but look, I liked it. I was waiting all day for it. I would take it again, and we'll see. I still got a bit of room, but
yeah,
I would have liked to see it flush out there.
Very zen going through that, even if it's against you. So we'll look at that. Yeah. Aaron playing for a little breakout lower there.
We're butting right up against this 9-period exponential moving average on the 5-minute and 15-minute chart in the NQ. You're still in a solid spot.
Yeah. And again, it's like, why not? I'm not going to sell the top. I'm not going to pretend to kid myself that it's like, oh, here we go, I'm going to sell the top. I like to see a bit of a move first. I saw it kind of push back up a little bit. Couldn't get there. Came back, tried again. And so now it's like, look, does it break? It breaks. It breaks. If it doesn't, I still think it was a valid trade.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Looking through some stocks of interest, nothing really jumping off the board at the moment. Big winner today is still Broadcom, up 9.7%. It's been kind of steady there for a while.
Jack, off the top of your head, are these bank earnings coming out after the close today or early tomorrow morning?
Off the top of my head, I was unaware. Let me check.
We got JP Morgan.
Are there any bank earnings today?
I'm showing it on the calendar for like early tomorrow morning, but I don't know if that just means they're coming out after the close today. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. Tomorrow morning? Okay. BlackRock, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Citi. Some big ones tomorrow. Some market moving potential there.
Yeah, the one thing I'm still wrapping my head around is what data is actually being released, right? And what's not being released, right? Because with the shutdown, they're like, oh, the job numbers aren't coming out. Then this number, then all of a sudden there's some other numbers that come out. So and that was a big thing I had to kind of wrap my head around and figure out, oh, okay, what's coming out, what's not coming out.
They did promise us CPI. They just didn't give us a date yet.
Okay.
So we will get a CPI number, but we don't know when. Trey's looking a little better now.
There we go, right? Just wanted me to sweat a little, you know? It's either it wanted me to sweat a little or now it just wants to tease me a little, one of the two. You know, it's
nothing's free in the NASDAQ.
No, nothing. No, rarely do you put it on and it's like, boom, that was my spot. Oh, perfect. Walk away.
Never happened.
No,
Never happened.
You know, you're gonna make me sweat, but that's okay. I can handle it. It's you know, it's like, you know, it's I tell you, it all goes back to John Candy. You know, if there's an old saying in I don't know if you guys ever watched the movie Cool Runnings. He's like, if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it. You know, and he's talking about gold medals, but it's like, you know, I feel like that's very much trading, you know, because I've got like friends that trade. I've got a lot of friends, successful friends that trade, and even being in a group now with other successful people that trade. Like, oh, I made $3,000 today. And you're like, okay, I made 300. You know, and it's a pill, right? Where it's like 300 is great, but it's like almost like a tough pill to swallow when someone is making so much. So I feel like it is a bit of a, you know, first be good with yourself, be good with what you like, be good with, you know, how you feel about everything. And then the rest will come, right? So that's how I stay zen through these. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You know, I can only make the decision. I can't control the outcome. Right? Whatever the outcome is going to be the outcome.
All right. I love that. Aaron, the Buddha of Nova Scotia, is in here.
That's right.
Telling truths. We only got a little bit of time left here, Aaron. We'd love to have you back sometime. Let us know in the chat how this trade ends up, but it's almost time for us to move on to the next segment here. In fact, we got Power Hour. Power Hour coming up. Andre, Jorge G, and Dolby will be in the house to catch what is probably going to be a more volatile hour of trading. Just for a buzzer beater here, Aaron, where's the trade at right now? Are you?
It's 900, 24,900. So I only need 4 points. 4 points and I'm there. So I'm almost there. I'm halfway.
All right. Halfway. I love it.
Getting there, you know, and then as soon as you turn it off, I panic and close it. But
all right. Well, nice talk with you, Aaron. JD, always good to see you. Oh, JD's frozen visage. Look at that mugshot.
It's fun though. Good look. You know, when I get frozen, it's not as flattering. I'll tell you that much. He's statuesque.
All right. Well, we'll use that as a time for us to jump out right now. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe to TopstepTV.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
back, making his 1 month anniversary, last appearance on TopstepTV. This is Power Hour. We got George in the house, aka Diamond Hands, as well. He's got a positive P&L going on the XFA, around $629. Welcome to Power Hour, George. You see my partner to the right there, Dolby Time. George, how's it going? Talk to me about this price action in the NQ. Last trade, 24,888. Seeing a little bit of selling here, George.
So it seems like we went to basically that high and rejected again. So now we're back to 900s. It might come back all the way to maybe 842, maybe to the top of the orb, 15-minute orb. I see some orders down there on Bookmap.
Ooh, we got Bookmap open.
I do have Bookmap open.
Nice. What levels are hot in Bookmap right now? Also, chat is saying hello, Mr. Diamond Hand.
Fired up.
Well, hi to everybody.
Fired up.
Let's see. We got 875 with 39. 837.
Yeah.
We got some good ones. 900. Delta is green though, so
yep,
that's the only thing.
All right, stealing Dre's line. Mention Delta.
I do see. I do see 80 at 25,000, but it might be just like some other day.
Someone kick that can tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
25K is a tomorrow problem.
How close do we get? Yeah, we got up to 24,965. We're off about 100 points from there. We did see a little buying step right in. ES as well, trading 66.86. Gold on the move to the downside. We did make new all-time highs. Trading all-time highs 41.37. We're off about $20 from there, and more downside pressure here in gold. Some buyers stepping in both NASDAQ and the ES. Dolby Time, taking a look at these prices. Let's get the party started. You know what to do. Get George playing our game here, but let's take a look at these prices. Dolby, you take it from here.
Yes. Let's talk about some ranges, because that's what we got in the NASDAQ. I was talking with Coach Jay at the 11 o'clock segment, and something he's been watching for a while, and I've been watching for less than him, is the kind of 50% retracement. We should go ahead and draw that line off from the sell-off yesterday, high to low, and it kind of lands you right at around the 24,770s, give or take. It kind of ended up being our support for the day, and then from there we've just been stuck in the 4-hour range. So between about, let's say, 750s up to about up to about 24,950 about.
950.
And that's kind of right where we rejected the 950s. So do we just stay range bound all day, or do we end up kind of getting back to a happy place, maybe around the 840s, or even test the lows? If we do test the lows, that would complete a megaphone formation in the NASDAQ. So a series of lower lows and higher highs. And it is a good day for megaphone. It's kind of a megaphone sort of vibe today.
Yes, it has. Gold still on the move to the downside. George, you like to play a little game called Above Below here in Power Hour. So throw it to Dolby. Dolby Time. Tell him how it's played. He'll pick a price. I'm watching this sell-off in gold right now.
Gold. Okay, Jay, keep us posted. So, George, for Above Below, we are we're going to find a level, or you're going to find a level in the NASDAQ by 3 p.m. Where do you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at? If you can get within a point, you win. Chad is going to guess above, below, whatever level you set. So where do you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at 3 p.m. Central?
Let's see here. I think it might be at 975.
975.
All right, nice.
24,975. Last trade, 24,915. So about 60 points to the upside. Chet, do you think we will be above or below 24,975 in the NQ on the close? George, you got any levels, any prices of interest here? You have your eye
this,
on.
Right here, this 904, maybe to this 975. some orders were just added. That's where we were talking. Remember, we were talking about there was 80 at 25,000. Well, they added another 80 now at 956.
So when you see those orders, what do you do with them? You look to see,
good question.
Trade to them if we run away from them.
Usually, yeah, basically like magnets. Basically, like if I have this key level of 900 right here, this 904. If this was able to hold, I might take a nice long here up to that maybe 956 level where I see those big orders at.
904.
That, yeah, right here.
4.
Well, you see, let's see, let me go 5 minutes real quick. So eventually, we've been rejecting this 904 level here, right? So now we're up here, so we might use this as maybe a supply, a demand zone, and basically go to the upside. Now that maybe we can break it.
904 is
actually
you're bullish.
Kind of like a turncoat, basically.
I like that. You're bullish and sounds like it indeed. Little pop back here in gold. 41.16. Let's trade in gold. We got NASDAQ pushing higher here to the upside, 24,917. And ES also pushing higher here, 66.91. Dolby time.
Stuck in a range, Dre.
Yeah.
30-minute range. 30-minute range.
Yeah.
So we're stuck at the high of a megaphone. We're in a 30-minute range at the high of the megaphone. So 24,900 up to, say, 24,965. Just cannot get out of there at all. Are you more of like a momentum trader, George? You trade ranges, all the above?
Yeah, pretty much all the above. But I like ranges. I do like ranges. Yeah. Or IB.
Yeah. Initial balance as well, also in the toolbox. Nice. What else do you use? You got some bookmap, initial balance. Any other tools you're using to get an edge?
Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Ranges, supply and demand, and basically a bookmap. Pretty much.
And bookmap, nice.
Yeah.
All right.
To trading.
Now the poll is up right now.
I do like opening prices.
Okay.
Opening prices as well, like weekly open, monthly open, daily open, stuff like that.
Nice. So are you mostly trading in the morning then?
I trade so for example, I trade the New York Open, and usually I'm done within an hour, 2 hours.
Oh, nice. That's a healthy session.
Yeah, today,
hour to 2 hours
30
is good.
minutes.
Even
Today
better.
was like 30 minutes. Yeah.
Even better. Are you trading right off the open, or are you giving it like half an hour to an hour to like digest a little bit?
Oh no, if I see something I like, I'll probably trade the open.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Well, right now, a bit of a holding pattern. Again, last trade, 24,911 in the NQ. The poll is up. What is your guess for the closing price on the NQ? Be above or below 24,975. 58% saying below right now. Run with that. Close that poll. About 16 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Also means 36 minutes till MOC. We'll push lower here in ES NASDAQ as well. Crude catch a little bit. 59.
How's gold doing? Is it still cruising to the upside? You said it was selling off.
They found some buyers, Dolby. You won't believe
Get
this.
out of
They
here,
found some
Dre.
buyers. Yeah, 41.17 now. Yeah, bottomed out at right around 41.10. And buyers stepped back in. Go figure.
You don't say. You don't say.
George,
in your little shear says you're trading MNQ, MES, also the crude oil. Have you traded any crude recently, or any gold at all?
No, I haven't, to be honest. I did like last year. I did a lot of crude oil. Not this year. Yeah.
So last year you traded crude. Wasn't really doing a whole lot last year. Did you just
I
get
was-
more involved in NASDAQ and then just forget about it?
Yeah, pretty much. Like there was a lot of good moves on with since Trump got elected. So I've been trading NASDAQ a lot. Basically,
Yeah,
not even
solid.
ES. I haven't even traded ES as well.
No love for the ES.
No, only MNQ or NQ, depending which account I have.
All right, George, we're back to these 904s. What'd you say about these 24,904? You had your eye on that level?
Yeah, we could potentially maybe go to that 956, 970 area if we hold this.
Yeah.
But
the ES wants to move this thing first. A little push lower here in the ES. 66.85. Topped
in
out
that
earlier
range,
today.
yeah,
67. Yeah, I know.
crazy tight.
67.11.
So it would be a midpoint for. Kind of already got there. So if you were just going to look at the midpoint for the range you're in right now, it's like 66.82, which is kind of where we're at right now. And I hope the market gives us a little something here into Power Hour. But we're in the middle of the middle in the ES right now. So be very, very careful. Whereas NASDAQ looks a lot better. Well, is Dan in chat? I'd love to know what happened to Dan. Dan had a nice little
trade, right? You short?
Nice little NASDAQ trade on. He was long 5 MNQ.
Okay.
I wonder if he ended up taking profits. He could have gotten about 40 points if he traded it close to perfect. See what he. We'll have to follow up with him and see how that trade ended up panning out.
We'll pop here in the NQ 24,920. Last trade. Just trading those 04s. We'll push higher here in the ES as well. 66.91. Last trade. Bears get caught there. Interesting day today, Dolby. Not a lot of news. I mean, holiday bonds are not trading
weird
today. Tomorrow we start picking up again. We do have earnings season kicking off. A lot of the banks. We got the big boys. We got JPM, BlackRock, Goldman, Citi, Wells Fargo. We also have Powell scheduled to speak 11:20 a.m. Central, I do believe, as well as other Fed speakers. But right now, we got
do you
2 minutes.
remember when Trump was saying that he wanted companies to report every 6 months or something instead of every quarter? Yeah. It kind of makes sense to me, man. I feel like we just had earnings, and now we're already back into earnings season.
I get it. The shareholders aren't going to like that. They're going to want to have insights every 3 months. But yeah,
I don't think it's good for companies to be so short-sighted.
Exactly, it is very short-sighted. Just trying to beat the number for the next 90 days, then do it all over again. Do it all over again.
Could you imagine managing a company at a large, big-ass company, and your whole cycles every 3 months?
Seriously.
Make numbers go up.
Gold now trading 41.21. About $11 higher there. Are the ES going to lead to the upside? Or is it going to be the NASDAQ? NASDAQ, 24,925. George, any levels on the upside here in NQ? That would,
I do like this 975. Actually, kind of want to take this long. Here's that 904 level that we're talking about.
You like the long?
I do like the longs.
Okay.
Just because it's moving here.
I'm seeing I got last trade 24,924.
924
points. Yeah, is that what you're seeing?
924. Well, I'm seeing 973 here, but I think where the big orders are on Bookmap. Let's see right now. We're looking at 950.
Last trade. Looking at last trade.
I take one micro since I'm already up $604. Oh, sorry.
What did you trade micros to get that?
No. Usually I did NQ on this one, but since I'm already up, I might just risk a little bit.
Okay, got it. But normally you're trading E-minis.
On this account, yes, because of the balance that I have.
We're pushing here. All right, so you are flat, George. You are currently flat,
you're balanced.
correct?
Yes, I might
Okay.
consider entering.
All right, let us know if you do. Let's always call out the price.
Big round numbers,
and-
Dre.
Yep, how many contracts? I know. Got 24,927 last trade. ES 6692. This power hour started. We're up. Up about 10 points in the ES. And about 60 points in the NASDAQ. I know, Dolby. You see that? All right, new 5
I'm going to enter now.
Yeah, I want to play, Dre.
All right.
I mean, there's some really
George
good
in.
ranges here. Like, oh, let's go. Let's go.
I'm going to take one out right here. Let me see. So, 9, where those orders are. 975 right there. Basically, my other one will be right here.
What George, what price are you long from?
930, 75. Okay. It would have. We should have got it in here where it's set at 904, what I said, but we missed it.
Right. See if we can get another.
But you still have the conviction to get back into the trade. It's not like. Did you have a limit order in for 4s, or were you just going to mark it in?
No, I was going to mark it in. I usually just mark it in.
Mark it in. Okay. Nice. All right. But you still trade from 904s, even though it was, let's say, 25 points further to the upside. Kind of gives fiction that that trade is still going to be kind of what you want in the trade, because it's a big difference. It's almost like 25, 30 points.
See if it goes in here.
What's that, George? Got overnight highs up at 24,965, session highs as well. It's 24,965. About 30 points to go to the upside. ES moving higher here as well. 66.95 last trade. Buyers are giving it a run. Bulls on
nice
parade. Move. Yeah. Gold not done. Gold continuing to go higher. Gold 41.24 last trade. Crude pushing to the upside as well. What's your target again, George, for this trade? All the way up to
958, and then 958, 75, and then 972. There is still orders at 25,000 though, so this could actually, I don't know, maybe like in a day push up if it really wants to. But I'm just gonna go for these targets.
Well, they're cheering you on in the chat. They're saying diamond hands. Let's do that. Fire emojis, diamond emojis. Diamond Hands joining us right here, right now, as we're trading 24,940, George. Pushing this thing 66.
Nice trade.
66.97 last trade. Yep, in the ES.
So, George, your account is titled 24K. Is that in reference to 24 karat gold?
No. That week, there was a week where I made 24,000, so I named it 24K.
Love that.
Okay, that gets me into my next question. Your balance of 30,000. How did you acquire that? Well, it sounds like you got about 90% of it from one day. What was that day like for you?
It was amazing. So I think my overall P&L on this has been like over 42. I've taken several payouts. So
nice.
I take one more payout, and I think I go live on this account.
Okay.
Yeah.
We would love
so
to.
I haven't had a red day since August. On this.
Really?
Since August. So if you pull up your calendar right now, it's all we're 3 months of green or 2 months of green.
So here's October, right?
There's one.
Yep, there's yeah.
Here's September.
All right, there's 2.
13. And here's August.
All right. Receipts. Check them, Dre.
Oh, yeah.
Got them all. There it is.
He's close. Wow. All right, let's do this. Let's keep pushing this thing higher here. 4,943 last trade. Where's long from 9:30 and the orders.
Yeah.
For those
Let's go.
52s. Nothing on the tilt right now. Yeah, this week. Look at this. That calendar, man. Holy moly.
That was great. Well, actually, I want to talk about it. There's a couple interesting things there. Can you pull up your calendar again, George?
Yeah.
If this market gets insane, we can go back to this trade. But
I got you.
This is pretty interesting stuff here. If you scroll down back all the way down to the bottom, so something I noticed is that if you go back up again, just like the calendar is fine, is that a lot of those days were under like 1-2 trades a day. 1 trade there, 2 trades, 3 trades, 6 trades. That's it. Other thing too is that in some of your previous months, you're not trading every single day. Is that because of life events or because there's something you're not seeing in the market for your setup?
I don't really copy trade. So sometimes I'll trade my other accounts, my other XFAs. But there's some days where like I don't really like to risk. Like let's say FOMC minutes is on, I don't really want to trade this account on it. Stuff like that. Choppy days.
I mean, even this account, it's all, 9 trades, 1 trade, 6, 12, 3, 9. I mean, this is all kind of small ball here. This is accurate trading. This is incredible. I love showing this stuff to chat, man, because this is
100%.
Oh, there it is. There's your 20,000. 1 trade, 20K. That's wild.
What'd you catch? You catch a big one there? I mean, what was that? What day was that? Was that?
Yeah, I did catch a big one in here.
I bet you did. Well done. Great discipline. Great approach. I want to know your strategy now, George. So we'll let this trade play out right now. We're just keeping on the off.
I mean, chat. Even if you knew George's strategy, do you honestly think take one or 2 trades a day and then even take entire days off? No. I mean, a lot of us want to be trading every single day. George is only trading 2 or 3 days a week. But he's making money.
Absolutely. Locking in profits, the name of the game, especially on a Monday. Interesting day today. I want to get too deep in the red. So the next 4 days of the trading week is just trying to figure yourself out. Again, we got 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Gold continuing to push higher here. 41.25 last trade. ES might be rolling over a little bit. NASDAQ, 4,930. George, where's your risk on this trade?
908. I'm risking $90. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if it does not work out for me, then I'll be up still $500 on this account.
They want to know your approach. They want to know more. George, tell us more.
Yeah, they want to know everything. They want the answers to the test.
Been doing this for 6 years.
Yep. It's gold now.
Was it always like this, George?
No, the first couple of years I lost a lot of money. So I started with options as my first interview. Yeah. So
that was your gateway drug. Nice.
Yeah. And then I found you guys on Topstep, and basically I've been trading futures ever since.
Yep, heard that story.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
A lot of happy futures traders.
They come. It's real. It's real. Forex is wild out there. Crypto. We saw what happened with crypto last week. This gold continuing to push higher here. 41.26. Gold now up $16 in the last 29 minutes or so. On the hour in 1.5 minutes, we'll see if some more volatility. Continue to push lower here in the NASDAQ. 24,915.
My 5K hat.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can do something about that. When did you?
I got my jacket, but
when did you put the request in?
I don't got my hat.
Get you that hat. We got you. We'll see how this trade plays out. Again, risk is right around 08. Bottom of the hour. Again, 60 seconds. Gobi time. Get to those 904s.
Could be. Maybe 875 in a day.
Yeah.
Always have a stop loss, guys.
Yes. Well said, George.
Oh, have to.
Uh-huh.
Only takes one day to ruin an entire trading account.
Learn the hard way. 100%. Was there conviction behind that selling right there? Stall out, and the buyer's going to jump back in. Bottomed out at 24,908. Back up 5 points, 24,913. Bottom of the hour in 5 seconds. That means 20 minutes till we have MOC, market on close. George long, you long one, George, or how many? Long two?
I'm using 2 micros, yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to risk too much.
All right, Dolby time. We'll let this trade cook a little bit. We've been talking. Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
Ask George, like, typically you're like one and done or done. I mean, when you're already up on the, like, how do you approach your sizing? Are you pedal to the metal? Are you sizing down? I know some people like adding like their green P&L into their daily loss limit, and then like they start sizing up. What's kind of your approach with that?
Usually, I do. Like, if I'm green on the trade, I usually would stop trading. Like, for example, today, after 30 minutes, I was done. All right, guys, I took it out. Close final out. Make sure you don't have any. And basically, I would do partials. So, like, a lot of times, even though I like minis, I like to do macros as well. For example, like if I'm going to do one mini, I would do like 10 micros. That way I can do partial limit sales. Right? Yep. So I'll take 5 micros off on a key level and then let the other 5 run. And then I'll move my stop basically to break even.
Nice. So then you're risk free. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like the management. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great management.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Hey, it's a little bit of a side tangent. Markets are in a bit of a holding pattern here. Gold has stalled out for the time being. I mean, last 2 minutes or so. Also, we do want to realize we talked about the Santa Claus rally, right? Santa Claus rally earlier today. What's the Santa Claus rally? The natural tendency. Well, historically, there's been a tendency for equities to go higher, push higher in December. However, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case this time around. Holiday forecasts might be a little bit more murky based on some of this economic data. Bring in the story. This is interesting. We'll see how this plays out.
The holiday season is fast approaching, but with the murky economic picture, many may not be in the spending spirit.
People are saying that they're pulling back around the holidays. I take it with a bit of a grain of salt, to be honest, just because there's been a big disconnect this year between what people say and what they do.
In a new survey from Bankrate, 41% of respondents say they're concerned holiday gifts will be more expensive this year, and roughly a third of shoppers plan to take on debt. Bankrate's Ted Rossman says the survey also found fewer people are planning to travel during the period between Thanksgiving and New Year's.
We see that only 21% of U.S. adults are planning holiday travel this year. Last year, it was 27%. And I'm surprised that this is going down just because through September, the TSA has actually processed more air travelers this year than last year per day.
For those who are planning to go home for the holidays, Clint Henderson with the Point Sky travel platform says there's still time to book.
We're about to enter the perfect booking window when prices are not too high, not too low. If you book too early for the holidays, you're going to pay a premium. And also, if you book starting after around Halloween, prices are going to start going up from there.
When it's time to travel, be prepared. Have your airline's app on your phone to track your plane and rebook if necessary.
Keep informed, keep up with the news. You really want to be an informed consumer during any kind of intemperate weather or other government problems or even freaks of nature.
In Atlanta, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
All right, Dolby. Uncertainty. Yeah, you got the goods. The Points guy. Familiar with that guy.
Points guy. Well, listen, I trust any hotel traveler points guy if he's doing his report from a hotel room. It's clearly he is traveling a lot. He is a man of his word.
Move indeed.
Makes a lot of sense.
And gold, within $11 of all-time highs, 41.26. Made all-time highs earlier today, 41.37.
We still we get stopped out there?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
They got us. All right.
I like.
Literally,
Not by
like,
much.
pretty much. Well, yeah. It was 908, I think, by a tick.
Oh, come on. Come on, NASDAQ. Why are you doing that?
Let's see, what was our stop was 908. The low was, 908.
Oh, wait. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
But you trade NASDAQ, so you're used to it. It should be fun.
Yeah.
Just a classic NASDAQ move right there.
Toby, what levels you got your eye on in the NASDAQ?
For levels, 24,890 to the downside.
Right.
To the upside, 950s, 960s. Maybe we can run in up to like the 980s on like an MOC or something. The market is just so stuck right now. There is not a lot of reason for this to move. The other move I could see would maybe be a move down to 850, which would be like the middle of the range.
Yeah. Reopened yesterday. We gapped open higher. Never even really got close to even attempting to fill the gap to the downside. ES and NASDAQ not get close to that. So, okay, we've got 14 minutes till MOC. George, scratch, done. On to the next trade. Do you go back to the well on this trade, or do you want to see how the next 13 minutes play out?
What was that?
Okay, you got stopped out on that trade. You're now flat.
Yeah.
You still like the idea? You still like 904s, 908s? You got stopped out down there. Would you take another long, perhaps at those levels?
I'll probably be done by because I usually don't trade this type of time. I was trying to take a stab at it, but I do like longest is above 904. I still like the long
904s. Nice.
Yeah, unless we break this 904, then I would say short.
And if we do get under 904, say on like some momentum, is that a sign for you to get short, or do you have other indicators that you need to fire off before that happens?
No. I would say probably take stab a short with this level holding right here. So I'll probably take it maybe to like looking at it, maybe 850.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, 850.
I still like the longs here. It could play out all the way to like 973.
Minutes till MOC. Nothing on the wire. Pretty quiet. He's been pretty quiet today. Here we go. Gold. Back about $2 there. 66.94. ES just stuck. Let's take a look at the ladder, see if anything's jumping off. We did see what we got up here. I got a 500 lot up. It's, what is it, 67.14. Almost no size really.
Okay.
Off the ladder. What else do we got in the NASDAQ?
Nothing. Like, biggest order I see is 20 minute 902. And everything else is like single digits. I mean, really anything could move this market if they had the news to do so. Any tweet or anything. This thing would be flying.
Maybe the last.
Flying.
You might see something in the last 10 minutes in the market.
Yeah, maybe MOC can get something going.
Little buzzer beater, yeah. All right, little downside move here in gold. Now 41.23. Crude grinding higher here. Are we working anything, Dobie? Working anything on those 90s or anything up the upside in the 950s?
See if I can.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I got NQ blocked. No, I mean, if the house had some gas in the tank, it would be probably shorts around 960s, 970s, longs around 900s to 880s, and try to set up the bracket on either side. I do think there could be a possible megaphone formation like today in the Nasdaq if they want to stretch up to like the 90 and get it back down again. I think that caused a lot of trouble for some short-term day traders. It was a really good day for range trading. You just had to be ready for it. But if you were expecting some fireworks today and trend continuation, it was probably not a very fun day.
No continuation really. All right, George, they want to know your approach. They want to know your strategy. Obviously, you're looking for those orders there on Bookmap or the ladder, however you want. What is your general approach? You sit down. What is your checklist before George takes a trade? Prep, market analysis.
I usually chart my levels. Basically, I look at Bookmap where the big orders are. So it tends to basically act as a magnet. If I see it is too choppy, I would wait for that 15-minute orb to form, and then I would usually wait for a break side of either the high or the low. And from there, basically, I will see where the orders are and basically take a 0.5 deviation as a target and then a full range. That's my second TP.
Okay. So you're looking to essentially those orders act as a magnet more often than not, is how you see it?
Yeah. So, like, let's say there was orders today. Let's say I saw there was orders at 900, right? 24,900. And
We'll push higher here again. Yes, 66.98.
So,
24,933 last trade in Nasdaq. Now 934, 935.
Yeah, nice bids. It's been to the upside for sure. For sure. Man, George, it's such a bummer Nasdaq stopped you out by.
It did. It's crazy.
You had the right idea.
Maybe I should have maybe put $100 stop loss or below 904 just to confirm it. It's okay. But it's working out. If for those that had a bigger stop loss or didn't have a stop loss, they're still probably in this trade.
Go
trade
for
with the stop loss, yo. Gotta trade with the stop loss. You're one tweet away.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. 66.99 half last trade in the ES. See what market wants to do. 6700s didn't quite get there this time around. We did get up to 67.11 2.5 hours ago. Nasdaq just saw some sellers step in there. They did walk it all the way up to 24,943. Smash it down. Took it lower about 15 points. I know, man.
Smash it a whopping 9 points, Trey.
I'm looking for something.
I know, it's all going on. Sorry, we can do it. So, George, if we were up at, like, say, 980s, maybe even 25Ks, would you be looking for shorts at all? Would, like, your range trader cap go on? And maybe see some value in shorts up there?
Let me see here. Maybe, yeah. Let me see potential. Let me see. Yeah, actually.
I mean, 30-minute is just locked up right now. What's the hour like? Even the 1 hour chart is pretty locked up too. Got 4 1 hour sticks. What's that range? That is
25,000.
He's up.
Looks pretty good.
You got to. Oh, there we are. Back. Push.
I need to like follow your voice into the darkness, Trey. Where are you there?
Yeah, I think there's
Oh, there we go.
Solar
okay, dude, so something is going on. This internet is so janky today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Sums up the day.
George, is your internet fine, George? Are you having weird stuff over there?
The only thing is I couldn't connect my headset, but that was pretty much it.
Oh, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
But I have
we got gremlins. This is what happens. Hogue is gone for one day, and the gremlins come out. We need Hogue back.
Everything's
Need Hogue back. He was keeping him at bay.
Wonder what we'll be looking at Delta right now. What is Delta, Emery? I think I saw you in there. What do you got for a cumulative Delta in the ES and the NASDAQ for that matter? About 4.5 minutes till market on close. George joining us. Just showed us this calendars on performance dashboard, and literally last 3 months, not one red day. So very impressive. We'll see if we can keep
Does that ever weigh on you, George? The streaks?
It does.
Streaks. Yeah, I know.
Oh, it does.
It's there. It does, because like I'm trying to be really cautious with it, especially since we're almost at mid-October, and I'm like, all right, I gotta get a green day. So there is a little bit of pressure there. Like, I mean, I know it's coming. I just don't know when.
the final day. Do you have a personal loss limit in your account?
Usually like 1,500 on this one.
Okay,
I'll be done. Yeah.
Okay. We'll pour one out for you, George, if it happens.
Yep.
Let us know.
Yeah.
We got a 50. I just came on the ass there. What? 24,933. Half it was filled. On the ES ladder. Still got that 600 lot up at 67.14. 3 minutes till market on close. A doozy on this one.
Till pretty much 50-50. There is just nothing in this dome. 100 up, 100 down. What's the largest I see? 13 contracts, Trey. 18 contracts.
Yeah. It's there's gonna be some slippage. Definitely gonna be some slippage. 100%.
Tomorrow should be good though. Should be back to normal tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Whatever normal means.
Big bank earnings and Powell 11:20 a.m. I do believe there's also some other Fed speakers to be sprinkled in there.
Ooh, Johnson & Johnson has an earnings call tomorrow. That's kind of interesting. A lot of consumer staples in there.
Oh yeah.
We've got the IMF chirping as well. Yep.
Wait to see what those trading revenues look like for the banks. We got Real John Ross in the chat. Want to short this so bad. Okay. Well, careful.
Micros are for. Scratch that itch, man.
100%. Size trading around in the ES. Last size trading at 66.95. A lot of volume there. George, what's the P&L for the day right now? All right. Good. We'll make sure we'll turn that. Keep the streak alive, George. Yeah.
It's let me see here. It's 512. 512. Yeah.
512. That's great. That's still a very, very, very solid day. Are you still
Go ahead.
What do you got, Trey?
How do we want to play this MOC? We got about 90 seconds. We're going to work anything, look for a reaction, buzzer beater, or just going to let it play out here in the last 12 minutes of session. Racing for MOC Waterfall.
I'm more curious, yeah. I'm curious on the close, Trey. I think that's going to be pretty interesting. If we get back down to like the 850s, 800s, somewhere in the middle, that's truly a day that has accomplished a whole lot, and people were not really trying to move price, I would say. Try to keep things status quo. What's a big red bar right there in the 5 minute? Whopping T5 points. Pretty big. So George, in your bio, so are you still coaching soccer?
I am. I'm still doing that.
What age range are you coaching currently?
Under 6.
Oh wow,
that has to.
They just swarm the ball, right?
So yeah, under 6.
All right, 30
So
seconds.
how close to herding cats is trying to teach soccer to 5-year-olds?
All right, George, we got the MOC here in 15 seconds. George, yep, let's get locked in. Let's see. This is going to go ES, NQ, then the YM. Buckle up. One's flat. Excellent.
What do you think? Under a bill or over a bill, Dre?
Buy side bill 1.2. Buy side ES. Buy side 650 mil Nasdaq. Buy side 450 mil Dow. 1.2 bill buy side ES. 600 mil buy side Nasdaq. 450 mil buy side Dow. Anything happen?
No, not yet. Not yet. Nothing happens unless we're at 880 or 965.
The last 10 minutes of the close on Friday, the ES melted 50 handles, 50 points.
I don't think that's happening today. Not today.
Wild.
Today it's a good day for the market. Got to digest Friday a little bit. Got the opportunity. Make it normal tomorrow.
Again, those numbers can and will change. In about 4 minutes, we'll get another injection of liquidity. Again, 1.1 billion buy side in imbalance in ES, 660 million buy side. Now grew a little bit there. Now close to 800 mil. Starting to see buy side grow a little bit here.
I mean, everything's green right now. I mean, Tesla's doing pretty good, up 4.8%.
Is it really? Go figure.
Yeah. Nvidia's up 2.6. Apple's up 1%. It's going pretty good.
66.98 half
Crypto's
last
doing
trade. Yes. Yeah, what's going on in crypto? I know silver also new all-time highs. Crypto gets some relief there. They buy back up. I know it just got absolutely smoked.
Yeah. It's green. I mean, but, on the chart, I mean, it looks good, relatively.
Buy side growing.
Ethereum had a nice bounce. I mean, it was trading all the way down at like 3,400. Now it's back at 4,200. So really nice bounce in Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP. They all look pretty much the same for the most part.
Okay.
Big dips, big bounces.
There is. Well, George, I'm not sure we're gonna get another move here. Any prices really?
Yes.
Hey, keep the streak alive. So it is in your head, huh? You do think about it. I guess it's natural too.
Yeah.
But
do you still get weird around like the 5th payout day when it comes to like taking profits? Do you get like butterflies when that happens or anything? 'Cause I know some traders, they get to like day 4, day 5, and they just start losing it a little bit.
Usually I would like maybe take I won't trade like 5 days straight on the account. So
right.
No, not really.
No pressure. Good.
Yeah.
George, on days where you do not trade, is it predetermined, or you just woke up on the wrong side? Like what? You look at the calendar going into the week, say I'm not going to trade that day, or how do you determine what days you decide to sit out?
Usually, say like on this account, I like to trade like Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays usually. Fridays, I usually don't like to trade Fridays due to the fact that we can always ruin our weekend. So usually
reverse the challenges for.
Or try to go lightly
right.
on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I know FOMC minutes is not my best days. Usually I'm always red, so I try to avoid trading that day as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really like. I don't think we have a ton of. A nice bid here in the Nazi. Let's see if we can get up to those.
Came back to this 904 again. Now we bounced.
Buy side growing. Buy side growing. Now over $1 billion buy side NASDAQ. 1.5 billion buy side ES. See what happens here in about 20 seconds. ES did take a peek above 6,700 for a split second. NASDAQ trading 24,943. Buy side continues to grow.
Yeah, George, I love your discipline. I don't think enough traders trade. Let me say this. I don't think enough traders trade 3 days or less a week.
Yeah. I think, they try to trade every day.
Yep.
So,
which to some degree is okay. If you're still in like the screen time phase, then yeah, get your screen time. But if you got your screen time, then it's about when do I not trade to make sure I'm keeping things good.
Yep. I like that. Fridays, you're up on the week, going into a Friday. Nothing wrong with sitting on your pants. Yeah.
If you're really green on the week, you should sit out and enjoy your weekend.
That's a good plan.
When tune into Topstep TV, watch the reversal challenge the last hour of the trading week. Obviously, you got to do that. So
don't trade on your birthday either. Don't trade on your birthday.
Don't trade on your birthday. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that too. Or the day after, for that matter.
Yeah. Because man, if you lose your account, it's gonna be a really bad birthday. That's all you can think about.
The cake isn't gonna taste so good, is it, George?
No,
I feel like blowing out those candles.
No, going out to dinner with your girl and you just can't crack a smile, blew an account.
You're gonna be asking for evals for presents.
We're saying happy birthday to you. You don't care. 66.90.
You got $49.
Yeah, I know. 2 billion buy side now. 2 billion buy side again. We really have we'll start picking up with some. We got earnings tomorrow. The banks. We also have Powell as well. 11:20 a.m. Central Time. We will be bringing that to you if available here on Topstep TV. You already know. Closing in at 185,000 subscribers. George, please click like. Please click subscribe. Please click the bell. You'd be so kind. So George, this is day number what on this winning streak?
I think like 29.
Done.
Nice.
Like 29 over 3 months. I love that. 29 trading days.
We had Delesh. He made it up to like 95 or 96 or something.
Yeah, that was an all-timer. Absolute monster hot streak.
Low P&L though. It was low P&L, but still.
Very low.
I feel like that's flipping a quarter or something and getting heads 96 times in a row. In the way he was trying to do that. But hey, almost did it. Almost pulled it off.
What's up, George?
Delash is a legend.
It should count as at least 150, I think.
Minimum. I mean,
yeah.
It was definitely discussed. It was definitely discussed.
It was. Yeah,
we got
meeting and everything.
We got 2 minutes here till the closing bell. Interesting day to say the least. And we got really get going starting tomorrow. But George, also thank you so much for joining us. Dolby time, no trades. Hey, good discipline, both George and Dolby time. Yeah, megaphone. Continue to megaphone Dolby. Is that how you'd read the day today? Just getting wider and wider and wider.
I mean, that's what it seemed like it played out for the day. I mean, we tried making lower lows twice, made higher highs a couple times. So it's not like the quintessential looking megaphone, but as far as like the definition, it did it. It did higher highs and lower lows. Got everybody all messed up and stopped out. And that's what the market does when it's very slow and the market's waiting for something to happen. This is definitely a day that is waiting.
It definitely was. It felt uneasy, as if something was always right around the corner. Never really got that. Probably could be more to come tomorrow. All right, I pull up the ES ladder here in the last 60 seconds of the trade because look at all that size jumping in there. We saw thousands lots flying in there Thursday. Lots of thousand lots coming down the close in the ES. Not looking at the NASDAQ just yet, but look at all this size coming in. 30 seconds till the close. And it's still pretty thin on the NASDAQ ladder. George, well done. Keep the streak alive. Just post in the chat how that continues to go as well. Dolby time. See you again tomorrow, but ES.
Always tomorrow, Dre.
No thousand lots even coming in today. All right, everyone's just in a bit of a breather digestion mode until we really get the party started tomorrow. That being said, we are going. Oh, what's the above below? We're gonna be below 24,975. We're gonna be way below that. 24,919. George, thank you so much. Dolby time, good stuff. That being said, shout out to all the bell to bellers on this Monday. Interesting day, weird day. More to come. We're going to get this thing going tomorrow for the rest of the week. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James, Dr. Volatility Harden. Take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andre. What a weird day, but we made it. You guys did it. A holiday for some, a wild day in the markets for others. But no matter what, it's been another bell-to-bell day here on TopstepTV. We thank you for watching us, whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in for At the Buzzer. We know that you have a choice of streams, and we thank you for always tuning in to TopstepTV. But now is the time for you to get ready because At the Buzzer is coming up next. That's with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap the entire day's trading session. They're going to talk about everything that you need to know for that 5 p.m. reopen, so don't miss it. Stay tuned right here. Then later tonight, 7:30 p.m., Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. So you can catch your favorite coach, Coach Dakota, at 7:30 p.m. right here on our YouTube channel. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades is here with London Open. Catch the London Open trading session with Aaron Trades. And then stick around because at 3:30 a.m., Deanna is here with Eurotrade. So 2 of your favorite Euro traders back-to-back in the early wee hours of the morning. Where else would you rather be? And then since you're going to be up, you might as well stick around until we're here again at 7 a.m. and 7:15. We're going to be kicking things off with another day of bell-to-bell extravaganza here on TopstepTV. So continue to kick it with the one stream that brings you Tradertainment and education. You know what it is. For now, though, At the Buzzer's up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. This has been TopstepTV. Let's go!